Yeah. And so like I think that for me, when I'm talking about love, I'm talking about that kind of unconditional love. Right. It seems that the argument that you're making is that God loves us to a point to where he has to put us through pain in order
Not
to
put
teach
us through
us.
pain,
But
allow us
what
to
I
do
would
pain.
argue, and this just goes to the word in Christ, and just to bring it back full circle, that when Christ taught, he didn't put people through pain. He understood pain would happen, right? But he didn't teach people through pain. He didn't come in and sit here and take somebody's hand and nail it through a fucking piece of wood. That happened to him, right? And so I just argue that, like, that to me, in regards to the spreading of the word and what it is to live, it doesn't mean that you have to suffer, right? I don't think black people had to go through slavery, just to bring it back full circle to my worldview, in order for us to understand that slavery in the United States is wrong. Unless you're arguing that slavery, and just to be very clear here, Ducky, since you're arguing I can't debate, the argument that you just gave is that slavery was justified in order to test the faith of black people.
No, we're close.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, if you're going to argue that as a child you had to learn from putting your hand on a hot stove and getting burned,
Hmm.
right? You would also have to make the argument that
I
the
didn't say you
United
had to.
States,
You didn't have to. You did. I'm saying you have to.
okay, you did. And
Right.
in order for that, you had to go through that pain to know that the stove was hot,
Yeah,
right?
that's not the only way
I
I
would
learned things,
argue,
though.
I would argue that's the entire point I'm making, that you don't have to learn that way. You don't have to learn through suffering. And I
But you
don't believe
can.
that people need to learn from suffering. I
But
think
you can.
but every action is learning. Like even right now, we're learning that every action in society is us learning and growing, and this is painless. And where
Well,
you're arguing that you had to
go
put your
ahead.
hand on the stove to notice that it was hot.
Yeah.
Similarly, the United
You're
States had to
talking.
enslave African
You keep
people
saying that I had
and
to.
African
No,
people.
I didn't say that, buddy. I never said I had to. Right. Sometimes that happens. You don't have
That
to.
wait a second. Sometimes it happens. Why?
Right. Because you're a dumb kid, in that
But that
hypothetical.
okay. But we're talking about from God. God knows all things. He's omnipotent,
Sure.
right? And so if you know that this thing is going to harm your child and you have the power and ability to stop harm from happening to your child, do you allow that harm to happen? Like, for example, would you let your toddler walk out into the highway? Or would you stop them from walking out into the highway?
If I knew it was going to unalive them,
Okay.
no, I would protect their life.
Okay, great. I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Were Adam and Eve immortal in the Garden of Eden before the fall?
I don't know. Were they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Where were you
Okay.
here?
And so God allowed them. So God allowed them to be tempted and be misled, knowing the outcome would be their death.
Well, kind of. Okay, so the
Yeah,
reason that they
and
were the
now
reason
hold
well
on,
the
Mikey, hold on, Mikey,
well, I just want to
because
give a
he
little
said
clarification here because
no, hold on.
this is something
I know. I'm
I
making
know
this
that we want
argument
to.
very dumb. I'm
I
making
know.
it
I
dumb.
no 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 no
Fix
no.
it after he responds. After he responds,
Hogan
I
in
got you,
a future, he wants
please,
he
because
want.
I want him because Mikey, you're gonna bridge the gap, and I know what you're gonna say, and I'm not gonna disagree with you, right? But
But
he said I
clarification.
was a piss poor debater. He needs to contend with this
No, no,
point.
no. First of all, I don't know if you understand. A second ago, Token, I actually gave you kudos. Did you not hear that when we first started talking?
Nah, nah, we're here now.
Right.
No,
Did
we're
I
here
give?
now.
I know. Did I give you kudos?
Remember the over talking? Remember all that? The disrespect? Remember
Well,
all that? Now stand
yes.
on
When
your
you were
fucking
over talking
square.
me, yes, I
No,
remember
stand on your own square
that.
and make the rebuttal.
What's the rebuttal? What do you want me to rebuttal?
Wait a
His,
minute.
his his basic argument,
Anybody
Ducky,
put
is why
points
does
on
a good
this?
God allow suffering? That's his basic argument.
What's up,
Anybody
T-Bone?
put points on this?
Oh, I don't know if there's point. I mean, I just came up. Listen, you know me. I just came up
No, we're here
to
and we
gang out,
agree.
bro.
Or
Yeah, and
we
listen,
just chatting it up? All right, all right.
nah,
Yeah, just
nah,
seems like
nah,
it's open. Yeah.
because Buddy came and he tried me. So I
Mm.
want you to go ahead and stand on your square. Now, Matt, I want him to be able to go ahead
Well,
and make the
let me ask
rebuttal.
real quick. Let me ask real quick for T-Bone because I think you brought up a good point. You guys are both on the tier list, right? On the debate list. Do you guys want to put points on this? Are you guys
No,
wanting to?
I
Okay,
think
no.
I think Mr.
perfect.
Token's
I
an
don't even know what that
SJI.
is. I don't even know what that is.
The opportunity for Ducky to be able to move up in the rankings if he
No,
bodes
I'm
well in the
not up here for that.
conversation,
I just don't.
et
I
cetera,
just
et
didn't
cetera.
like the. I just didn't like I just didn't like the
Yeah,
disrespect.
yeah, yeah, of course.
And
No,
so
dude,
now
believe
I
me,
just
dude. I
want.
debate for fun all the time,
Yeah, you'll
bro.
get over it.
Yeah,
It's all good. Don't be a pussy. You'll
yeah.
get.
And so I want you to go ahead and because if you're saying that as a parent, if you knew that it was going to unalive them, the good thing to be, the morally good thing to be, right? As a parent, right? When you know that this thing would unalive your child, you would prevent them from going out and trying to do that thing if it was in your ability. I
Yeah, I
agree.
would. Yeah. So
Okay,
no, I
now
would.
if
Hold on.
God
I
is
don't
an all
agree. I don't agree.
powerful,
I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree.
okay, so you let your child die.
I don't agree. You gotta let me talk.
Okay,
His
so you let
argument's
your
all
child
wrong,
die.
You gotta let
Tbones.
me talk.
Which is it?
Can I?
If anybody else that's up here, can you just let Ducky and Liv kind of have this dialogue for a minute? Because I was told to stay on mute, so if everybody else could as well.
Yeah, and I think and Mike, you know what I'm doing right here. This isn't even an actual debate or argument that I believe in, but I want you to respond, Ducky.
I can now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would give them the choice and free will to do what they were going to do, knowing that I don't control them.
Okay. So if your 10-year-old wanted to walk out into the middle of I-43, you let them?
Oh, a small infant child
A
that's ignorant.
10-year-old.
Yeah, that doesn't know any better.
A 10-year-old. But wouldn't men be small? Wouldn't humanity be small and infant in comparison to God?
Nah, I would. I don't know. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't
Oh,
know.
you would not. You don't
No,
think you don't think God is divine and all powerful and all knowing?
I think he's great. I think he's powerful.
But you don't think he's all powerful.
I think he's pretty powerful.
He's pretty powerful, but all powerful.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know? Does he know all things?
Yeah,
Is he a loving God?
for sure.
Okay. So if he's all powerful, all knowing, and a loving God, right? Why did he allow Adam and Eve to be tempted by the snake
Because they
and
have free
eat of the
will. He gave
poisonous
them. He
fruit?
gave them free will.
Okay. So again, your child has free will. Yes.
Sure.
Okay. The child has free will and wants to walk out into traffic.
Yeah,
Do you allow them or do you stop it?
I would try to stop them.
Okay. Great. And so you would, if it was in your power and ability, you would stop them. Like let's say you had the power and ability to stop them. Would you stop them or would you let them walk in traffic, despite their free will?
Are you asking me if I would let somebody unalive themselves?
Despite their free will, like
I,
is your child specifically,
yeah, if I would let them
something that you created.
yeah. So if I would let my child unalive himself,
It, and you have the power and ability to stop it. Are you good if you let them unalive themselves? Are you morally good if you let them
well,
unalive
I would
themselves?
say a child. I'm in control of a child's actions, right? So I would say,
God is in control of humanity. He is in control of everything around us.
I
We
would
agree
say,
that he created the heavens and the earth already,
I would say in the waters. I would say that I would do everything in my
which will be a
power.
part of the earth.
I would do everything in my power. I would try hard to stop them from hurting
Yeah,
themselves.
but you have the power and ability to
Yeah,
stop
I
them.
would.
I've
Like I
already
said, I would
granted you
protect
that.
them, but I would want them to learn
Yeah,
their lessons,
but
right?
again, so you would let them walk out into traffic, just like your mom let you touch the hot stove.
I would let me. I would
How is
let
that
them.
love? How is that love?
How is it not love to learn from your actions?
Wait a second. How is it love to let your child walk out into traffic or to touch a burning hot stove?
Shouldn't they need
How
to
is it?
learn from their experiences?
Well, can we just teach them? Like in my case, I was
Yeah, the
taught not to
stove
touch
taught
the
him.
hot stove
The stove
without.
taught him.
So wait a second. You're saying that? So is God good or bad?
Yeah, the stove definitely taught them. God is good.
Okay,
God is good by God is good. Don't
just
steamroll
like the
me. Don't
highway
steamroll me, please.
would teach your
Thank you.
child that they
Thank you. Let
shouldn't
me
walk out
talk,
into the
sir.
street,
Let me talk,
right?
sir. You're not gonna get your I got you, bro. I
Wait a
see what you're
second. Just
doing.
like the
It ain't gonna
highway,
work, dog. It
just
ain't
like
gonna
the
work.
highway would say to teach the child not to walk out into the
Listen,
street.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. You're not gonna let me. I would allow somebody to do what they're going to. I would want them to learn from the mistakes, just like I learned from the hot stove. The first
Hey,
time that I burned my hand on that stove, sir, I never went back to that stove to get burned again.
okay.
Can I ask a
Just like if
question?
in fact your child just by that argument, if in fact your child was to survive running out into the street and be paralyzed because they got hit by a semi, they would know now not to go out into the street, but they're paralyzed for the rest of their life. And you knew that that street could harm them, yet you allowed it to happen. Now, my question for you: are you a good parent?
I would say I'm a good parent because I'm not controlling their actions.
Okay, but you let your child walk out into the middle of the street and get hit by a semi.
Because I love them, quite. I love them, so I gave them free will.
So you love them, so you allow them to be hit by a
I
semi.
love them, so I gave them
That's
free will,
love to
allow them
you.
to make their own
I
choices.
would just disagree.
I understand. That's fine.
Yeah, I would just disagree. I don't
I
think.
got
I think that if it's within your power and control, and I don't know anybody on the panel. Does anybody on the panel agree that if it's within your power and control, if you were, if you saw a
It,
I
two
mean,
year
are you
old,
letting us chime in now?
it's the
yeah,
fact that
I'm
you're
moving
arguing
it
with
over. I'm
Perfect.
you've
Hey,
moving
missed
it
like
over to
Mikey.
the
20
panel.
steps.
No,
you.
no,
Wait,
Hold
hold
on.
on, hold on,
Hold
hold on. Mikey,
Never
go.
mind.
Mikey,
wait, host
go.
is talking.
Mikey,
Wait,
go.
hold up.
I'm gonna
Okay, yeah,
chime
the
in
host.
here. I have to at some
No,
point,
Yep.
please.
I just wanted to get a quick update on where the conversation went.
No,
Good.
yeah, it's just we're
I
still
was just.
talking
We're just
about.
stating a disingenuous argument.
We're
I
just still
told
talking
you I don't
about
believe in
theism.
this
I just
argument.
want no, I just want to clarify. The reason that Adam and Eve were removed out of the garden was not by virtue of them eating the fruit, as a lot of people tend to believe was the case. It's because of the fact that they actually hid in shame from God, and they both blamed external parties rather than themselves. In other words, they didn't repent, they didn't ask for forgiveness, because we understand that at the moment that they didn't ask for forgiveness, that they held this sin, and therefore sin was not able to coexist with God in the garden. This would be a state of theosis, right? They were in oneness with God, the closest vicinity and relationship with God. At the moment that they no longer, right, sought out repentance and their hearts were not turned towards God or away from their action, but instead Adam blamed Eve and Eve blamed the serpent. This is what made it to where they had to be exiled out of the Garden of Eden and could no longer exist in theosis. Not
Yes.
because of the fact that they ate the fruit, which is where the argument saying that God predetermined or predestined to damn them is not the case. And this is where free will comes into play. They freely had the opportunity after eating the fruit to be able to choose to turn their hearts to God and say, you know what, we did not cooperate with you and what you had expressed to us not to do. Instead, what they did was they said, Adam said, no, it's Eve's fault. Eve said, no, it's the serpent's fault. Neither one took accountability or blame or responsibility over themselves and sought forgiveness as a result.
It
Yes,
was
and this is
also it was
why.
also
And
the
this
fact
is
that
why.
Adam went as far as to blame God and went, well, hey, you give me this woman. So
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And that's
but
why. And that's why, Mike, I didn't want you to respond to that because
I wanted to
we would
clarify.
agree.
I know. I just wanted to
I,
clarify, just because
Yeah,
like
but
spirituality is something
you also
that's
missed a
like
few
yeah,
steps there
seriously.
talking. So
well,
I
but
know.
hold
But
on a
again,
second.
he's not smart though. I
Okay,
just wanted to prove
so
that
what is
Well,
exactly.
your yeah,
token,
okay.
token.
Really quick.
Let's be clear. You still haven't cooked shit. You thought you got me and I
Yeah.
got you, but you still haven't, dude.
Dude, you
Live.
said, one second, Linda, you got it.
I love
I
that
just want
about
to
you,
point
man. You
out,
thought
I just want
because
to
you
point out
thought you
to
were gonna
everybody.
cook when Mikey was like,
Yeah,
"Oh, don't tell him."
yeah.
It didn't work the way you thought, buddy.
No, I didn't want
It's
Mikey
okay
because
though.
I actually
I'm
agree
not mad about it.
with the lack of accountability is what had them cast out,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
So
but
it's
Yeah.
but
okay that you
also,
disagree with me, right?
wait
Yes.
a second.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm pointing out the entire point, and this is why I said this wasn't a debate. I just
yeah.
got you
You're
to
right
admit that
because
you
you're
let
not
your
on my level.
child.
You belong in
You,
B or C tier. Go ahead.
yeah, but you also just admitted in front of all of these people
Mhm.
that you would let your child walk out in traffic and be paralyzed by a semi. I
Okay,
think
so
that's an
again, that's
automatic
why this is
W
a
for me.
That's not
disingenuous
what I
argument
said.
right here, live on its
Yeah.
face.
How
Yeah,
so?
so can you tell me what your definition of unconditional love is? Based off
I
the
don't.
Bible, based off of
Based
your
on the
teachings
Bible.
and readings in
Wait a
the
minute. Who
Bible, can
said
you tell
God?
me
I
what
don't.
you
Who
what
said I made
unconditional
that
love is?
argument? When did I make that argument?
Yeah, I'm not asking when you made the argument. I'm just asking you to do this. What is
Relevant.
unconditional love biblically?
Relevant. What's the relevance?
Yeah, because you were talking about how God loves us unconditionally and we're his
No,
children and all
I
that stuff,
wasn't.
right?
That wasn't
Yeah,
my
can
argument.
you yeah, it was.
That
You
wasn't my
literally
argument.
said, okay, yes, you
No,
literally
no,
yes,
Lynn.
you
Hold on,
literally said
Lynn. Hold on,
unconditional
Lynn.
love.
No, I asked Ducky if God, if God is love or something around those lines. I
No,
asked
you said
Ducky that, and
unconditional love.
that's what Ducky said. I
No,
asked
no, no, no,
Ducky
no.
that.
When did
So
I
when
say
he
anything on
No,
agrees,
unconditional
you
love?
wait
said
a minute. I said, is God love?
why is this difficult? You should
Is
be able
God
to
love?
live. You should
Is
be
God
able to
love?
no, 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 no,
Wait
no.
a minute. No, 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 no,
Hold
no.
on. No, no, no. You're not
No,
going to
no, no,
steamroll
no.
me up here,
No,
Liv.
no, no, no,
Liv,
no.
I'm asking you a
No, no,
specific
no, no, no.
question. You,
I
as a
never made
debater,
that
should be able to
argument.
answer this
I
question.
never made that
Based
argument.
on your teachings of the Bible, what is unconditional love, sir?
Jesus sacrificing himself for humanity.
That's it?
Yes.
if that's your only answer, we're screwed.
That's the only answer I'm going to give to an argument I never made.
Well, then we're screwed.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. All right,
When did
great.
I make that argument?
So did God love Job?
No.
He didn't
What?
love Job?
What?
Job
No.
was his most faithful servant, yet he allowed him
Yeah,
to be
but you would
tested by
have
the
to
devil,
understand.
right?
Did
Why?
God
Because
love
he had
Lucifer?
faith in Job. But
Did God love Lucifer?
He allowed Job, if you're saying God allows
Okay.
all things,
Okay.
then he allowed Job to be tested and go through horrible feats to prove
Do you love
his
your
faith
child
and his
unconditionally?
loyalty.
Can I ask you a question? Do you love your
Yes.
children? Do you love your children
Yes. I will
unconditionally?
love my children no matter what they do, which is
Okay,
unconditional
great.
love.
All right, great. If you had the power and ability to stop your child from walking out in the traffic, though they wanted to walk out in the traffic, would you
Yes,
do it?
because I have free will.
Okay, great. And so God, right, allowed for pain to happen, right?
Did God did okay, can you show me in the Bible? Can you show me
Hold
in the
on,
Bible where
hold
God
on,
gives
hold on,
himself free
hold
will?
on. Wait, one second. God would exist outside of free will. He would
Can
have
you
created
list me
it.
the attributes of God, please? Let's start
Yeah.
there.
Right.
Wait a second. Because again, Lens, you're
No,
saying
no,
that
no,
you
no,
would
Yeah,
stop
no.
your
Just answer the
child.
we
question.
don't
List me the attributes of God.
Wait. Hold
No, I'm
on.
not
Because
waiting. List
Lens,
me the attributes of
listen,
God.
Lens, wait
Just
one
go ahead
second.
and list them. List them.
One second, friend.
Since you
One
want to
second, friend.
steamroll everyone else,
Lens,
I'm going to steamroll
Lens,
you. List the
Lens. Now,
attributes of
this
God.
is what happened. This
List
is
the
how we got
attributes of
here in the
God.
first place.
List
Now,
the
listen,
attributes of
this is where
God.
we go. This
List
is
the
where we
attributes of
go back
God.
and forth, and we're
Right,
going
see
to
how
just
the
start going
steamroll's
back
not
and
really
forth,
fair? So
back and
just go
forth,
ahead
back
and
and
list
forth,
them.
back and forth, back and forth, back and
Yeah,
forth.
just list
And
them.
we're going to go, and we're going to go back and forth, back and forth,
No,
back and forth,
again,
back
I
and
don't need
forth.
a back and
You're
forth.
going
Just
to
give me the
continue
list.
to,
Just list them.
you're going to go through,
Just
you're
list
going to
them.
go through. That's not the argument that I'm making.
This is again. This is a very
Wait
simple
a minute.
question.
That's
Just
not the
list the
argument
attributes of
that I'm
God.
making. That's not the argument I'm
Just
making. Why are
live.
you asking me
Since
to
you want
argue
to
something
steamroll
I'm not
everyone else,
arguing? I'm not
is it better
steamrolling.
if I
Now
speak
I'm
softly and
steamrolling.
whisper into your ear? Just
Huh?
list the attributes of God, buddy.
Again, Lynn said that if she had the power and ability to stop her child from walking
Well,
out into
looks
the
like we're not
street
getting an answer to that
because
one.
she unconditionally loves her child, she would step in and utilize her power and her will and impose
Yes,
that
because I
onto her
have
child
free
to prevent
will. I
harm.
have free will.
Okay,
I
okay,
have free will.
okay. So
Right?
God does not.
However, if my child goes and plays with a bee over and over again and I tell them not to do it and they keep doing it, I'm going to let them get stung so they learn the lesson.
Okay,
Right?
so okay, great. So how many times did the serpent come and tempt Adam and Eve?
How many times did the serpent? What does that have to do with anything?
Well,
Not
that's
many
what we're
times.
discussing.
What does that have to do with
Not too
Wait a
many
anything,
second.
times
Liv?
for 5
That's what
minutes.
we're discussing.
No, it's not what we're discussing.
Yes, it is. What are you arguing
No, it
against
is.
right now, Lynn?
What are
I'm
we?
sorry.
What are
What's
we
my argument
discussing?
right now?
We're discussing the fact that you think that God does that because God has unconditional love. He's supposed to not allow us to ever be hurt, harmed, or tested in any way, shape, or form because you wouldn't let that happen to your children. However, we do know that we discipline our children, we teach them right from wrong, and if they don't learn it by us telling them, then we allow them to experience things within reasonable boundaries so that they learn these lessons.
Okay,
It also
but again, within these boundaries, you would
is
agree that God knew that Adam and Eve within the in the Garden of Eden would have been immortal, and He knew that if He was to allow them to be tested by the serpent, right, if that was to happen, it would ensure that they would die
He
because He
also
is all
he also
knowing. Hold on,
but
he
wait.
also
And
knew
so
by
if you
design
had
it
the
gave them
same
free
power,
will.
but now you have to just give me this because I'm not understanding this, right? Is that if I was just to take this on the micro and apply it to the macro, that you on the micro having the power and ability to be able to stop harm from happening to your child despite their free will in regards to walking out in the traffic on I-43 and being unalived by a semi, you would stop them from doing that, right? But when God knows that Adam and Eve are in the Garden of Eden and about to be tempted by a serpent because he's all powerful and all knowing, he allows them to be tempted by the serpent. He allows them to fall into sin, knowing that it's going to ensure their death. You're saying
Be-
that is love as
How
well
did
as
it?
you not
No,
doing it. So
it
now we have a problem
it
because
didn't
now this
ensure
is
their
P,
death.
not P. Because now,
Wait a
wait a
minute, it
minute,
didn't ensure
Adam
their
and Eve
death.
were immortal in the garden. Now,
it
Yeah,
did.
that's great, but that doesn't.
okay,
Oh my God, bro!
their fall ensured their death.
It was listen. It was their choice. He gave them free will by design.
Okay. And just like your child had that free will, you're saying you would impede on your child's free will of walking out into the street because into I-43 because you know it's going to cause their death. Whereas when the same
They're
circumstances are given to
imminent
you
death.
in
They'll be dead.
regards
They're not going to
which
learn a lesson. They'll be dead. Live. It's
which
not the same
imminent,
thing.
which in relative to
Oh
God
my
being
God, bro!
I'm
endless
about to
and
say something
outside
to
of
this.
time,
How,
that he
dude? That doesn't make
knows that this would make Adam
that.
and Eve die.
Live, that
I'm gonna
makes
say
How
something.
is that
that makes
love?
no, that makes no sense because you're talking about imminent death when you're talking about your analogy, whereas to where when it came to Adam and Eve it was not imminent death, it was just taking away immortality as a
Did
punishment.
we know
Stop it.
for a fact? Wait a minute. So we know that in fact they would die. Just like
it
you
it
know
takes away,
that
it
just like
removes
you know
immortality. It
Yeah,
removes.
which
No,
would
no,
mean
no.
that they
Live.
would be mortal. Which
Live,
would mean
dude.
that they would be
Yeah.
mortal.
Okay. So if you want to understand what I'm saying, you have got to let me finish. Right. The steamrolling
Which would
stuff is
mean they
getting
would be
absolutely.
mortal.
Yeah.
Listen,
Okay. It's
they
getting
started the
absolutely crazy.
steamrolling. They started that,
Immortality.
so I'm going to
No, no, no,
continue
no, no.
it.
No. Stop.
Ducky started it, and then
No, no,
Matt
no, no.
continued
Ducky
it,
didn't
and
start
so
it.
now,
No. It's
yes, he
hey,
did.
you're debating somebody different now. It's
Yes,
not
he
Ducky.
did.
It's me.
This isn't my fault. Listen,
No.
he could have came
What
up
the
here and
fuck are
been
you
good faith.
talking about, Liv?
This
Who's
isn't my
Bro,
talking
fault.
about
calm down,
fault?
bro. Calm
What's
down.
talking about fault? Just take a breath. Right? What the premise that you're making is that imminent death is analogous to just removing immortality.
Is
Imminent death means that your child is not going to learn a lesson because they're going to be dead. So therefore they cannot implement the lesson that they learn. However, when we're talking about Adam and Eve, removing their immortality means that they still have life, though it be shortened, but they did learn the lesson.
what lesson?
Not to be tempted. It's literally sin.
So, but then also, if I could,
And lack of accountability.
if I could chime in,
Is the laughing like your gotcha?
I have a
Oh
question.
my
I have a
god!
question. I have
This
a
is so
question. I've been kind
bad.
of
What's
quiet.
up?
I've been kind of quiet. So, if God gave Adam and Eve the command not to do something, why would they listen to someone else other than the person who told them not to
Say
do
that
it? Why
again,
would they
Osa. You
listen
got
to
back.
the
Osa,
serpent?
You got
I
background. You got
said,
to
why
speak
would
up.
they? I would say, if God gave Adam and Eve a command to do a said thing, why would they listen to the snake? Why would they listen to him for?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Because they have free will to choose.
No,
I'm
that's
not
what.
negating that. I'm not negating that. I agree that Adam and Eve have free will, just like I agree the child has free will. But Lens is agreeing and saying that because if she has the power and ability, she would impose her will and her power over the child and prevent them from walking out into the street because she loves them unconditionally. Right? I think that's actually
It's not
morally
analogous
good.
to them.
And that's actually morally good. Right?
I would say it's not
Right? Where I
analogous.
would hold on, Osa. But
Okay, sure.
when God goes on and he allows Adam and Eve, and he doesn't stop them, he doesn't tempt them. He put the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the garden. He knew that the snake would tempt them, right? He understood Lucifer's disdain for humanity. And yet he created the circumstances because he created all
You're
things to put
making
them
a
in
false
that
analogy.
situation. It's not.
But
This is analogous
remember,
to the
Oh,
car.
it's
Hold
not. It's
on.
not.
This
Wait,
is
wait, wait, wait.
analogous to the
It's a
car. And
false
so all I'm
analogy.
It's
saying
not
is
an.
that
A
if
It's not.
false
Lens,
analogy.
if you're listen, if you're saying that
Can I say something, please?
unconditional love, one second, Osa, because Lens, if you're saying that unconditional love would be you stopping your child from going out in the traffic, then unconditional love would also be God stopping Adam and Eve from eating of the tree.
It's not the
No,
That's free.
nobody said
same
that.
thing.
I didn't. I never made the
It's
claim that
not the same.
unconditional love
Okay, so
stops
you
me from going. No, hold on a second. I never said that unconditional love is me stopping my child from going into traffic. Unconditional love is when you love your child no matter what they do, no matter what the choices that they make, whether you agree with them, whether they hurt you, it doesn't matter. You still have love for that child, right? Which is why we talk about prodigal sons and the like in the Bible, right? Children that leave and then they come back and they're embraced, right? That's why when we're talking about what happened to Job, even though God loved him unconditionally and that was his favorite servant, he allowed him to be tested and go through trials and tribulations to prove his faith and loyalty because he had so much love for him.
okay, let me ask
You're missing
let me
something. One more thing. One more thing, and I'll mute. Also, parent and a young child is not analogous to God and Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve are fully formed, grown adult humans. They named all of creation. That's what Adam did. So they had knowledge bestowed upon them. Whereas a child, they don't know no better. They're children. It's a child. So if you give somebody a command and say, hey, do not do this, and then they do it, that's on them. It's not on the creator. That's on them.
Yeah. And so here, let's just go on and take this conversation to where it actually ends. Can the idea of good, love, bad, or evil exist outside of time, space, and matter?
Sure, but good is subjective.
No, can you answer my question?
Say it again, Liv.
Yeah. Can the concept of good and evil, love and hate, can they exist outside of the continuum of time, space, and matter?
What?
Okay. Can the concept of good and evil,
Yeah, you
love
saying it
and hate
again, you saying the exact same thing over and
exist?
over again is not going to get me to understand what you're saying.
God himself exists outside of time, space, and matter. Genesis 1:1 and 1:2. In the beginning,
Yes,
God created the
sure,
heavens and the
correct.
earth.
Yeah,
He would have created time, he would have created space, and he
he
would have
created all
created
things.
matter. Yes, he would have created time, he would have created space, and he would have created matter. What I'm asking you is, can good and evil, right and wrong exist outside of this continuum?
Can morality exist outside of this
I did
continuum?
not say
I,
morality.
I would
That
say no.
good, evil, right, and wrong is based off. That's what we base our morality on. That
Okay,
is
which would be
morality.
subjective, which can that exist outside? Can that exist outside of this continuum?
Sure, because God is the arbiter of all things
Wait a
moral.
second. Wait a minute. So he's
Yes,
confined to, wait
that's
a minute. You're
yeah.
saying the creator is confined to his creation? I would argue that the creator exists outside of that
No,
creation.
no, he didn't
Okay, give me
create
the
good.
argument. Give me the
Oh,
syllogism.
oh my God. So God created all
I'm sorry. Do you
things.
know what a syllogism is?
Yes, that's great. God
Can you give me a
created,
syllogism for
okay,
that?
yeah, Liv, I'm going to answer your question, right? I'm not going to go on these little side tangents or whatever because you want to
I'm
be a
asking
walking
you for the. Okay,
thesaurus.
fine. You don't
Yeah,
know what a
that's great.
syllogism is.
Perfect. Yeah, it's not that I
All right.
don't,
I
I'm
thought we
just
were
going to stick with
debating.
the
I
topic.
thought we were debating here.
Yeah, we are debating. We're going to stick with the topic that we're debating and not go on your little
Okay.
side stories
You're
here,
saying
right?
that the creator is
Okay, great.
confined to his
Fantastic.
creation.
No, no, no. I'm not saying that.
If I build a
What you're
cage, I'm
saying,
held to that
okay,
cage.
so again, yeah, you're not going to steamroll me,
Bro, let
Liv.
her talk. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Jesus
So
Christ.
yeah, you're starting to really irritate everybody, Liv.
I don't care. You
Yeah,
shouldn't have.
I know you
This is
don't.
Ducky's fault.
Yeah,
This is
this is
Ducky's
not
fault.
Ducky's fault.
Y'all
No,
can
it's not
blame
Yo,
Ducky's
why are
Ducky.
fault.
we blaming Ducky for everything? What did Ducky
Because
do?
you started this. You should have never started the whole steamrolling thing. I would have
What?
never engaged in this
Bro, Ducky
argument.
didn't even talk.
You are
Ducky
the
didn't even
king.
Now
talk.
I'm doing it for
Listen,
everybody.
Liv, you are the king of
But you're
steamrolling.
not
Everybody on
engaging
this
in what
app
I'm
knows that you
saying.
have a reputation
But
for
you
it.
don't.
Stop
But
it.
you're not engaging in the argument.
I'm trying to engage in the argument, but you're up
Okay.
here
Okay.
whining.
How
So
was the
can we get
creator
back to the
confined to his
argument?
creation?
So again, if God created time, space, and all things, right? We're going to
Matter.
agree there, correct?
No. I said
Oh, now
time,
you don't
space, and
agree on that?
no. It's time, space, and matter.
Yeah, he created all things. Time, space,
Yeah,
and matter is
matter.
all things, correct?
No, I'm specifically talking about the continuum of time, space, and matter, and how
Okay,
God
time.
exists
Okay,
outside
great.
of
So
them.
God created it, right? God created it, exists outside of it because God exists outside of it, correct?
Yes.
Except
Yes.
God is the arbiter of all things good, evil, right, and wrong. So therefore, good and evil, right and wrong is based off of morality, his morality. So therefore, it does.
False. Because if that is the case, you wouldn't
Then
have.
expound on that point.
Well, sure, we can just look at different societies and civilizations that have different moral compasses. That if what you're saying is true, you would just have to provide me a one more moral fact.
Did God create
Just
them?
one moral fact. Do you know what a moral fact is?
Yes, I know a moral fact, what a moral fact is. I want you to explain to me if God created all things. This doesn't even answer your question or even touch on what your question was in the first place. Because what you're talking about is now you're trying to go into a framework of different civilizations. You're going to have to provide proof to me somehow that
If this is
morality,
objective,
good, evil, no, good, bad, right and wrong, you said only exists within time, space, and matter, and it can't exist without it, right? And God exists outside of it. So does it exist outside of time, space, and matter? So if
that's what
that's
I'm
the case,
asking
then
you.
you're right. And I've already told you that God is the arbiter of good, evil, right, and wrong, right? So therefore it can exist outside of time, space, and matter
Wait
because
a
that's
second.
his creation, not
Okay.
him. So
Okay,
if
great. So
that's the
he's
case, then
confined
you're
by
going to
his
have to prove
creation.
to me otherwise.
So he's confined by his own creation.
No, he's outside of his creation.
Okay, so if he's outside of his creation, he wouldn't be confined to just love, good, and evil,
So
right?
explain to me how time, space, and matter is good. It does good, evil, right, and wrong outside of
But
God.
this is why this goes back to the question I asked you: can good and evil exist outside of time, space, and matter? But you said God created these things within the continuum. How can these two things both be true?
What are you talking about, Liv?
Okay, you're saying that God could that good and evil, right and wrong, right, exist
Is
outside of
God
time,
good?
space, and matter.
Is God
No,
good?
no, he's neither good nor evil. He exists
God is
outside.
not good. God is not
He is
good.
not. He is not good nor evil. He exists
No,
outside of these things.
God.
Okay,
Okay,
so how is he confined by?
whatever.
Okay, so if good and evil was created as a part of the continuum, right? And then the time, space, and matter, right? How is God confined to his own creation?
Liv, explain exactly why you think you're correct.
It's not up to me. It's
No,
up
no,
to
no,
you
no.
to
Yes, it is.
rebut.
Yes, it is. Yes, you need to explain your own argument. So go
So
ahead
you
and
like,
explain your argument. I have explained to you how I think that good
okay,
and
I'll give you the
evil, right and
syllogism.
wrong,
God created.
does exist
I'll
outside
give
of
you the
time, space, and
syllogism.
matter
I'll
because
give
God
you.
is the
I'll give
arbiter of
you.
things that are good and evil.
I'll give you
He is the one that
now who's steamroller.
because I'm asking you
I
to
said I'll
state your
provide you the
argument.
syllogism.
Bro, come
I
on.
just told you I'll provide you the syllogism.
No,
Right?
I want
God
you to
created.
expand on your argument.
Major premise. God created all things. God created the continuum, time, space, and matter. Right? Good and evil exist within this continuum, not outside
Okay,
of it.
you keep repeating yourself.
If if God created this and these things exist within this continuum, right? Then he wouldn't be bound to that continuum, right? Meaning that he would exist outside of good and evil. He would exist outside of right and wrong.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? So here's the deal. Now, God is, you can really say that God is the continuum. God has created the continuum. So I would argue that really nothing exists outside of what God has created. If God didn't create it, it really the continuum. So outside of what God has created, it really doesn't exist. And as far as good and evil, it's created by the Creator. He said it out of his own mouth. He creates good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. He created all of it. Everything comes from Him.
Okay, so
And
Osa,
the Bible's very explicit with
if you build the cage, are you a prisoner to that cage, or do you exist outside of that cage?
that. Well, it depends on the purpose in which you build the cage.
So
And what you
God
build.
built His own cage.
No, what I'm saying is that God builds things, but when He builds and engineers things, they have to serve a purpose.
Yeah,
So
I would
everything
just
that
argue
He's
that He
created
operates
serves
outside
a
of the
purpose.
continuum. Yeah, I would argue He exists
He is,
outside of the
I
continuum.
would say he is the continuum. Nothing exists outside of Him, really.
But he created that continuum, though. That's
Yeah,
according to the Bible. That in
yeah.
the beginning He created the heavens and the earth. Right? In the beginning. That means that's time. Right? He created the heavens and the earth. Right? That's space, and you need matter. Right? That like these Genesis 1:1 and 1:2. That is the continuum in which I'm discussing.
No,
That
for sure.
God created time, space, and matter. He would not be bound to time, right? Things happen according to his will. That's what the Bible teaches us,
Yeah, He's not
right?
bound by anything because He
Okay.
created it.
And so that means
He's
he
not bound by
exists
anything.
outside of that continuum. How can God be good or bad when
The
he
only
exists outside of that continuum?
the only
That
thing
wasn't
I
your
would say,
premise.
wait. The only thing I would say
Literally is
is that
my major
it's
premise.
not.
That literally is it.
He doesn't necessarily exist outside of a continuum. He created the continuum. That would be my argument. Really.
Yeah, but you're saying you're not saying God exists outside of the continuum. That wasn't your argument. Your argument was that good, evil, right, and wrong can exist outside of the continuum, outside of space, time, and matter.
Good and evil exists outside
And
of our government and society. Good and evil exists outside, within, can only exist within this construct, within this continuum, right? And that if
why?
God created this continuum, time, space, and matter, he would not be bound to that continuum of time, space, and matter. He would be all powerful. He would control his creation. He would be all knowing. He would understand and be able to tell past, present, and future and exist and be omnipresent at all times,
He
right?
is.
Okay. So I would argue that that's not good nor bad. That's not right nor wrong. And that he exists outside of his creation.
That's not what you
outside
said.
of the
You
rules and laws.
said
Yes, it is.
can good and
Oh man.
evil, right and wrong exist outside of the space-time matter
Yes, and
continuum?
you would have to be able to prove to me that you can prove that God is good or evil.
Yeah, the divine revelation states that, and like the Psalms, it states that God is good. It's an essential property to His nature.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
I was good. I was
What
about
is
to. Yeah,
good? But
good
then what
would.
is
What
good?
God? Yeah, what is in alignment with God's nature? Because
Yeah,
His
exactly. Yeah,
nature
what's
Within
a
is.
within
Isn't
the
what's in
that what I
within the
just said
cooperation?
continuum.
5 minutes ago,
Wait a
Liv?
second. Would that exist within the continuum or outside of it?
Both, because
Both.
God is
Yeah,
infinite.
yeah,
I would
both.
disagree.
God exists within and outside of His creation. This is the
Evil,
understanding of omnipresence that we have. There's nowhere that
Yeah,
God does not exist.
yeah,
yeah,
evil
but I
is
would
merely the.
argue. But I'm sorry, you guys misunderstand that good and evil would be subjective, dependent on the society, right? Like now,
No,
Mikey, I
no.
know. Now, Mike, you'll be able to give me an argument for God's existence, yes?
Yeah. I mean, roughly,
Yeah,
roughly. I mean, I don't. I have to
yeah,
be
sure.
very
Like
careful.
for
I have to be very
example,
careful in these conversations because I don't have a blessing from my priest for apologetics. So I always try to like. I can talk
okay,
about
cool. I'll
certain
skip
things, but
over
I
you.
can't. Yeah.
Skip over you really quick. I get that. I'm not going to sit here and do that, right? But what y'all would have to give me is an objective moral fact,
An
something
objective
that is
moral
true.
fact.
That is something, yeah, something that is true across time, space, and matter that has always existed from beginning to end.
God exists.
That's not what objective means. It doesn't mean something being objective doesn't mean it has to be infinitely existent.
Right.
Yeah,
When we
but
talk about
God infinitely
objectivity,
exists.
when we talk about objectivity and subjectivity, specifically in the sense of theology, we're talking about either mind dependent or mind independent facts.
Exactly. Something that exists, a moral truth that exists outside of the mind.
I just want to point this out. I
Like you
said
say,
God is
God's
Lynn,
good.
that
commandments.
was
Oh, no, I
Lynn,
just
that
want
was
to point
Lynn,
this out really
that
quick.
was a
I
question
said
for
God
you.
is good. Hold on. I said God is good. You said God is neither
all the
good nor
time.
evil. Somebody else comes up and tells you that. And now you're like, oh, I don't know.
No, I disagree with them both. What are you talking about?
Well, the scripture is very clear. I believe it's in Psalms 34 where it says God is good.
Yeah, but show me where that's consistent throughout
What do you mean show
society.
you where that's consistent?
Yeah, like for example, show me where that has always existed throughout time. Because when I look at
Well,
God, they
God
said
is
God was
eternal.
good for the enslavement of African people. To where I would
He
disagree with that.
didn't. He didn't. Well, hold on. God did not order the
Yo,
enslavement of African people. What?
He allowed it, but he knew it was going to
He
happen.
allowed
Similar to
it
Adam and Eve.
in virtue of
Similar
free
to Adam
will.
and Eve. And it just goes
Yeah.
back to the original argument, right? That
Well,
if you
what's
are all powerful, omnipresent, right, and you are all knowing, and you know that Adam and Eve are going to fall. You know they are going to be, you set up the conditions, you create the environment, you create time, space, and matter. You know that this thing exists and you operate outside of it. You have the power and ability to be able to stop that thing from happening to something that you love, that you say you are good and you will stop that thing.
Oh, the problem of
You're
evil isn't a
saying,
where does
problem
it
for
say He
us.
will stop that thing?
Hold up, Dux.
That's
Wait,
a
hold on, Dux.
precept.
Wait.
well, this goes,
Wait,
but this will
the
go
problem of evil
to
isn't a problem for us though. Is like me, Dux, and Prolet. We're all Eastern Orthodox. We all believe that evil is just a deprivation of good, so it's not a created thing.
sure,
So the
but then
problem of
evil,
evil isn't
evil. I think Saint Moses Black's is the
God's
best. Evil is the absence of God. Evil is the absence of holiness. Evil
it's
okay.
the
has
lack
always
of
been there.
cooperation.
no.
It's the
Well,
lack
God
of
created
the
evil.
divine.
God
It's the
created
lack of
evil.
divinity, essentially. The
But
lack of
wait,
God's
but
presence.
God,
then
God
if
created evil.
God would have had to create evil then if he created all things.
No.
Okay,
No, no,
I
no, because
just
It
said
would
evil.
be
what
a
evil
wouldn't
was.
that not be
So
would that not be a
No,
byproduct
That's
of his
yeah, because
creation?
we
no.
don't believe that evil is a creation. The
Yeah.
position is that
Wait, I thought
it's
he
the
was omnipresent.
deprivation.
Wait a minute.
Well, hold
Wait a
on,
minute. Wait a
wait.
minute.
Wait,
Real
we got
quick.
like,
God
dude.
does
There's
say
like
out of his
three
own
different
mouth.
theistic beliefs that are happening here, dude.
Yeah.
I
No,
know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, real
But I'm
quick.
not
God
asking about a
does say.
theistic one second. Oh, sir, but I'm not asking about a theistic belief, right? I'm asking about the direct question that I asked Lens and the same direct question that I asked Ducky. That would they be morally good, right? Would they be right and justified in stopping their child from walking out into traffic? Because they are all loving parents. They both said yes, they would stop their child, right? And so what I'm asking them is from their own worldview, not from a theistic one. This is why I told you, Mikey, I'm not going to have that conversation because I probably would agree with you, right? But this is the issue that I have with people that come up here and misrepresent these arguments. that they don't know what they're talking about, right? That if you're going to have from your worldview that and say that on one hand, all of a sudden that listen, I am an all loving parent. I have unconditional love for my child. And despite my child's free will, I am not going to let them walk out in the traffic because I know that it will hurt them, that I'm present and I have the power to stop it.
What do you
Right.
think of this, Mikey?
And so if that's the case, and God on the macro level has the same power, the same knowledge, and the same ability to stop Adam and Eve, why did he allow them to eat of the fruit? That is the question for Lynn's. This was Lynn's argument.
This is getting really painful.
How is that my argument? Liv, that was not my argument.
That was your responses to the questions I asked you.
Mikey.
This is painful. I'm.
I'm not asking about a
What do you think about my camera, Mikey?
Yeah, it's based. Yeah, it's based.
Anyways, continue your argument, guys. We need more slop. Produce more slop.
More slop, more AI TikTok slop.
Bro, more argument slop, please.
What
They call it brain rot. Is that
what
they call
is?
it? Brain-
I've been hearing that a lot recently. What is slop? How are you defining slop?
Something that's really like bad, something that's really horrible, and there's no effort put in it. Basically, no
Okay.
effort put
Just
in
means
it.
yeah,
All
it just
right.
means something. Yeah, it just means something that's like for example, like leftists will call a lot of things slop because like it's a lot of conversations that prevent from like the meat and potatoes conversation that they believe, which is like to talk about like class collaboration. So like anything outside of that, anything that doesn't lead to that would just be like considered to be slop. It's something that they don't find to be like as like of value of a conversation, or something that's just like a surface level conversation that doesn't hold. But I don't
Yeah,
really think that that's the case. I wouldn't call like these type of conversations slop. I think that
I
the
was
actual
joking, bro.
yeah, no,
I
I
was
know,
joking.
yeah, I know.
So again, Lynn's, you said that if you had the power and ability to stop your child from walking out in the
Oh my.
traffic, you would do it because you love them unconditionally.
No, because I have free will. Unconditional love means that you love
Okay.
your child in spite of anything that they do, whether it be good or bad.
Which okay, great. And God
Bro,
sent
she's a
Jesus. I
baddie.
understand that. Great. But again, so would that make you good or bad?
What?
Would that make you good or bad?
To love my child unconditionally? Good, because God is
Yeah.
good and that's what God does to us. He loves us
Okay.
unconditionally
All
as
right.
his children.
So you stopping them from going out in the traffic would be good.
Yeah, because it's me exercising free will.
What would it be if you didn't stop them and you had the power and ability to do it?
Negligent.
Negligent? What's
Yeah.
another word for that? Bad?
Uh, no, negligent.
Okay.
It means I
So
failed to do my ability. I
failed to
failed
do
to
your
stop
ability
something to my abilities. Yes.
like God did in the Garden of Eden.
Oh my God. It's not the same thing. You're talking about a small child running into traffic as two adults being tempted. So again, Liv, this is why it's a
Are
false
we not
analogy.
all
Yo,
This
children? Are
is
we not
baby.
why
all
it's,
God's
hold
children?
Yo,
on.
live,
Are
live,
we not
live.
all God's children? Oh, 1 second.
It's
Are
a
we not all
false
God's
analogy.
children?
It's a
The
false
shepherd and the
analogy
sheep?
because what you're talking about is a
The
child
shepherd and the
facing
sheep?
imminent death to where they will never learn a lesson, they will never grow or change from it. However, in the garden, Adam and Eve lost mortality, but they still had to learn the lesson. That's the difference.
Okay.
You're talking about something that's a finality when it comes to
Sure.
your analogy.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
wait. I would argue that death is a finality.
yeah,
Death is a
it's
finality, but taking
Okay,
away
great. So you would have conceded the point you just
immortality is
made.
not.
Wait a minute. If you take away immortality, death would be automatic. It's an
No, it's
entailment
not
of
on.
taking. Wait a
No, no,
second.
no, 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 no.
If somebody is mortal, do they die?
They
If
still
somebody's
can,
mortal, do they die?
sure, but not for a long
Okay,
time,
so death
Liv.
would be a finality.
Bro, like,
Wait a second.
what
God
even
exists
is
outside of
this?
time.
bro. This is
God
like
exists
comparing
outside
a
of time.
baby. This is like comparing a baby to a nuclear bomb, bro. They're not the same thing, bro. These are
Wait a
two
second. Wait a
completely
second. Wait a
different
second. Hold
concepts.
on. Is Jesus the shepherd? And are we his sheep?
Oh,
Are we all God's children? The analogies
holy
that I'm
moly!
giving you, the analogies that I'm giving you are the ones laid out in the Bible. And that if
But
you're saying that,
Adam and
on one
Eve
hand,
and a
if you're
child is
saying that
different.
on one hand, oh wait a minute,
Okay,
Adam
where
and
were they
Eve not
talking about? Where were they talking about
are
traffic
they not
in the
are they
Bible?
not are they not? Wait a second, are they not
Where were they
God's
talking about
creation?
traffic in the Bible?
Are we not children of God?
Yeah, you said you're laying out the same analogies that are given in the Bible. Can you show me what chapter traffic is in the Bible? Oncoming traffic and children. I'm waiting with bated breath.
An analogy doesn't have to be a one to one. What are you talking about?
No,
That's still that thing.
you said the analogies are in the Bible, right? The
To a
analogies
shepherd
you're
and a
laying out
sheep,
are in the
a
Bible. No, no,
parent
no,
and a
no, no.
child.
You said the analogies that you are
Mhm.
laying out are in the Bible. So show me where oncoming traffic is in the Bible.
I said shepherd and sheep. I said God's children. Are we not
That's
all
not
God's
traffic.
children?
That's not traffic.
Or that's yeah,
That's
but
not even
wait a
analogous to
second.
your
What is the?
traffic.
I'm sorry, still man my argument.
Yeah, it's not analogous,
I'm sorry.
Live.
Can you still man my argument?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and play your little
Why?
semantical games. The
Why?
point is, your argument that you are making is a false
I'm
analogy.
not making an
You are,
argument.
yeah, you are. What?
I'm not making
What
an
are you
argument.
talking about? You've made several arguments,
No,
Liv.
I
The
haven't.
one you keep bringing up is about parents and unconditional love, and how if you stop your child from running into the
No, that
road,
was a question
that's
I asked you.
unconditional love. That is
No,
just love. That is not
no.
unconditional love.
Wait a second.
Unconditional
That's
love
not what
means
I
that no
asked.
matter what your child does, even if your child hurts or harms you, or takes a firearm and shoots you in the leg, or shoots
Hmm.
you in the arm, or unalives you, you're still going to love your child.
Okay, great. So again, you're arguing that God is love. I would argue that God exists outside of all of these things, and these things would be things that are mind dependent.
Oh my God.
That's the scripture contradicts that idea.
I'm not even talking about scripture. I'm talking about
Wow.
Lynn's. I'm talking about Lynn's argument, right? Because I only ask Lynn's questions, right? That if you
What?
argue, I only ask you questions.
Yeah.
Lynn's,
What you
what?
asked, you
What?
gave me analogies. You didn't ask me questions. You gave me
And ask you
analogies, false analogies
questions.
at that.
How
False
are these
analogies,
false
bro.
analogies?
Dude,
How are
Liv,
these false
you are,
analogies?
listen, I just want you to do me a favor. I want you to go into your chat GPT. I want you
Cooked,
to Google disingenuous and
cooked,
tell me if Live to be great
cooked.
comes up yet.
This isn't my argument. This
You're
is your
not,
argument.
you didn't cook anything unless you're in a sushi bar, bro.
I would argue that God is all powerful, all knowing, and omnipotent. And He hails outside of the continuum in which He created,
Great. Then you learned from
making Him
everything
neither
that
good.
Mikey and everybody else on the panel
Wait a
told you.
second. I am
Congratulations, bro.
sorry. I am sorry. I'm the one that brought up the continuum and said God exists outside of these things. What are you talking about?
Oh
No,
my slop.
that is not what you said. You said that good and evil, right and wrong existed outside of the continuum. You said nothing about God.
I don't. I think these good and evil are mind dependent.
I think this debate is the
The
stupidest
only
debate I've ever heard.
good and evil are both mind dependent. I think that these things exist within the continuum. God is not bound by good and evil. I think He's all powerful, all knowing, and omnipotent. And you guys disagree with that.
I mean, yeah, I'll debate that.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. He's not limited by anything. He created
He's not.
everything. He's not limited by anything.
And yet, you guys are arguing that God is confined by the terminology of good, which I would disagree with.
He says it said himself. It's said within the divine revelation that he is good. It's proper to his nature. By
Yeah, it's just
definition,
his
God is
nature. It's
good.
not that he's confined to this thing. It's that this is his nature. This is how
Yes,
we
and so all of his
understand
actions would be
the
defined as good,
essence of
whether it
God.
was G-side in taking out a particular group of people, or of creating a group of people and followers. Right? These things, these actions would be good regardless.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
bro. To
based
be
off of
fair,
your
the Canaanites
morality,
were
which is
Wait a
good.
second.
subjective.
That's based off Christian doctrine.
Oh my God.
You don't understand that I disagree with both Mikey and him. I don't know how to say your name. D whatever.
Ducks.
Yeah, that all of God's actions would be deemed as good because He
Mhm.
exists outside of what we understand to be good.
No, he declares what is good.
Yeah, he
Exactly.
declares what is good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, better way to put it. He declares what is good.
Mhm.
So how could He be defined by something that He has the power over to control?
Well, because it is proper to his nature, right?
Yeah, I
It's
don't
an
think he's
essential
confined.
But
property.
that's the whole
I
point. He
think
wouldn't be
maybe
confined.
I think that there's a
Would it be
semantics dispute
confined? It
here.
would
We're
be
not saying he's
exemplified through his
confined.
actions.
Correct.
Say that again.
It wouldn't necessarily mean that he's confined. It would mean it's exemplified through his actions.
Right.
Just as the
Our
Psalms say, it says God
understanding,
is good, right?
yeah, our understanding of what good is.
It wouldn't necessarily mean that he through his actions
Right.
good, right?
Yeah, our understanding of what good is exemplified through the actions of God because God's nature is that in which that is the essence of good.
Well, then when we apply that to society and reality, that wouldn't necessarily be true.
That
God
doesn't mean
wouldn't
all
have
of
had the
society
Israelites
is
go and
good.
take out the Amalekites. You would have to say that that'd be morally good. He's allowing for the eradication of Palestinians. I would say that's morally bad.
The
The
Amalekites are not
Amalekites.
Palestinians. What?
Yeah, the Amalekites were not the
The
Palestinians.
Amalekites were a pagan
Mhm.
tribe that constantly attacked the
Sure, but I
Israelites
would
once
argue
they.
Palestinians are Palestinians, both
And that we're
Christians,
engaging,
Muslims,
and that
and
no,
yeah.
exactly, that's what we're saying. But the Amalekites were individuals that were engaging in mass nationwide sex shrine worship. Even the children were engaged in these actions or forced to engage in these actions. I mean,
Similar to the
yeah, I
Catholic
don't think
Church.
that I don't think that a society. Sure. I mean, that's like a weird, like,
So we
rhetorical
also
thing
could
there. But
we
like,
could
I would
also
just
say
say
we could just justify the eradication of the Catholic Church, who
no, because
forces
not every
children
cat.
and
Well,
priests to be
well, they
engaged in
No,
these
because
condemn
not
that.
activities.
every. No,
Well, they
yeah, because not
condemn
every
that. I
Catholic is
mean,
doing that. Why are you making me defend the Catholic Church, bro? No, it's
Because
not the
I'm going to
same.
make you
We're
stand on
talking
that
about an
hill, Mike.
entire, yeah, but that's yeah,
yeah,
but I don't
Rome
have to. I don't
condemns
have to
that.
wait. Hold up, I don't have to stand on that hill, right? Because I'm talking
I
about
could
an
try
entire
it.
nation.
I could
Yeah,
try it.
I know. You could
I
try
could
it,
try
but
it.
I'm talking about an entire nation of people, right? We're talking about an entire nation where these individuals are engaged in these actions. These actions were wrong, and they would not turn from these actions. And it was known,
Yeah, give them
God
400
knew that these
years.
individuals, yeah, exactly, give him 400 years, and he knew that these individuals would not accept the message from God, and instead that they would try to kill those that were receiving the message from God. And this is
Mhm.
why he commanded the destruction of their nation.
Great. So similar to priests touching children.
No, bruh. I'm
Is that
not.
analogous
Just
at
not
all?
even. I'm just not. Yeah, I'm just not even biting it,
That's not
bro.
even
The
worth
bait,
engaging in.
the bait don't even look good, bro. Not even going towards it. Not even attempting to go towards the bait. No,
Oh
no.
my god.
I
You
mean,
don't,
Rome
bro.
has always
Listen,
condemned that.
Mikey. Listen, Mikey. 2 years ago would have
You'd
bit
have
the
been on
bait
that shit.
hard. Would have bit the bait
You'd have
hard.
been
Would
that
have been
shit.
held on the hook. All that kind of stuff. Not even engaging with it. Not
But
worth
no.
it. Nope.
But I just want to be clear. Like I think I you and D what'd you say it was DX?
Ducks. Yeah,
Ducks.
Duck,
ducks.
yeah, I would actually agree with both of you in this, right? But that's just my own personal worldview. When I'm asking the question about like what is good, and I ask a person like, "Hey, is it morally good to stop your child from walking out in the traffic? If you had the knowledge, you were present, and you had the power to do it," they say yes, right? Okay, great. God is omnipresent. He is omnipotent. And he is all powerful. He knew and he understood that them fighting into or Adam and Eve being tempted was going to happen and lead to their death, their demise. And they're saying that, hey, that's still love. You're disagreeing with yourself now, right? Because I'm not asking about the biblical arguments, right? I'm asking about your own personal morality. And this is where Lynch, you fail, and I believe it was Duck that was up here. You failed to
The
engage.
ducky guy.
Yeah, I wasn't
I
engaging in
absolutely.
a biblical argument in regards to that. I was engaging in your own personal moral compass about what is good and why do you define God as being good.
But you were trying to make it analogous to the Bible and Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden with in the
Just
Garden of
giving you
Eden
different
with the apple,
analogies.
right? No, you were trying to make a comparative analogy between something that would be subjective, morally subjective, to something that is in the Bible, which is not
Wait a
morally
second.
subjective.
The Bible is subjective.
You were trying to argue. You were trying to argue that this would be something that you would go to prove unconditional love, where that's not. Unconditional love would be if I jumped in front of the traffic to save my child, which means that I would sacrifice myself for my child. That would be an analogy in which you can determine unconditional love. But just merely going and saving my child from traffic means that I have the free will to do so.
Wait a second. Is God not all powerful?
God is all powerful.
Is he all knowing?
Yes.
Is he omnipresent?
Yes.
Was he in the Garden of Eden during the temptation?
He yes, because he
Okay.
knew that
Okay.
they
Wait a
lied to
second. Wait a
him.
minute. Wait a
He
minute. Hold
knew
on.
that they
Hold
hid it.
on.
They knew.
He was in the
No, no,
garden.
no, no. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold
Hold
on.
on. No,
Hold,
no, because you
no,
see what you just
wait.
did. You see
No,
what you just did, and now you're trying to walk
no.
it back.
What did I
You see
just
what you
do?
just okay.
What did
So
I
God
just
is
do?
is omnipresent. Yes, that means
Yeah.
while
Yeah.
Adam and Eve were there, he
Mhm.
was there watching them be tempted. He knew
Yeah.
they were being tempted.
Yeah.
Okay,
How do you think
and
he
he
knew they
also
were
is all
lying?
powerful. Yes.
Yeah. How do you think
Okay, and he's
how
also
do you
all
think he
powerful.
knew?
Is God all powerful?
Yes, sure.
So did he have the power and ability to stop them from being tempted?
No.
He didn't have, so
because he
God
gave
isn't all
them free
powerful.
will.
So
He
wait a
gave
second,
them
God
free
is not
will.
all powerful.
Live. He gave them
He
free
is.
will.
Okay, wait a minute. If he is
He
all,
is
wait a
all
minute. Either
powerful, but
he
he
is or
gave
he,
no no
she
no
just
no no
said
no.
no, he didn't have
He
the
is.
power to stop. Now, whether he acted on that
It
power is
was
a
it
different
was all
conversation.
part of God's plan for all that to happen, for us to die a
Okay.
spiritual death.
All right, great. So suffering is a necessity of Christianity. So in
Not
order to love
exactly,
God
no.
is to suffer.
No.
No? Wait a minute, then what's your
In
argument?
fact, it's the opposite of suffering, and Jesus
You
himself
just
says
let
that.
Lens off, by the way.
No, I'm not. So here's the thing, right? So he's all knowing. That's why God knew that they weren't taking accountability and that they were trying to hide from him the fact that they had actually committed this sin, right? So, which we called the original sin. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with unconditional love, right? So what he did is he gave them a punishment, which is that he took away their immortality. That does not mean that they had imminent death.
All right, listen. I think that, you know what? If whether you live or you die, that child walks out into traffic. That's their own free will.
No,
Not the
that's
same
called
thing. It's
negligence.
yeah,
Negligent. Oh, so
exactly.
God is negligent.
It's a false
So God is
it's a false
negligent.
analogy,
I'm
Liv.
not
It's a
making this
false
argument
Yeah,
with
analogy.
you guys.
you're
Nobody's
putting
going to
forth a
agree with
straw
you.
man here.
I'm not straw manning anything.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just going
are.
off of what you guys are saying.
You're gaslighting and you're putting on a straw man.
I'm not doing that at all.
Yes, you are with your Chat GPT answers.
I'm sitting
You,
here.
Harry,
I'm
and Dean
sitting
are
here in
all
my
the
room in the
same.
dark.
See, man, listen, let me say something real quick and then I'll mute. You guys have to stop using this AI overview. You have to stop doing it. Please, for the love of
I'm
Jesus and
not. I'm
Christ.
not. This is no AI
You have
overview.
to
Also,
listen. No, no,
I'm
not you.
only
Not you.
asking questions based on
No,
what
hold
they
on. I'm
said.
not saying you. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying in general, guys, you have to make sure that you study the material so that you're
Yes.
able to articulate the point as
Yes.
opposed to taking an AI overview and reading through a summary. Please don't do it.
Okay.
Please.
Now,
Love of God.
now, Lens, you already said God is omnipresent. Meaning he was in the garden while Adam and Eve were being tempted. You also agree that God is all knowing, knowing past, present, and future because he created that continuum, that he knew what was going to happen, what was happening, and what would be the outcome.
Sure.
Right? And then you argue that he's not all powerful because he didn't act. Because if he was all powerful, right, and he chose not to act, how is that a good action?
Because again, he gave him free will. It was a test.
Okay. So similarly,
It wasn't God taking the action.
okay, great. So similarly, your child takes the action to walk out into the street.
It is not
You
analogous.
should let them
Liv.
figure it out. You should let them figure it
Dude, you
out.
need to stop with this. It's not analogous at all. It's like comparing apples and oranges. You cannot make this argument.
He's
How
comparing
so?
he's comparing man's actions
Are we not all
to
God's
God,
children?
and God is not man.
Are we not all God's children?
But we are not God.
Are we not made in his
So
image?
you can't compare something that we
Are we
have
made in his
made or
image?
laws that we have made or things that we
Are
do
we
to
made in
things
his
that
image?
he does.
Are we made in his image?
That's not the same.
Wait a minute. We're not made in God's image.
We
We are.
are. Stop
Okay.
twisting people's words.
I'm not.
You
I'm
know what
just
you're
taking you on
doing.
face value.
You're
Like, to
straw
be
manning
honest
and you're
with you,
taking 3 hours. Like you've literally been up on this panel for 3 hours
none of you can
doing
engage in a
this,
debate.
and
The only
everybody
people
here
to
is
give
now
a point
stupider
to where
because
we
they've
would
had to
agree
listen to
and
you.
articulate the points were
But this man is
DX
an S tier, guys. This
and
man
Yeah,
is an
and
S tier debater.
but listen, Ducks and
also
Mikey
Mikey.
both told you the same thing I did
No,
5 minutes
we
prior.
agree.
You
I'm not
disagreed.
making the
Yeah,
argument,
but I
Lynn.
made the same. Listen,
Lynn,
Liv.
I haven't made
No,
an
no, 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 no,
argument.
no, 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 no. I gave this. Listen, you're gonna have to listen.
I didn't make an argument.
I gave the
What's
same
my
thing to
argument?
you. I gave the same thing to you 5 minutes prior.
What
And
is
then
my
5 minutes later, hold on a second. And then 5 minutes later, Ducks and Mikey both told you the same
What
thing.
is my
And then you
no,
said,
they
I don't
didn't.
disagree with you. And I'm like, that's weird
No,
because
because
you, okay.
Lynn,
All right, whatever.
the only
Liv,
only
I don't
argument.
know what to tell you.
Yeah,
Like
I
the
know. You
gaslighting
came
is
up here and
absolutely
tried.
crazy.
You are like a C tier debater,
Yeah,
right?
C tier
Because
debater,
again,
Liv, you got
listen.
it. I don't
Because
really
what I
care about your
argued,
Hold
tier
Lynn,
system.
on.
As a matter of fact, I asked to be
Lynn,
taken off of the
Lynn,
debate.
be very
Can I
clear
say
here.
Yes.
something?
Hey, one
Yes,
second, Bell,
please.
because I want to be very clear here.
Here
My
goes the ad
argument.
homs.
Yeah,
I
hold
know,
on
it's
one second.
fantastic.
My
Yeah.
He's
original, the
triggered, Lynn.
only
It's
claim,
hilarious.
Here's where you
the
get to go and
only
try to
claim,
belittle me as a
the only
debater, even though
claim
I
that
Everyone on
I've
don't
the
use
made.
everyone
Chat
on this app
GPT.
literally cooks him all the time
Yeah,
because
Yeah.
he
listen. The
wants to
only
sit here
claim
and
that
shoot
I've
his
made.
If
ego.
my power went
The
out, I could
only
still debate
claim.
without
Hey,
Chat
listen,
GPT.
listen.
You'd be lost.
The
You're still
only
lost even
claim.
with Chat GPT. You can't
That's
even
why I've been
argue your own
asking you what
thing.
my argument is, Lynn.
Yeah,
And the
I've
only
listened.
claim that I've
I've
made, and so the only claim that I've made, and this is why Mikey and DX, where we were in agreement, is because we agreed that God exists outside of this continuum. right? Time, space, and matter laid out in Genesis
That's
1.
not what your argument was. Your
Yes, it
argument
is,
was no, it
Lynn.
wasn't.
Lynn, this is the
Your
problem.
argument
You don't
was
know
no,
what your
no, no.
argument
Your
is.
argument, your
So Lynn,
argument
so
was
Lynn,
does
Lynn,
good,
Lynn,
evil, right
Lynn,
and
Lynn,
wrong.
when God makes action, so
You
again,
no,
God,
that's
because
not what
God
your argument
exists,
was. That was not what your argument was.
what
Your
God,
argument was does
okay, wait
good
a minute,
and
Lynn. No,
bad and
you're
right and
about to get
wrong,
cooked,
good and
Lynn.
evil, right and wrong.
Lynn,
Does that exist outside of the space
yeah,
time
so God's
matter
actions in and of
continuum?
themselves, God's actions in and of themselves, making him omnipresent, all of his actions, because he exists outside of this creation, right? And inside of this creation as that one entity, all of his actions would be deemed as good, right? That would be my argument, Lens. What I said
No,
is that
that's
within
not
the
what you said.
continuum, I specifically asked you from that point on, does good exist outside of the continuum? To where Mikey and DX both agreed and said God is omnipresent. To where I said
Sure.
I agree. This is why I was telling Mikey not to respond because you bitches are too stupid.
Oh, here you go. Are you crashing out now?
That's the facts, Liz. Look,
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
told you.
telling you, and when I'm
I
giving you,
told
and I'm
you. I
asking
told
you
you the
analogies
exact. Yeah,
based on the
yeah.
things that you guys are saying. When I'm
Live. I
asking
told
you
you the exact
analogies
same
based on
thing.
the
I
things
told
that you're
you.
saying in
I
regards to
told
what is
you.
good and
Yeah,
test your
I
logic,
told you.
you fold. It's
I
not
told you.
consistent.
I told you the. Yeah, exactly. And I told you the
God is
exact
good,
same
period.
thing that
That's a great
because
argument
God
there,
is good,
period.
evil, right
Like,
and
oh
wrong
my gosh, you stamped that
exist
one,
outside
brother.
of the continuum.
You stamped that one, brother. Yes, Mikey, they couldn't articulate that argument, Mikey.
The continuum.
So your argument is circular. God is good because God is good.
It's dependent on feelings. It's a whole thing.
Faith
So
is
it's not
not
worth it.
depending on
But why
feelings.
God can't be good if good is God and God is good? Like that doesn't work. Like you can't just declare that that's not
I can
factual.
actually
You're
prove that you don't
literally.
believe that, Reverend. I can prove it in one
It
thought
can't.
exercise if you want to do it, but we don't
Faith
Take
have
it
is
from
to.
not
somebody.
dependent on
Hold on,
feelings.
hold on. Take it from
It
somebody
is
who's
dependent on
religiously
feelings.
No,
confused
it's not.
already.
Like
Y'all have made me even more confused today.
no, because this is
So
actually dumb. Because good is subjective, and
It's not.
arguing
It's
that plus it
objective.
is. It is, and you're showing that you're low IQ right now.
Okay,
Like
Okay.
to prove
okay. So
Okay.
you made a
let me do
claim.
the
You
You
made a
hypothetical.
put
claim.
yourself in this stupid
Let
S
me do the
tier crap
hypothetical.
that
I
y'all
need you to.
created.
Can I ask a
Excuse me.
question? I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
hold
Can
on,
I ask
Jesse.
a?
Hold on. Wait. What
Can
did
I
you
ask
just
a?
say?
You put yourself in that stupid S tier crap
I'm
that
not
you
in S tier.
created.
I'm not in S tier.
I
Okay.
am,
Can
and
I ask a
I'll ask you
question?
with one
You could
question, but I'm not
try,
going to.
T-Bone.
Well, I'll let Jesse go, and then I'll hopefully get a question out.
This is perfect, Reverend. If I break into your house, right? I've unalived everyone in the front room, unalived everybody on the porch, and I break into your room, and you have something to defend yourself. Are you going to take me out before I hurt you?
Yeah, it's called self-defense. I'm allowed to do that according
Well,
to the law.
perfect. That's perfect. By God's law, the
Well,
thing that
what's
you
the
can
relevance
defend me
of this
to.
question?
Well, you're going to talk over me instead. That's fine. By God's law, would you still be justified?
God would say that it's governed by the laws that we have set forth by the people he put in power,
Okay, so God
who set
agrees with the
those laws
state at all
forth.
times.
yeah, but also God would have also told the apostles to go break the law.
But hold on. Here's
That's
the
not
real
true.
here's the real problem. What if it's God's will? He's commanded me because you're a sinner to come into your house and do all that to you. How can you tell that it's
What's
not
the
God's will? But
relevance?
I
What's your
can tell.
point?
Well, the reason why you're talking in between me is because you just jumped ship on your logic. It's
No,
okay.
no, 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 no.
I'm
What's
proving
your
the
point?
point. It's
What's your
okay.
point?
Okay,
There's
so
a reasoning behind this. Get to it.
I'm already there. You just can't see it. You're just upset, and that's okay. So
I'm not
again, if it's
upset.
God's,
I
well,
actually have no emotions towards this. I'm very
yeah,
indifferent.
I got it. So then, if it's God's will for me to do it, right, to come in and do whatever I need to your house because you're sinful and I've been commanded to. What Liv is pointing out here, and what a lot of this conversation is pointing to, is you don't have a way to solve that contradiction because I'm claiming God told me to. You're claiming that you have the right to stop me, but I'm saying I'm correct because if you stop me, you're violating God's will. And your response, instead of actually answering the question in a real way, was to say God agrees with the state. But that can't be true because God can't agree with the state. If he did, then most of your political ideology wouldn't exist. So you have too many. There's
That's
a
not
lot of
true either.
contradictions. So yeah. Okay. So then, for instance,
So
Roe versus Wade, for instance, you wouldn't have been upset about it because
I wasn't
the
upset
state
about it.
agreed. That's fine. But listen, the original founding of it and the idea that AB is allowed wouldn't be upsetting to anybody on the conservative side that's religious because the state allows it because you said God is okay with the state doing it. Your logic is flawed. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is all circular because you actually haven't engaged in it honestly anyway. So we should just move on.
Okay.
well, this is where I get confused because you said that it's objective, and I had to go, so I didn't hear it. But what if good is objective? How am I figuring out that it's subjective?
Hey, T-Bone, can I also point out
Yeah,
that Lens had the same dumbass argument too? And like it's
where
saying
she
that
said it was
No,
objective.
Lins believes it's subjective. I do not.
no, wait a minute. Lens believes that God is all
Morality.
powerful and
God
that
is
morality
good.
is objective.
I believe God is good, but I believe morality is subjective.
She believes
We're talking about
morals are based on feelings.
I don't know how that follows, but okay.
How?
Just a reminder, reverence claim is also that not only is God good, but then the state is good because inside the state, God
No.
blesses the states.
No, 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 no,
That's
no,
the
no.
words out of
Can I
your
just
mouth,
be
sir.
It
Nice
says
try.
in the
Nice
and so
Bible.
try.
really quick, T-Bone,
Nice try.
T-Bone. And I
Yeah,
want to be
clearly
very
you've not
clear
read
here
the
that
Bible.
me and Mikey, right? And Mikey even has it down in the chat that what we believe is God created the heavens and the earth, the continuum, right? As far as Genesis 1,
Mm-hmm.
1 and 1, 2 layout, right? Time, space, and matter, right? God is omnipresent, existing within time, space, and matter, and outside of it, right? And that his actions being all powerful and all knowing, right, would always be good. That's what essentially.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so they did, and so now that is the argument. Okay, that is where I am with
Oh
their
my God.
argument.
Yeah. Oh God.
Wait a second, is that not? That's the only claim that I've made. Jesse, you've been up here in
That
and
is
out.
not.
Just to be
No,
clear, to
because
repeat
Jesse,
it.
really
that
quickly,
is not the
who brought
case.
up the
Because no,
continuum?
no, 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 no,
I'm
no.
sorry. Hold on one second,
Hold on a
Jesse.
second. No, 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 no,
Jesse.
no, 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 no. Before you do this, Liv, let me just explain this to you because I watched you do it with Ducky, and now you're trying to do it again. You are hanging on to Mikey with a tiger grip because he actually disagreed with what your premise was. It wasn't until
No,
Mikey corrected
Lens,
it
he
and then
didn't
you agreed
disagree
with
with
it.
my premise. My
Oh
premise
my
came off of
God,
your
bro.
responses, Lens. I didn't
No,
make an
that is
argument
not
after that.
true. You were
I
making, oh
asked
my
you,
God, whatever.
Lens.
I don't even
I
care. I
made the
really
claim.
don't even care. I don't even care. Everybody
Okay.
that's
Listen, I'm
watching
gonna
this
explain
live,
it then.
watch
I'm
what the
gonna
fuck
explain
you
it one
just
more
did,
time.
bro.
I'm gonna explain it one more time, right? Right? You said God is
We've
good.
all lost 10 points of IQ having to listen to
Okay,
Liv.
now you said God is good.
Conservatives have. It's okay.
And so when I asked the question, matter of fact, Jesse, are you there?
I've been here for the whole thing. This has been
Okay. I brought up you remember I'm the one that brought up I said, okay, let's pivot. I made a claim and I brought up the continuum. Genesis 1, 1 and 1, 2. Time, space, and matter. Right? Right?
Yes, because you brought up Genesis 1:1, and then we got to the Ten Commandments, and then we tried to discuss the hierarchy. If it exists, other gods therefore would have to be in a pantheon. But if they're in a pantheon, then you have to rank them, and you can't worship one above the other. And then they wouldn't engage with that. So then we decided to try to rewrite it. And then Mikey came in, and when Mikey got here is when we were getting
Because the other gods were man-made.
Hold
They
on
were
one
not
second.
real.
Yeah, can you
And
tell
so
me where the
now,
part was that Liv
now,
said that God
is
didn't
it
create
so when I
water?
asked him the question, and so when I asked
Yeah, where
Lynn,
was the part where
yeah,
you
one
said
second.
God
Hold on
didn't
one second,
create
Lynn.
water?
1 second, Lens. 1 second, Lens. And so when I asked the question, is it morally good? Is it do you how did I phrase it? Do you have unconditional love for your child? Lynn said yes. Okay, great. Unconditional love. Yes. Right?
Went
If
on
you
with the
had the
gaslighting
power,
and straw
if
man.
you had the power and ability and the knowledge to stop your child from walking out in traffic and getting hit by a car and losing their life, would you do it? She said yes. Right? She said that's the morally good thing to do.
That is
Right?
not what I said. I
Okay.
said no.
Now,
No, no, no,
now,
She
no, no,
didn't
no,
now,
no,
say
no,
that
no,
at
hold
all.
no.
You're
on.
twisting
Hold
what
I
she
on.
said.
did
Then,
not say
and
that.
then
I
You
I
are
said,
asked,
of
and then I
course,
lying.
asked
I have
about
free
Adam and
will.
Eve. And
I
then I
said,
This is
asked
I
your
about
have
this
Adam
is
and
your
free
Eve.
top tier
will.
debater right here, guys.
And so then I asked about Adam and Eve. And I asked that if God is omnipresent, if he is all knowing, and he is all powerful, He knows the outcome, past, present, and future, of the temptation in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He knows that they will be tempted, and he has the power to stop them, and he is present while they're being tempted. He does nothing. Is God morally good? And they say yes, which these two things will contradict themselves. The
You were
fuck?
comparing.
No,
You
it
were
doesn't.
comparing
You are
Okay,
making a
apples
explain
and
me.
false
oranges
Explain to
here.
analogy.
me.
Can we split? Can we do a Solomon here and split the baby? Well, I guess it's a metaphor because he doesn't actually split a baby. Can we do this? Would you say that
I
a
mean, he was
child?
going to.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna pretend that you know what you're talking about again, even though you just got shit on. One of the
Yeah,
things
okay.
that is a problem. Go ahead and mute up. So one of the things we have a problem with here is the comparison that Liv is making is that a child doesn't realize that it's harmful to run into the street. Is that my understanding of the model you're giving, Liv? Does that make sense? Like, is that
Yes.
the premise? Okay, so the child doesn't know that it's
Similar
harmful.
to the shepherd and the sheep.
Right. Shepherd and sheep. Okay, because that was also why he brought up burning your hand on the stove. Okay, but Linz, you're saying what you said is because there's not literal traffic. That's what you said ad absurdum because you thought that it's not comparable. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so you didn't say that there's no traffic in the Bible.
No. So that wasn't my
okay.
argument,
I
right?
got
So
you. No, but you're ad absurdum. The thing that you took to follow Liv's logic because you didn't think it was relevant was that there
no.
wasn't traffic mentioned in the Bible.
No,
Correct?
no.
Okay,
What
cool. Go ahead and tell us. Thank you.
what he said was that he was literally pulling these analogies from the Bible, right? So I said, great, show me the analogy where it talks about traffic in the Bible. What Liv's claim is he was trying to paint God as being a bad father and not loving his children unconditionally because he was trying to compare it to an adult of a child. A parent of a child, and saying that because God did not stop Adam and Eve, and we would stop our child from going into traffic, that therefore we are morally good and that God isn't. That was the analogy he was
And
trying to make.
that's where Reverend came in and said, well, he's good objectively. So whatever his judgment is, whether it's the thing I would do that's good or someone else would do that's good, whatever he does is best, correct? Like that's putting all these three things together, you think?
No, this has been going on, bro, for like an hour, right?
I know
Where
that.
Mikey
Okay.
and Dux have jumped in,
Got
and
it.
Reverend came in at the last minute. Now,
Sure. But that's what I'm doing. Like I'm tying all of this to his claim about goodness.
Over 3 hours.
Right. It has been over 3 actually, because I was on a roof earlier as the whole time. Anyway, so tying in what Reverend said about all goodness versus subjective goodness versus what you think is goodness, all three of these things together, we are somehow going to meet in the middle about whether it's objective good or subjective good, correct? Does that seem to be where we're going next, or are we just exhausted at this point?
I'm exhausted at this point because he keeps switching up what his argument is based off of whether somebody throws him a lifeline or not.
No, I'm not switching
Hang
up.
on, hang on. Are we
I'm
going?
I'm
Hang
not
on.
switching up, right? I'm not switching up my arguments. I'm arguing against 4 different people. So
And
that's
anyway,
why it
going off of what
continues to
Jesse
shift,
said.
right? I'm arguing against 3 and 4 different people, right? These aren't my arguments. The only claim that I made was that God exists outside of the continuum, right? That he is omnipresent, he is all powerful, and he is all knowing, right? And I would argue that if you argue that is unconditional love by your worldview and how you define it to stop your child from doing harm, I'm asking the question, not making the claim, why did God allow Adam and Eve to bite of the fruit? Was that morally good? If so, he would have ensured the death of Adam and Eve.
Okay. So in your analogy, does the child know that going into the street is wrong?
No.
Okay. The difference here is Adam and Eve knew beforehand that eating of the fruit was wrong and that they would spiritually die. Not physically, spiritually.
Would their flesh die?
No.
If you tell your child not to go out into the street and then they still choose to go out into the street.
Except the difference is in the Bible it's talking about spiritually, not physically.
Okay, were Adam and Eve immortal before the fall?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Okay, and so that after the fall, they
Can
would
we
have
do a
been.
pause real quick to check if it is physically or spiritually?
It is.
I thought it was
I'm
that
just
they would
saying
be rendered
physically.
from flesh. I thought it was physical.
I
No,
thought it
it's
was
spiritual.
physical.
That's why we
Before
have to accept the
anybody,
free
wait,
gift of
Life is
Jesus Christ to
everlasting.
get into heaven.
before we do any yelling about AI, anything else, I'm gonna go check real quick about the original Hebrew because that's where we started from.
I would check Latin and Greek
I'll
too,
be
and
back.
Aramaic.
Yeah, you can read Aramaic. Please mute up. God bless. Please mute up.
Oh, I didn't say I could. I said that you should check that.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. What
I
was the
actually
what was
believe.
the
I
original?
think Mikey's understanding. My understanding is that it's spiritual after interpretation, but the actual description is physical. I'll go see.
Yeah. So
What you
again,
doing? What you doing, Osa?
and
Yep,
so
they're
here would
all
become the
quiet and
question.
everything.
So here would become the question, right?
No,
He's over there.
can we wait until they
Here would
come
become
back
the question,
with
right? Well,
what's
listen.
no
I
no no
would
no no
argue
no no.
that they
Please
lost.
don't.
Well,
Please
He's over
don't.
there at the Chinese buffet. You didn't
yeah.
hear the music in the background?
It does
Are
not
you eating
say. It
Chinese
does
food?
not say that they will spiritually die. That's
Yeah.
incorrect.
That is not
Matter
incorrect.
of
That is
fact, as a matter of fact,
100% correct.
Sorry,
Which
it
is
does
why
not say
they
spiritual.
had to
It just says
sacrifice a perfect
perish.
lamb
But the
for
framing of the word
forgiveness.
perish in that
all
case,
right. And
good.
so if
So
Even if
are we gonna argue apologetics now?
no, we're not going to actually. That wouldn't be
Oh, okay.
apologetics. That would be a linguistic argument. God
what
bless.
the
No.
Can
hell
we
is
just
he
go on mute
saying?
so we can do this thing for real? So
Or
let's do this for a second.
maybe you should actually look into it and instead of
I
doing a
have
2-second
Reverend.
Don't
I
AI
talk
know
to
that your
us.
search.
name is Reverend, but you've actually shown you don't have the range for this. So one of the problems we have
Oh, okay.
is we're trying to tie together the subjective versus objective, and then we're also trying to say whether it's physical or not physical. Regardless, the question still is on this Good Sunday, in the year of our Lord 2026, whether or not that is objectively good, what Linz has described and what Liv has described as just letting it happen, because they have free will and you have free will. So, do you guys want to take it from there, or we want to keep doing the pretending that we've read the Aramaic translation?
I
Yeah,
didn't say
go ahead,
whatever.
Lens.
What do you want? What do you want me to say? So the argument you were making is you were trying to make a direct parallel between a parent of the child in traffic and Adam and Eve and God in the garden, which they're not analogous because number one, as you have pointed out yourself, the child in traffic is unaware as to where Adam and Eve were absolutely aware that it was wrong. So that's your first problem. Your second problem is as a parent, I have free will, right? So therefore, I'm not going to let my child go into an imminent death where there will be no lesson learned because they will be dead. As Adam and Eve had to learn a lesson because they knew it was wrong, they did it anyway, and the lesson was then learned and a lived experience, right? Not to mention the fact that God knew that that was going to happen, and he knew that the punishment was going to occur, and it was the fact that even though God knew it was going to happen and God saw it, that's how he knew that they were not holding themselves accountable and they were trying to hide it. That's why, as Christians, you have to confess your sins for redemption.
Yeah, that didn't engage in the argument being made. Also, I didn't make that argument. Also, I gave an analogy.
What?
Also,
Are you
also,
serious?
yes.
Bro.
Also,
Okay.
also,
All right. You
yeah,
know what?
that's an
I'm
analogy.
done with the gaslighting because I'm about to
That's
get
not
like
an
some
argument that
severe
I made.
PTSD from
I've
this
only made one
conversation.
argument.
Well, I'm
I'm
sorry
sorry,
that.
I've only made one argument here. I've only made one argument, and I've outlined my argument, right? Is that a God exists outside of good and evil, that God is. And because of this, every action that he takes is objectively good, whether we understand that action or not, right? What I'm asking you is why, when given the analogy of having objective love for your child, unconditional love for your child, having the power and ability and the knowledge to know the outcome of them walking out in traffic, why would you go out and stop them and then God not?
Because unconditional love is not exhibited by your analogy anyway, and I've already told you that unconditional love is not keeping your child from harm. Unconditional love is putting yourself in harm's way to protect your child. So
True.
therefore, if you're in order for your analogy to exhibit unconditional love, then it would mean that you would have to then throw yourself in traffic to save your child.
Okay,
like Jesus did.
can we figure out? Yeah, the unconditional love thing? Are you claiming that from a definitional point of view? That's like, where are you getting that definition of unconditional love? Because that sounds subjective, also.
Unconditional love is explained in the Bible. It means that regardless of what someone does, good or bad, you would be willing to give your life for them, right? That no matter what they do, right or wrong, you are going to love them no matter what. It is not going to change your feelings for them.
Right. So then, but okay, that can't be true. That well, not that it can't be true, but that doesn't square away with Paul's message of spreading the word. Then, because then you wouldn't literally spread the word. You would just do things to get in the way of persecutors of the word. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's twofold, and I wonder if that's the disagreement, really.
Yeah, and then I'm also going to point out that like when you talk about like self-sacrifice, you mentioned this earlier, that like unconditional love would be you throwing yourself in front of traffic, right? I would just argue like Jesus did, right? So I'm just so confused here. You're arguing against your own point right now, not the argument that I'm making. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you guys not keep up? I got feedback, so I'm going on mute because I took my headphones
I think the
out.
definition of unconditional love is the issue right now. I mean, there was the definition of good a moment ago was also confusing, but these sound subjective and probably based on like your pastor or maybe your view. Because like I'm post-Catholic. Unconditional love is not my understanding of unconditional love, and what I was taught about unconditional love is not what Linz describes. That's that, you know what I mean?
Okay, so
The
what's your
sacrifice
definition
part
of
is
unconditional love?
I mean, it's literally without condition. It would be both things. It would be teaching someone not to make the error and also putting myself in harm's way to make sure that they're not committing the error. That's why the monastic orders are like peak Catholicism.
Right. So
That's why it's
what is an
confusing.
act? What is an act of unconditional love, Jesse?
I mean, any charity to the poor, the Franciscans would be a great example. So, for instance, giving them the shirt off my back, it's unconditional. He may
You
be
mean
poor,
giving
but
your life for somebody else's would be an act of unconditional love for your
it's an
child?
example of. But the problem is that Liv
Right. It's
provided
an
it.
example of. So that is a definition of unconditional love, and you can only love your
Is it
children
okay if I
unconditionally.
Okay, is it okay if I finalize the whole thing? Because the issue is, I think both of you are giving it
That's
a part of unconditional love. I'm
you
saying
could
that to thread the needle, both of you are giving examples of a term, but you're saying your example is the only example. That's why I'm saying it's subjective. Like
No,
that's why I don't think we're going to get there.
he claimed that by a parent saving their child from traffic when the child didn't know was an example of unconditional love. That's
Can
not
be,
true.
but it can't. Hold on, you're saying it's not, but it actually, again, with the form that I understand unconditional love, which proves that the definition is widespread and different. Unconditional love to me is both of these things.
Okay,
They're
so
both
let me ask you a question.
unconditional. The
Okay,
conditions don't stop me.
so let me ask
It's
you a
actually
question.
unconditional.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you have a child and you hired somebody like a babysitter, right, to watch your child, and your child ended up going out into the street, and the babysitter had the ability to pull the child from traffic with no danger to herself, would that be the babysitter giving your child unconditional love?
So you're saying, as a replacement in Liv's model, this random person, well, I guess not random, hired person commits the thing. Is it unconditional?
Yes.
I would presume it's unconditional. Yeah, the conditions didn't stop it.
Oh my God.
I think
What? That doesn't,
but
that's
that's
not
why. Wait,
unconditional
before you
love.
start.
Conditions didn't
No,
stop it.
before you start doing that whole like, yeah, I mean, this whole thing really is a definitions issue. I don't see unconditional as being stopped by who does it. I give free food to people and water to people all the time. It's
That's
unconditional. I don't
charitable. That's
discriminate
not
with you.
unconditional love.
So charity is not a form of unconditional love.
no, not really.
No.
Cool. So then we actually have a theology issue here. We're never going to actually debate it. It's not. You guys aren't engaging in the same.
And you can have unconditional
That's
love
why.
towards your wife or husband, Lynn, too, Justina.
So charity is not a form of unconditional love. I would like you guys to go ahead and
Jesse,
check what your church's stance is on that. I would love to know
let me jump
how
in here.
charity is necessary then if it's not unconditional.
Jesse, I have a question. Right. If I make a claim about the continuum and God being just is, and because of this, God being objective, good is dependent on his will because he operates outside of this continuum. He's omnipresent. He's both here and not here, right? Here's my question. That if I start with that argument, Then you go into unconditional love, right? And then I ask you, right? In regards to your child and going out in the traffic, you have the power, ability, and knowledge to know that they were going to go out in the traffic and you would stop them, right? You would just say that would be an example of unconditional love. When I give you the same analogy about Adam and Eve in the Bible, you disagree, right? That's not me presenting an argument, is it? Is that me presenting an argument at all? That's what I want to know. I would actually agree, Mikey. Like, I think Donald Trump is giving to several charities, but I don't think that's unconditional love.
Oh, all right. Now that he's gone, he's wrong, and me and Lynn are right, along with Osa.
What?
And he can't do anything about it because he's not here.
Yeah, hold on. There's one thing I need to say. It's really important. All of you guys, y'all are awesome. I love you all.
We love you too, Osa.
But Osa, do you love us unconditionally is the question. Is it that agape love? I just want to know.
It's unconditional. It's unconditional. I have
I
love for my
love it.
man.
So you mean you
And
love us without strings in spite of anything that we may do? There's no limits to your
Does
love,
love
right?
mean you want to prevent harm?
the fact, yes, that's a
Does
Right.
love
Okay,
mean you would want to prevent
perfect.
harm?
Perfect, Osa. I love that definition.
I love it. I love it when people use
Great. Does
one of the
love mean you want to
6
prevent
meanings of
harm?
love. I love it.
Does love mean you want to prevent harm?
even live too. I love
Hey,
live too.
does love mean you want
I
to prevent
wouldn't go that
Even
harm?
far.
not only prevent harm, but I would actually put myself in the line of fire for somebody I love unconditionally.
Damn it,
I
I
would give
missed
my
it.
own life for
I'm
that.
sorry. Can you repeat the definition? I missed it. I
Okay.
just finished Curious George. Damn it.
Yeah.
What was the definition? I'm sorry.
So, wait, actually, Jesse, I asked you a question.
Damn, my bad.
Yeah, I asked you a question. I was asking, is that when I present the argument about the continuum and God existing both in within the continuum that he created and outside of it, right? And all of his actions, based on biblical texts and scriptures, would be good, right? Whether we agree with them or not, that God's actions are good. He's the embodiment of it, right? Now,
I mean, it would have to, I mean, not to me, but that would have to be the base argument to say that he is the God, right? In order for commitment one to be followable, he would have to be the highest in hierarchy and therefore the best.
Exactly, right? And as a Christian, that would make sense that I believe that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's consistent with, I mean, I don't know what newer evangelical or even like probably like Southern Baptist Convention or any of those arguments are, but that would be consistent with at least our age group.
Okay. So now, going down the line of this conversation, I asked an analogy in regards to somebody saying, it's going down into the conversation. Lynn jumps up here, and I asked Lynn's the question, do you have unconditional love for your child? She says yes. She even goes as far to say
Are we really
unconditional
playing the
love.
greatest hits now?
She even goes as far as to say that it would be me jumping out in front of the traffic to stop my child from
That
being
is
hit.
not how this went
Okay.
at all. Your
Okay.
Cliff's notes
Now,
are even wrong, bro.
hold on. 1 second, Lens. 1 second, Lens. And I say, okay, yeah.
Not the Cliff Notes.
Yep. And so now I say, okay, cool, right? And then I just ask the question in regards to the Garden of Eden, right? That if God is omnipresent, all-knowing, and all-powerful, he was present while the temptation happened. He had the power and ability to stop it, and he had the knowledge, but he didn't. And his lack of inaction, they said, would have been negligent. Is negligence good? Wouldn't their argument...
Except you can't compare something that a human would do
Wait a minute,
to
this is
God.
this is your argument, bro.
It's not my argument at all.
Okay.
I just told you my
Lynn
argument.
specifically said that it was that it would be negligent. That if she was to have to see her child about to be hit and say she loves her child unconditionally and not act, that would be negligent. That is what Lynn said, right? By the same token, having the power, ability, and knowledge, God saw what happened in the Garden of Eden and he chose not to act, right? Would that not be negligent? Jesse? Also, is that me making a claim or is that me just asking a question?
It depends on, again, this is why the unconditional love definition to me is, I mean, it's a difference of opinion right now. But if we're going to talk about unconditional love, negligence then would suggest that there is conditions in which you're like, actually, never mind. But some people would label that free will. I wouldn't label that free will. I would label it negligence. But the other portion of this that doesn't seem to make sense or square to me is that unconditional love has a kind of a wide sweeping range, especially for different or Christian sects overall, or even monotheism overall. Any of the Abrahamic religions, which again, we didn't even touch the other Abrahamic ones. I don't want to be here for those. But one of the problems we have then is if unconditional love can be done by any of the believers, then certain forms of negligence are conditional, which then would mean God is not great, or God is not good, or not all good, because in some cases he's not just negligent, he actively participates in things like torture, things that are actively against his own commandments. The example that I gave to Reverend about giving the right to unalive people or even do G-sides because you just kind of feel like it, but we don't know if it was true because what if God told the other people they were given the land? All of these things at one time is why I don't even know if this is a debate that can be solved. I'm not even sure that we have, these are unsolvable. They're not even citable. This is just a matter of what sect you believe in now. It's not, I don't know.
I knew you were getting
So
at that.
which would be, so it would be that it would be subjective, right? And
So
if they're going to
here's the
stand on
thing.
this
It was a
argument,
part of his plan. He knew
Have
what
to
was
be.
going to happen, and he knew
I'm sorry,
what
what'd you
was.
say, Jesse?
It would have to be, but Reverend's point about the plan is also kind of interesting, because if you believe that it's planned, then you believe in fate, and that is a heresy.
Yes.
Predetermination, but that's fine.
And,
But
and
that's a
so,
heresy. It's
yeah.
heretical. Look, let me give you an example. It's heretical to me to believe in that. To me, in my Catholic upbringing, that would be a form of heresy.
Well, good
Okay,
thing I'm not
guys, it's
Catholic.
seven. It's
Okay,
7:40
wait.
here. I've got to go cook
Wait,
foods for
Reverend
my
finally got
family.
it.
So
Thank you. Enjoy.
yeah, thanks.
Reverend finally got it. To you, it's not bad because you are not Catholic. To me, a practicer of the faith in a different way, it's wrong. To live, it might be even worse. So
And
we're
let me
actually
answer.
having a subjective range of conversations. But what we would have to do is first define the term unconditional love and what
Yeah,
it looks like.
but also, if this is the case, right? I would argue that God exists outside of the mind. He's not mind dependent, right, Jesse? Just from my position and my argument in regards to the continuing,
Yeah, you would have to
right?
humor
Where
it. Yeah,
they're
it
arguing
would
that
have to be
that
conceded
God is
that God
subjective
is.
and mind dependent, right? This is why it's up in the air and they're arguing subjective points. To where Mikey and I forget his name, DX, whatever, we agreed. But their point is that now these things are subjective. It comes the problem.
Just to be clear, this is the reason why I dropped off the panel because I could no longer juggle bowling balls with like 4 different worldviews happening at one time. Protestants up here arguing
I
things I
did
find
it.
to be heretical.
Ha!
No. It's not a point of that I couldn't. It's not a point of that I couldn't.
I
It's a
know. It
point
was a
of like,
lot.
I was trying to engage with dialogue with you because there are things that we disagree with, and then they were coming in and jumping in and
Yeah,
making
I know.
arguments we disagree with because they're
But
heretical, and
that's
then
why.
it's like trying to address to them, but you want to answer them to try to pigeonhole them, and so then I was just like, all right, bro, like.
Yeah. No, I think that there's some things we agree and disagree on, but like we can have that conversation not with stupid people though. Like I think that
Yeah.
like
Yeah, you do agree that around your analogy about the Garden of Eden and saying that God like knowingly set Adam and Eve up for failure would just be the case that like they weren't exiled by virtue of eating the fruit, right? They were exiled by virtue of not seeking
the
repentance,
sin, yeah.
which they had the capability still to do, even with the knowledge of good and evil. They still had the capability to have said, okay, now that I know that what I did was wrong, right? And then they still choose to not seek repentance or ask for forgiveness. Therefore, their sin was not able to be absolved. Therefore, they were not able to exist in a state of theosis, which is just close vicinity or relation with God in the garden, which is why they were exiled.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that necessarily.
No.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. But like I think that the problem that I had is that they were giving subjective arguments to an objective God. That was my biggest thing. And this is why I was just like, I need y'all to engage for real. Because the response that I can never say, I keep forgetting the dude's name. But like I would actually agree with you. And then we could have moved forward in the conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there were 4 different viewpoints that said that look, hey, it's morally good to stop this thing from happening if you're omnipresent, omnipowerful, and all knowing, right? But then when given another example of being in the Garden of Eden, they said that no, that's and then turning around and saying that hey, if you didn't act, if your child was in a highway that would be negligent. Well, wouldn't one argue that it was negligent then in the Garden of Eden? Like I
Well,
need
it
you
was
to
close to, yeah, it was close to a predetermination argument, and then Reverend openly stated predetermination, which that's like a Calvinist belief. Which, like, when you believe in predetermination or double predetermination, you do just make God out to be evil, like a monster, like the monster that every atheist will try to make God out to be. If you believe in double predestination or double predetermination, God is evil. Like just that's why Jesse, when he properly called it out, he said that is a heretical view, like that is heresy, because it cannot logically coexist with our understanding of what we believe God to be. It's a contradiction to it. If you believe that God literally creates humans, who specifically damn them cannot be all good. Like he cannot be good. And there's nothing that they can do to be able to prevent themselves from being able to be damned, which is part of the reason why we don't make salvific claims. That's something that we distinguish on the Catholic Church about. We can't make any kind of salvific claims towards people because we know where the church is, but we don't know where the church isn't.
yeah. And you know what? This is my whole thing. Like it was these simple questions being asked. It was such an easy response, to be honest. Like and I ain't gonna lie, that's why I didn't want you to answer because I'm like, yo, if you guys are gonna sit up here and have this conversation, let's have it. But give me the rebuttal instead of just bullshit. Like it was four
Right.
different people up here throwing out
Yeah.
their own personal subjective world viewpoints instead of talking about an objective God. Right? And like whether you believe that God is objective or not, I think that conversation can be had. But you can't sit here and say that God is omnipresent, all knowing, and all powerful, and then turn around and say, "Hey, you know, if God was in this situation, this child deserves cancer, and that's morally good." Like,
Right.
I've got a
Right.
question. I've been had a question quite a few times, but yeah, now my question has changed. My question is at unconditional love. How does the whole unconditional love and God and P3DO thing work now? Someone explain that?
What
Because
do you mean?
God,
Like,
because God unconditionally loves the sinner, and so people that
Okay, and
excuse say that
so
people that
right. Like, I don't believe in the death penalty. I mean, hot take, right? A lot of right wingers and conservatives will disagree with me, but I don't believe in the death penalty, even for P3DOs.
Are you
Don't believe that they
serious?
should. Yeah, 100%. They should not be. They should not be sentenced to death. It's not our. It's not our capability to be able
Is
to
this a
sentence
new take?
individuals. I mean, I've felt this way for years. Even when I was a libertarian, I didn't believe in the death
no,
penalty.
Bell, there
But
is six
it's not our
arguments that oppose
position.
you.
Yeah, it's not our position to end somebody's life, preventing them from ever being able to repent or achieve a state of theosis. That's not. I'm not. Man is not the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner of man.
Okay, the
and
question
even
was,
when
do you
God,
think God offers unconditional love to P3DOs too?
He also
He
did to
offers
murderers.
He offers
And
unconditional love in the sense that there's been a normative pathway that's been given to man to be able to achieve salvation. And even those that don't take that normative pathway, which would be through the church and the scripture and the written word, there still is the capability to be saved by grace. For example, an individual that's on like North Sentinel Island that's never been, never been exposed, right, to the understanding of the concept of God or scripture or any of these things, right? I cannot say that this individual is incapable of being able to achieve salvation, right? Because salvation by grace is still a real thing, right? God is merciful, right? So there are going to be those that are going to be saved by grace. And like Jesse just said in the chat, Paul is a prime example of this. When Paul was Saul, he was literally slaughtering Christian. He was like slaughtering Christians,
And
right?
then
And he was a Pharisee, right? But Paul was able to be able to repent from those ways, turn towards God, and exist in a manner of trying to achieve or achieving theosis because he has sainthood, right? Achieving theosis at the end because of the position of his heart that had turned away from the sin. So
then
yeah,
wait, 1 second, please. So then what the Catholic Church and these churches do with the P3DOs where they just forgive them and move them around based
no,
off the
that's not acceptable.
no, hold on. Based off of
That's
God, based off of what your definition of God and God's feelings would
no.
not make this morally wrong then.
Wait, yes. With covering up covering up from the actions of an individual and not allowing them to be able to, like, when I say that I disagree with the death penalty, that doesn't mean that I disagree with jailing or imprisonment or something of that nature, right? I'm simply just talking about ending the life of an individual is impermissible. This
No,
is not acceptable,
I'm
right?
not talking
So what the
about.
Catholic, so what the, I'm explaining it to you, Bill. So what the Catholic Church is doing by preventing these individuals from being able to receive consequences for their actions, this would not be permissible, right? Hiding and covering up the sins and the evil actions of another person, right? Gaslighting and lying and deceiving the public as though there was nothing that was happening. All of these kind of things are obviously wrong, right? This is no different than in principle Adam and Eve hiding in shame away from God and trying to pass the blame or gaslight God in saying they didn't make their own choice on their own volition to eat of the fruit, and instead Adam blaming Eve and Eve blaming the serpent.
I understand that, Mikey, but my question is, so these churches move them around. They repent. They ask for forgiveness from God and the whoever
No,
the
repenting.
okay, one
No,
second. And
but you're
whoever
not.
else, the
No,
Pope or whatever. The Pope
it's an
grants them
equivocation. You
forgiveness
don't. What does repent mean? What does repent mean?
when you ask for forgiveness and take your consequences.
No, repentance means to turn your heart away from the action, away from the sin, and towards God. So when we just say that these individuals ask for forgiveness, but then get moved around to another location and exhibit the
It's the
same
same thing.
behavior, then they were not repenting.
But they
That's
were
not the
though,
same
because
thing.
but
Well,
No.
I think this is a definition thing too, Bell. There's like, this is why the whole debate on, frankly, I think Liv kind of flattened it out really early, but I don't think people wanted to concede because it hurts because everyone has a concept of their God. It's a whole thing. Anyway, but Bell, part of the repentance versus the actions of the state or what we do as an organization or as an institution, there are clear divides. And there are some people, I would call it the radical, really radical Christians, people that, I mean, you kind of saw a little bit of a demonstration of it before. The kind of evangelical form right now is to say that the state is sanctioned by God. And so if someone is moved around because they're found not liable for the SA, for instance, of a child, or they can never really bring it to court and therefore there's no ruling on it, they find that to be equivalent with God's will. Because that person, if God didn't like that person, God would have punished them. There's like a real, there's a really, actually, it's really, I mean, it's got Catholic roots. So I'm not going to pretend it's
well,
just a now
yeah,
thing.
that's
But
that's
they,
why I
yeah,
brought up the
yeah.
Catholic churches, and that's why I don't want to think of God as. I do believe that He is all loving, um, but not. I just don't want to believe that He
Right.
loves them.
But Bell,
He's
these are
greedy of.
medieval. Some of the things that people argue today have been already discussed in like medieval. That's why like Mikey leaving and then me also just being in the comments being like, you guys, some of you don't have the range for this. They don't. There's medieval thinkers that already solved, not even solved, but have already, you know,
I agree with
we've
that.
discussed this ad
Right.
nauseum, which is why
Yeah, for a
unconditional love
thousand
definition
years.
was wild. Like the
I,
unconditional love definition conversation was like
But that's what
scary.
I'm saying. That's
That
why
was
I based it
scary.
off of that. I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? Unconditional love? Like, how are we going to work that into other aspects? It just wouldn't.
That's why a lot of people have moved away from institutions and have moved towards like what my thing is. Like I'm not going to baptize my kids. I don't want my kids anywhere near an institution that protects men that don't do what the God that they claim is real
I agree.
is commanding. You know what I'm saying?
Why would you? I'm
I'm not
curious,
ready for that.
Jesse. I'm curious, Jesse. Have you ever looked into Eastern Orthodox?
Yeah, I don't like them either. But that's just
Why?
because I don't trust the institutions at all.
I was raised Greek Orthodox for my mom, but Muslim for my dad. I would put them very close together, Mikey. Very close together.
It is pretty. Like here's the thing too. It is beautiful. Like that's why I get upset when people get so heated in these debates. This is
Hmm.
actually a pretty thing to talk about because then you
Hmm.
can relate it to Muslims. You can relate it to Judaism. It's supposed to be nice to have this kind of type of discourse, but then we don't define terms, and then we get mad when the God that you've imagined doesn't do the thing that I've imagined, and then we point to the first commandment and no one wants to talk about it. It's like
Yeah.
you have to
Just
engage
to
in the whole thing. You have to do the whole thing.
Yeah, I do want to clarify for justice. Saul was 110% a Pharisee. Like he was not just a tax collector. He was 110% a Pharisee. I don't even understand why you tried to say that he wasn't. You can easily just look it up. Was Saul a Pharisee? Saul, later known as Apostle Paul, was indeed a Pharisee. He was educated under Gamaliel. He was a devout Jew and was zealous for the traditions of his ancestors. He was a Pharisee. That's why he was persecuting early Christians, viewing them as a threat to Judaism before he had the conversion that occurred on the road to Damascus. I don't even understand like why this is be contentious.
Meeting at 9 p.m. Meeting at 9 p.m.
What?
He said meeting at 9 p.m. Check the Oval Office.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't
I have
know if we
another
were all on the
hour.
same page. Nice. All right. What's going on, Mikey? Jesse, how's
We're
it
all
going?
here.
What's up, okay?
What's up, T-Bone?
Uh,
Been
Manny, I don't know
chilling.
if you heard. I don't know if you heard. You said that's Saul with dots. Was literally saying Saul was a Pharisee.
Hey
You
T-Bone, I
mean
gotta
Yeah,
talk
that
to
was
you, big dog.
before.
Oh damn, Manny came up.
My
My bad.
bad.
Hey, Manny, what's up?
What's up? I needed to talk to T-Bone. He just went on T-Cup. That's the only reason I came up. I need to holler at him. But I guess,
wouldn't
Bill,
be a
Ask for the
based on
manager. That's crazy.
What's up,
wouldn't be a
Manny?
that's, some,
One
DM?
second.
Yeah.
something
What's
I
going on?
needed
What
to
you need?
discuss.
Talk to
That's
me.
something I need to discuss about debate network.
Okay.
If we gonna have these debates, biases cannot play into whether or not a person is accurate in their debate, because I've
Oh
noticed
my gosh.
that certain people. Wait,
Okay, so listen, bro. I need everybody to understand this, bro. The We are not going to be able to completely remove bias when we're having these types of debates go on. It is
well, I was gonna
literally
address
hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold on, just a second, please, real quick, because I need people to understand this real quick, and I promise I'm gonna let you go. It is impossible to absolve all fucking bias, right? The best thing that we can do is put measures in place so that we can mitigate how much bias is being used. Again, the judges that were selected, for the most part, what is the design is people who do not frequent this space or other spaces on TikTok, i.e., Sports Mom, i.e., Live, i.e., the Academy, all that good jazz, DACA,
Mm-hmm.
and them crew, so that they don't have a personal bias or relationship with the people that are actually debating. Obviously, we're going to run out of those types of people, and so we're going to have to delegate from there. But there's only but so much that we can do. I don't understand why we're coming. Like, to be honest with you, right? The fact that my panels are typically, most of the time, left leaning, and the fact that some goofy ass nigga just won this debate kind of speaks volumes, if you want me to be honest. I've been shutting my mouth on this shit, but it's like, I don't understand
Yo, who you calling
how we're
goofy?
complaining so
Who
much
you
about
calling
this.
goofy, T-Bone? No, I'm just fucking.
No.
We
You get what I'm
we
saying, though,
only
right? It's just
we
like,
we only had one debate. Like to
Yeah, you're
like
talking about
we
that
only
Omer dude.
yeah,
yeah.
we only had
Yeah.
one debate.
Cannot believe. Hold on. I cannot believe a Zionist won. I'm sorry.
Well, then Bell, stop helping it with facts.
Put him up against me. Put him
Honestly,
up against me. You'll never
I
see a
think
Zionist. You'll never see a
this
Zionist
is
win, bro.
actually
You'll
officer's
Fuck
fault.
you.
now, Manny,
I was going.
what's your complaint? Go ahead.
I feel like biases often play a role in whether or not people listen to other people and what they're actually saying, and that's not fair when we're talking about a debate or a debate platform. Because just because you may have had a disagreement with somebody at a previous point, or you don't like how they stand politically, does not mean that they're not correct in whatever they're debating at the moment. We have
Wait,
to find some type
do
of
you
way to
wait? How
mitigate
can you
that. But
prove?
T-Bone just addressed it. But T-Bone
How
just
could you
hold on.
prove that what you're saying
This is
isn't your own
just
bias, though? Where you think that these people should have won based on the fact that you probably agree with them more?
No, it shouldn't be based on whether or not I agree with them. It should be based on whether or not they have
I,
facts.
I feel like
But
Manny's
this
right,
is
and this is why the judges are not knuckle dragging assholes. Like I'm just gonna throw like
Okay, cool.
when you're judging a debate, you have to divorce yourself of the ability to try to draw your own conclusions during the debate. Yes, we all know this. This is why the judges are selected, who they are, why they are, where they are. We only had
But
one
this is
debate.
also why,
There
this is
has to
all.
be some type of fact checking mechanism, I
There should be
guess.
no fact
Um,
checking. No, no. Moderators are not fact checking. No,
no. That's
because when
that's what
no,
judges would
not
do on
with
the
the
back
moderator,
end.
not with the
No, that's what
Yeah, but
moderators.
judges.
you
Now,
that should have been
Yes.
clarified. That should have been clarified from the beginning.
Bell, that's
Yes,
I'll
debate
say this again,
101.
real quick. Real quick. I'll say this
yeah.
again because,
Did
and
you
I might
watch
not
the
have clarified
video?
this
Even
before. My fault.
T-Bone tapped in on that convo. Did you watch the video?
I did not tap in on that convo.
I think you need to go rewatch it. I posted it.
I will go rewatch the video, but I promise you, when they started their one-on-one debate, the only time I ever spoke was when I was regulating time. That was it. I never put into that conversation.
All I know is this. I'm gonna put this out there out loud. I'm hearing a lot of bitching. I'm hearing a lot of arguing. I hear a lot of call outs. People keep ducking fucking fades. I saw a couple of ducks today. That's all I'm gonna say.
Agree.
Dude,
Real
we've
quick,
had more
real
debating
quick.
about the debates than we've had debates.
Facts. Real
I'm
quick
not
though,
ducking the
I,
fade from
I do just
nobody.
want to let y'all know the way that we have it set up, because this point was brought up before about the bias. And so we listen and we put something out, which was the rubric. That way there is an objective sense that you can know whether you're scoring high in the debate, scoring low in the debate, why you're scoring that way, right? And then that's also for the judges to be able to look for a certain thing rather than just say this person won. There's certain things that they have to look for within that rubric in order to determine whether he gets points for that setting or not.
Yeah, and the fact checking. Correct me if I'm wrong, T-Bone. That's going on the back end by the judges when they're either rewatching the video of the debate to be able to factor that in and understand whether individuals are making factual statements or not. That's not something that would be happening on the front end because that would also like disrupt the time of the debate itself.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. My
Yeah,
thought.
I think everyone should just check the rubric. The rubric is like, I mean, I'm sorry, but the rubric is like plain and simple. I think that if you are going to be making any type of argument in any way, you should know the rubric before. Not telling that people have to memorize it, but like that helps, bro. Know what you're doing.
The
And
The
on top of
one
that, we
quick thing before we go, because Bell kind of referenced it, is that there is also the possibility, which we made it easier since we have a rubric now. The judge does not necessarily have to be right then and there when you guys debate. So if you want to collect the fade right then and there, y'all can do that. It can be recorded and then rewatched by the judges, whoever are picked for it.
And I want everyone to remember that the rubric is not only what you argue, what facts you bring, all of that, but it's also debate skills and debate decorum as well. So not only are you getting judged by your argument and how you present it, but you're also getting judged by your skills and etc. And it's meant to do that so that way people can get better, because some people want to actually get criticism and grow and learn and be better. And so we're trying to help provide that.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Yeah, I saw good shit today. I thought all of it today was good. I wish we had rubrics out today. Some of the shit was awesome. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, they was saying no when they was called out.
No fades were, and I don't understand why. The space and opportunity is right here. I don't get it.
Liv said
I don't know.
no.
In other words, there is only one perfect bracket left in all of March
Whoa.
Madness.
Liv said no to the lightning debate. So
Yep,
To
that's
be
a
fair,
point
was
deducted.
like it was getting to like 4v1 by the time he was asked, and then when we tried to bring it back in, other people's points were being argued by each other. It got like, I don't know. There's not a lot you can do, and then the religion thing is always like that. So it's like,
I mean,
I
if
get
people
where he
want to
was coming
debate
from,
like
but I
that
get
why are
too,
you
I
always
mean,
to
making
take the lightning though.
We have a
Did I just
challenge. We have a challenge in the chat. Indica says I'll debate Manny on if the indigenous people in Alaska were there before black people or not.
sure?
Are
all
you
righty.
ready?
Indica, are you ready for this? We going in?
We can do
What you
this
want, a lightning
right
or a thunder?
now.
What we doing? We might have to push back that meeting.
We might have to if they want. You guys want a 30-minute or an hour-long debate time?
Don't matter to me.
Obviously, the hour-long debate time has more points involved. We can get a judge. Officer's already on it. No, so lightning you get
Nah, I
like
can't.
28 minutes, right?
Yes.
I'm not
So you're
ducking
gonna
any
have
favors.
the 2 minute opening, the 3 minute critique, the 15-minute open dialogue between the both of you, and then the 2 minute closing. That's the way that that works. That's the
Request
quickest
ask
debate that you
Indica
could
if you're
get done.
accepting.
I just wanted to come up real quick to see if you guys are
You
gonna
just charged me twice, gang. What the fuck?
could one of y'all work with me on that back end spreadsheet.
Yeah, if we want to start this now, let me know if Indica like accepts. Because if we want to start this now, then Bell and Bex can just take over for the timing portion, and then I could just get with you on the back end.
Perfect.
I'll
Haven't
take any
requested
debates. I'm
yet.
not ducking no fades. If it's something that I actually believe in,
Indica, you got to come up to the panel.
Wait, you made the claim, Indica. Now we're asking questions.
At least come up, because that way they can clarify what they're actually arguing before he accepts it. I'm also taking fades as a conservative too, just to let y'all know.
Wonderful, but Manny, I did want to clarify. He said that he wants to debate you on proving whether or not Black people were in Alaska before Native Americans, not the whole, Americas or the U.S.
black people were the first indigenous people to every landmass on this planet.
In Alaska, Manny,
Hold on.
Alaska.
Before we start
I said
talking
every
about it,
landmass on this planet.
hold on, because now we're getting into the debate before we know. Are we doing this as a structured lightning debate or
However you want it. I'm not ducking no fades.
Indica? It's on you.
Yeah,
He made the
I'm
challenge.
I'm
Let's
all
go.
for it because I'm really interested to see where he gets this information.
All right, hold on. Stand by. Let me get a timer.
Should we have a live judge or just play it back?
Can you reach out to the judges on the back
Judge.
end and see if someone's available right now? All right. Stopwatch. All right, I've got timer set whenever.
Give me just 1 second here. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. So while we're doing the actual debate, we will drop everybody except for Manny and Indica just to keep everything down. Officer, the claim, Manny's claim is that Black people were the first people on every landmass in the world, I believe is what Manny said.
Yes.
Indica is claiming that Native Americans or indigenous people were in Alaska prior to Black people. Mods, no modding. Just leave it completely alone. Nobody talk during the debate at all. The only thing that'll happen is I will give 30-second warnings to your opening, and then a 2-minute warning and a 1-minute warning, or 2-minute warning and a 30-second warning for the 15-minute open conversation. And how long is the end? I'm sorry, T-Bone, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. If you want
End
me
is
to,
15.
2
2
minutes,
minutes.
then 3 minutes, then 15 minutes, then 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So the way that I did it in the last one, which worked really well, is put a comment in the comment section whenever their time is about to be up. So you could put like 30 seconds once that happens for each one, so they know their relative time. Then once their time is up, come off mute, tell them time, move to the next one, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect. So I'm ready when. Do you have a judge?
I believe there is a judge that is picked for this one. I don't necessarily know. I made sure to put that into the system. I don't even know this time. So, with
Okay.
that being said, before we start, I just want to make sure that the claim is clear, right? Indica, you are saying that there is no evidence of Black people in Alaska prior to those indigenous individuals. And Manny, you are making the claim that there were, and that is because Black people originated everywhere, correct?
No, I'm not saying black people originated everywhere. I'm saying they were there before the people that we call Inuit today.
Oh, right. Got you. Okay, cool beans. All right. We doing a coin toss here, or does someone want to accept the go first?
Ooh, can I do the
He made
coin
the
toss?
thing. He
Let
made the
me do.
challenge. Let him go first.
No, Manny, I wanted to do the coin toss.
Indica, do you
Going
want
to
to go
tails.
first, or should we do a coin toss here?
It don't matter to me. I can go first.
Gotcha. All right. We'll have Indica go first. Do you have a timer up, Bex, or should I do it?
I got it unless you want to.
It doesn't matter
If
to me.
you
You could do it if you want to.
okay, okay,
All
I'll
right.
do it, and then
All right. Indica's timer starts on your first words whenever you're ready.
All right. So the claim of black people being like being there before the indigenous people in Alaska doesn't make sense to me, because then you would have to prove, like, if we're talking about black people originating from Africa before, like, let's say around the 1800s is when, like, we started getting black people over there. So I'm curious as to, do you have evidence before that of when they showed up? Because indigenous means indigenous, like the first people there. Yeah. So I want to know your evidence of black people who are indigenous to Africa being in Alaska before those people.
you still have a
Because
minute.
the earliest I'm seeing is about 1800s.
You still have a minute. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Manny, it's your turn for your opening statement, and I'll start the time on your first words.
My opening statement is that black people were on this planet for thousands of years before anybody who had any lighter skin appeared on this planet, according to the geneticist Cavella Sforza. And with that being the case, they had already transmigrated this planet before the first light skinned person who started to exist about 6,000 years ago ever lived in a house that had a window. This is just genetically proven out. I mean, this is just proven all over the world. And the fact that people don't want to acknowledge it is not because that black people weren't there. It's because it's a system of white supremacy that they don't want to acknowledge within themselves. The caste system has always existed, especially when it comes to black people. We were the first to do everything, but nobody wants to acknowledge that, because if they acknowledge that, then they can't put us on the bottom of the rungs anymore. Put us on the bottom rung anymore. With that being said, I'm willing to prove everything that I say in this conversation, and I'm willing to see what his data set is, because I'm not going to give you mine. You have to give me yours, sir. I can
Is
prove
that
my
the
argument. I need you to prove your own.
is that the end of your opening?
Yep, I'll land it right there.
Okay,
All
I
right.
want to take a quick pause here because it seems like there's going to be a lot more of you having to prove certain things. So the question becomes, do you guys want to skip that 3 minute critique and then just do a 20-minute open dialogue between the both of you with Bex moderating that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so
I have
let's
one
do it that
question
way.
about the dialogue.
Huh?
I have one question about the dialogue.
Yes.
When we're doing the 20-minute dialogue, can I present information from other sources, like have PhDs speak on this subject and just like play
Uh,
it for you, or do I have to make the argument myself? Because I already know there's
um.
going to be a lot of things I say that they're going to say that's wrong, and I'd rather have a
So
PhD say it than me, so they don't have their own.
yeah, if you want to utilize that time to present something, you absolutely can. Bex, a question for you. Do you think
Yes.
it's better to have two people have 10-minute sessions of being able to control how the dialogue is going? Or do you think it should just be open, free flowing and you kind of moderate who gets to speak?
What do you guys want? Because do you guys want me to? You both seem pretty
It can be free
down.
flow. I know how to mute up.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
so let's keep it free flow then. We'll do the
I'll
20
try not to
minutes.
step in unless I absolutely have to.
Gotcha. Okay, so then Bex, whenever you want to start that timer, just give them a countdown, and then a 20-minute open dialogue is where we'll start at.
Perfect. Okay. Since we finished off with Manny Indica, I'll start the timer on your first words. I'll give a 5 minute warning and a 1 minute warning in the chat.
Okay, so the earliest evidence I have of black people going to Alaska would be around like the 1800s during like that era of just exploration and everything. So could you like show me something where earlier than that there were black people? And when we're talking about uh, uh, blah, 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 blah. When we're talking about black people, are we talking about those indigenous to Africa? Because from what I'm hearing you say, you're saying that black people were the first humans, so they originated everywhere, so they would be indigenous to everywhere on Earth.
I don't feel like it's fair for you to ask me a question to substantiate your claim. If you're going to make a claim, then you should be able to substantiate it yourself.
Okay, my earliest evidence is like the 1800s. So where do we go from here? Because we know that there were people there before the 1800s, and if my evidence says 1800s is about ballpark area of where black people started going there, ballpark area of where
Are you done?
yeah, that's why I stopped talking.
Okay. Um, like I said earlier, I'm not going to make your claim for you. If you're going to make a claim, then you need to prove your claim. I could prove that black people were in Alaska before the 1800s. I could prove that black people were transmigrating this planet before the 1800s. I could prove that black people were transmigrating this planet over 6,000 years ago. But if you want to stick with the 1800s, that's completely up to you, sir.
I'm asking for evidence of black
And then
people there before the 1800s because my claim is that they are not indigenous to, or they were not there before the indigenous people of Alaska. So,
I want to make something very clear. I never said at any time that black people just popped up everywhere around the world. I don't believe that. No scientist believes that we don't think that people just popped up all over the world at the same time. That's factually disingenuous. The thing is, the first people on this planet, the original Homo sapiens sapiens, were black people, and they were one group of people for hundreds of thousands of years. And those hundreds of thousands of years, they didn't just sit in Africa waiting for everybody to show up. They actually got up and moved around the planet and discovered things. Most people were nomads because they would follow the food. Basically, especially if they were meat eaters, they would follow the caribou or the deer or whatever their prime source of meat was at the time. The way I can prove this is that it's just very, very simple. That's how they said the first people crossed the Bering Strait. I mean, the first people crossed the Bering Strait. The first Alaskans, let me be clear. The first Inuit crossed the Bering Straits in the first place. But it's also been proven that at the time that the Bering Strait was supposed to exist, there would be no way to cross the Bering Strait because it would have been all icebergs and we had no climbing equipment at the time. If you need a source, the source is The First Americans Were Africans by Dr. David Imhotep.
so like I said, I think I asked this.
Dr. David Imhotep.
So like I said, this. You're saying that the original humans are black, so they
Yes.
would be indigenous to everywhere.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the original humans were black. For hundreds of thousands of years, there was nobody else on the planet but black people. And those black people didn't just sit in Africa waiting for not what I'm saying. I'm saying the original humans were black. For hundreds of thousands of years, there was men in Africa waiting for everybody else to show up. They migrated. So that's how they got there first, through migration, not because they just popped up there. Matter of
So
fact,
were
even if you want
the
to make the hold on. Even if you want to make the argument about the Inuits who are considered indigenous there today, they also migrated from Siberia. So
the Inuits black people?
the originals were. There's
The
many.
original
There's
Inuits are
plenty. Yes, there's plenty of documentation of the original Alaskans being black. All you have to do is look it up. They'll show you pictures, literally show you pictures.
Okay, you're gonna have to define. Oh, can you define black people for me?
Dark skinned people. We know what black means.
So just any dark skinned individual is black.
If you have a certain level of melanin, if you can't pass a paper bag test, then yes, in America you would be considered black.
So when we're okay, are we talking about those that are indigenous to Africa?
Yeah, they would fall under that category.
And then are there any others that would fall under that category?
The indigenous people to Australia, the indigenous people to South America, the indigenous people to North America, the indigenous people to Canada, the indigenous people to Alaska, the indigenous people to Russia, the indigenous people to Europe. Cheddar man, black. And we are understanding that race is a social construct, right? So when I'm talking about black, I'm talking about a certain skin color and a certain level of melanin.
So we're talking about the social construct of black people, right? So under those categories, it would be the people that were indigenous to Africa.
Dark skinned melanated people all over the planet. It's
So
not
so
just
you have
it's
to.
not just
This is
Africa.
what began it, right? Because if we're talking about black people that are indigenous to Africa, you're saying that they were there in Alaska before everybody else. You have to prove that it was before the 1800s.
Yes, I'm saying black people were the first people everywhere. I'm saying at the time where black people were migrating the planet, no other people existed. All people were dark skinned people.
That would make all humans black and indigenous to all lands,
I'm
correct?
You can make that argument too, but that's not the argument that I'm making.
That's the argument that would win you this argument, correct? Because you're trying to prove that the indigenous people in Alaska weren't there before black people. And when we're talking about black people, we're talking about those that originated in Africa.
Yes,
But
the
like that's
human
besides the
yes,
point. I
the
don't even think they would
yes,
fit into the category of black people.
yes, what we call Homo sapiens sapiens today originated in Africa. I thought that was just third grade knowledge.
So okay, and in what year did they originate in Africa?
We have no way of knowing that exactly what year they
Okay,
originated in
so
Africa.
we originated in Africa, correct?
Yes, human beings originated in Africa.
And then what happened after that?
They migrated. That's how the rest of the land masses got filled up.
Right. So so at the end of the day, you are telling me that black people are indigenous to every part of this earth because they were the first ones here.
Yes.
And then where did the other people come from?
What do you mean? Where did the other people come from? Genetic mutation.
So
The Eve
humanity went through a
gene.
genetic
The,
mutation and then white people came
no,
about.
no. Let me finish. Let me finish. Genetic mutation. The Eve gene. Black women and black men have the ability to produce people of all colors. We literally have black people in Africa right now with pale white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. They're called albinos.
Okay, but I'm still not
Or you can look at,
satisfied with you proving to me that black people that we know today, originating from Africa, they okay, but I'm still not
or you can look at.
satisfied with you proving to me that black they were there before the indigenous people of Alaska.
That's what I say. I would say the ancestors of their people in Africa right now were dark skinned black people. People in Alaska right now are dark skinned black people. That's what I would say. It's a better way of saying it. Um, okay, I guess I'll just keep going. Another way I can substantiate this, will we all agree that the people in Alaska right now, the story is that they went across the Bering Strait to get to Alaska?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Will we all agree? The story, well, I don't agree, but the story says that the people who are in Alaska right now went across the Bering Strait from what we would call Russia or China to get to Alaska in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even Siberia. That's how they got to Alaska, right? Crossing the Bering Strait.
Yes.
Okay. Do we also agree that not that long ago, Chinese people did a whole study, genetic study, to try to determine that they were their own people and they had nothing to do with anybody else, and then come to find out that their ancestry was also African?
I don't know about this study.
Does anybody else know about this study on the panel? Or do I have to look that up for you too?
We would request that you provide sources if you can.
Okay, let me find it. Chinese people find out their ancestry is black. Can y'all hear the reading?
Representing different migration paths over time.
All I
Can
heard was
you replay that, please, Manny, from the beginning?
I'll read it. Scientific evidence confirms that all modern human beings, including Chinese populations, share ancient ancestry originating in Africa over 300,000 years ago. While individuals may discover distant African roots through genetic testing, Han Chinese ancestry primarily traces back to a Neolithic agricultural tribes in northern China, representing distant migratory patterns. You want me to keep going? Homo sapiens sapiens evolved in Africa before migrating globally, meaning all human ancestry ultimately traces back to Africa.
okay. Let me also look something.
If you want to know my source, it's the Natural History Museum.
I asked my AI if black people were indigenous to Alaska, and it said no.
Well, I'm going, of course, according to the National History Museum. I'm not going according to AI. Homo sapiens
Who
sapiens
is that
first
lady
evolved in
talking to
Africa.
me? Not to
Homo
get
sapiens
sidetracked too
sapiens.
much, but who is the lady talking to me?
Oh, that was just my phone reading the overview of the
Which is
article.
what?
The Natural History Museum.
No. What is the lady in the phone?
My phone was reading an overview of the
I
article.
know, but what is the lady in the phone?
A voice.
What? And how does this voice come to be? Does it have any intelligence behind it? Is it artificial?
The internet.
Okay,
I don't know
can
how
I
new your
concede?
phone
Can I
is, but
concede? I'll take the L. I'm done with this.
Sure.
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen.
that was easy.
Indica conceded. Indica conceded, everyone. Who wins the debate?
That was easy.
We
Yeah,
will.
Manny, that was so easy.
I mean, you the one who conceded. We can keep going.
And I'm the one who doesn't have an ego and isn't going to cry about my rank going down. But people that are intelligent and
I'm
listen to
not crying. I don't
everything
care
that
about
we
my
just
rank.
listened to, I'm pretty sure they can see something else, Manny. But you beat
I don't
me.
care.
I am very proud of you.
I genuinely don't care about my rank. It doesn't matter to me in any way whatsoever. But this is reading from the Natural History Museum, and I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, I know what I could say
I'd rather
is
talk to the
I
lady
could
in your
poke a few
phone.
holes. I
Did you
could poke a few holes in
concede?
what both of you said.
Why did you
Actually,
concede?
because
Because
You just want the
I am
argument
not
on
going to
how race.
continue going on with
Indica,
that.
but listen, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. You could have went into the argument of what race actually is, right? What the system of race and how it's based.
Yeah,
actually
black
is,
people that
and that would have
originated
been
in
limited.
Africa. Uh,
No, 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 no. Race is based off of phenotypical presentation. So it's not just having dark
Facts.
skin.
oh, I
There are
did say
Indian
that. I said
people.
they don't look
Wait,
like black
Indica,
people.
listen. There are Indian people, right? Indian people who are Asian racially that are my
Correct.
color, right?
But didn't I just
So
prove
him
that
making
Asian
the
people who
argument,
have
no,
dark skin
stop.
have
You
a?
him making the
I just
argument,
proved.
him making the argument that just because you're dark skinned you're black. That's not how that works.
I just proved that
Like what
people
the
with
fuck
dark
are we
skin have
doing?
African ancestry. I've already proven
No,
that.
no, no, no. That does not make them black. Them
Are
having
you
dark
trying to have
skin
a
does not
debate,
make
Queen?
them black.
Are you trying to have a
That does
debate?
not make them black.
I never made that
Blackness is a
argument, but do you want to have
phenotypical
that debate?
presentation. I'm not
Actually,
arguing that
black
they
is
did
a
not.
social construct.
No,
No
yes, based on
shit,
phenotypical
Sherlock.
presentation.
It's
It's
both.
a.
It's
It's
Do you want to have a
based
both.
debate,
on
Queen?
phenotypical
I'm not about to do it.
presentation.
Wait. What I'm not about to do is him concede out of the debate, and then you come up here and try to make the debate for him. So if you want to have a debate, we can
I'm not trying to
absolutely
make the
do that.
debate for him.
Uh,
I'm telling you,
You
you
can't have
said
a
something
conversation
dumb.
with her.
Also, let's be clear.
I want the
The
debate. I want
Inuits,
the
Hey, I'm a
the
little
smoke.
pissed
Inuits
off,
are not the,
man.
wait, real
You
I'm
quick,
not
already
a
real quick,
won.
real quick,
I'm
real
not a
quick.
Kansas
Shake it, not
fan.
now,
I
Wait,
put
Tracy.
money.
Shake it.
shut
It's not the
up.
time.
Okay,
Again,
please. The Inuits are not the only native
you
people
guys don't
here in
like March
Alaska.
Madness.
And when we
I
look
would
at
agree with
the
SOB.
that.
Inuit
Jake, you
people,
All right,
just
the
man.
Inuit
wow.
people are not even the darkest native people up here in Alaska. They're not.
I would agree.
So
So, but
this
I
I
do,
would
I
argument is
agree.
do.
fucking
Hold
dumb.
on, though, because Manny, I
I would
didn't
agree.
agree with you on where you said you used Inuit. I agree with Queen on that. If you're gonna make the stance that Black people, African Americans from Africa, got here before anyone else, you would just go with indigenous. That's it. Then they came from Siberia.
Well, I
Because
can't just go with
Inuit
indigenous
people
because
don't even present
am I
black.
going
They
to get to
present more
respond? Or
Asian. Like what the
It's not. It doesn't
fuck?
matter
if you
though
want to have
because
the
you
debate, we
have
can have the
Black
debate.
people
Because
that also are Asian. Queen, what are you talking about?
no, they
What do you mean
Yes.
phenotypically
no?
present Asian. You're not listening to me.
For
That
fuck's
don't
They
mean they
sake.
don't have African
phenotypical
ancestry.
presentation. I would never be seen as an Asian person. I could be from Japan and I still would not be seen as Asian. I would be seen as black because of
May I
my
respond?
phenotypical presentation, bro.
I
Just
understand
like
that,
May I
you,
respond?
but there are
just
so
like
with
you,
time people
everybody
may
everywhere except for where you're
with
from, you would be seen as
that's
a white
literally
person,
his
bro.
point. With time
Respectfully.
people
No,
mixed.
no, it doesn't
What do you mean no?
And
matter.
People
genetically
mixed with
mutated
Because
according
time.
to
if we were going to talk
and they
about black
genetically
people,
mutate
if we're
according to
going to talk
environment.
about
Bex,
black
can
people
we
here in
run rotate
Alaska,
boxes or no?
bruh.
Who wants up?
I think Mikey. Yeah, Mikey's in the request.
Yeah, I'll
Oh
drop.
yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Jesse.
Yes, Jesse, I would agree with you that all people come from black people.
So that would
But
mean that all people are black.
Africa
That
correct.
would
from
make
I never said
Africa.
all
everybody
people are
black.
Hold
black.
on, hold
I
on,
never said
Manny.
all
You're
people are
using
black
the
under
wrong.
this.
You're using the
Did you not
wrong
read
word. So hold
Jesse's?
on, 1 second. You are
No,
using the
Jesse,
wrong words.
you
The
do
reason
not get a
why
whole
it's
week.
not
No.
clicking with a lot of people is you're forgetting. Black is mainly synonymous to the U.S. You have to say
I
Africa.
agree.
Africa.
I agree.
Okay.
I would like to say indigenous, but
No.
according to other people, why every time I start talking, somebody else start talking. I
They're
would
just
like to say
wrong.
indigenous, but according to today's social structures, they don't like to say that black people are indigenous to the planet. Apparently, those words are reserved for certain people.
Everybody's
But if we're going to
indigenous
go
to the
back to
planet.
if we're going to go back
What?
to the Asian argument, if we're going to go back to the Asian argument, scientists
Human beings
in
are
the early
indigenous.
2000s, the scientists in the early 2000s in China were trying to prove that they were their own people and they had their own history and lineage, and they even had to concede that they go back to Africa also. So people today
Everybody's
with Asian skin,
indigenous
hold
to
on,
the
let me finish,
planet.
let me finish, let me finish. People today in Asia with fair skin or lighter skin still have to concede that their ancestry is African or indigenous, as I like to say.
Let me go back to
What?
your Dr. David Emotep. Just because someone has a
Hmm.
PhD and writes a book doesn't make their evidence factual. So, are you willing
How
to
many other
to?
PhDs would you like?
I'm talking about this one, this one
Okay.
particular source that you cited. So,
Hmm.
in his evidence, he talks about the Olmec civilization and how some of those statues present black features. Correct?
Yes, yes, but he's not the only one. But yes, he does.
Right, but there was also no supporting DNA or language or any cultural evidence to support linking those Olmec statues to even Africa, but to indigenous Mesoamerican people. So, looking at those statues phenotypically without any other representation, how would you come to the conclusion that they were black?
There are
They're
other
Homo
there.
sapiens because they're
If I
Homo
may, if
sapiens. Manny, tell them they're Homo sapiens.
no, that's not what I'm going to tell them. What I'm
African,
going to
stop
tell you are
using
there are other
black, Manny.
Is
She's gonna
there
get you on the
there.
black part. You have to use African.
Why can't I just
Do you understand what
and
I'm
all
saying?
Homo
there the
He
sapiens
Olmec?
just
exist
why he
in
can't
Africa
respond? Why,
until the
Renee? Why are you
Pygmy
Why
Rebels
people
interrupting
keep
his
trying to tell me
Yeah,
how to
response?
yeah,
talk?
let him
Like, just
respond.
Open
let me
dialogue
respond.
now.
Let him
Renee, you
respond
don't
though. Yeah.
respond for him. Damn.
Okay, this is how I will make that argument. Yes, the Olmec heads are a big part of it, but there are a lot of other architectural finds that will prove that earlier Mesoamerican civilizations were what we would call dark-skinned people. The way that I can prove this is first off, there are statues that they depict themselves as dark-skinned people when they could have used lighter colors if they chose to. There are wall paintings all over Central and South America, cave paintings where they depict themselves and they literally differentiate between red skin and black skinned people. Like they paint them as red or dark brown and then paint them as black. So there's the Olmec heads are not the only representation of the Mesoamerican people being, the Mesoamerican indigenous people being black or what we would call dark skin today.
Based off of what you're saying, that would go with exactly what Queen has been saying. There are many cultures around the world where they vary in different skin tone. There are
I never
people in
disagree with.
Cambodia, for instance, who have a darker skin tone. So are
Mhm.
you saying that the cave paintings that you're referencing had Afro features as well as darker skin tones, or just the paint color that they chose to use as your only evidence?
Well,
Yeah, not
they weren't making pictures like Picasso where you can actually see their features. They were literally painting stick figures like hunting stick buffaloes and stuff like that.
So
But
then
they
that
did
proves,
but hold on,
okay.
let me answer. They did differentiate skin color because some people that would paint red, some people they would paint with a darker brown, some people they would paint with absolute black. So my claim is not that all people my claim is that the first people in those areas were dark skinned people, not that everybody from those areas have to be dark skinned. I never said that.
And we still have those variations in skin tone today, but we would not call those same
Absolutely.
people black. So if there is no features, there's no other representation. You're talking about somebody's artistic representation of human beings at that time, varied in
Hmm.
color, and therefore you're making your argument that Dr. Emotep was correct.
That's not the only argument, but that's just one of them. There are also gold tip spears that were found in some of the, I guess you can call them pyramids. They would like to call them something different, but in my personal opinion, they would be pyramids in South America and Central America. That the gold was tested, and the only way you get that letter, that exact, I don't know what the word would be, compound to make AU to make gold in the first place, it would have to come from certain places in Africa. So that would also prove that the people who migrated to that place were Africans because they brought gold and metals literally from Africa to those lands.
but you think that gold and metals didn't exist anywhere other than Africa?
I'm not saying they didn't exist anywhere other than Africa. That's why I would
So then
rather
why
have
would
the
it so
debate
then
to
why would
prove
the
these things in my hold on, let me
presupposition
answer.
why
Let me
do you
finish.
guys
Let me
make
finish.
Homo
But you
hold on.
but
Wait,
you
Renee, why
can't
do you
not
keep
but you
interrupting? Why
Why
do
can't
you
do you
keep
guys
doing
say
that?
that I got you?
Why do you
you
keep doing
can't
that?
what
When all Homo
you can't
sapiens
look at
originated as dark skin,
So
dark
Renee,
eyes, and
why do
dark
you
hair.
keep doing
you can't
that?
I don't know why. But what I would say, you can look at gold that comes from, like, say, California. You know what I'm saying? And because it's the same metal, but it would have different levels of different compounds in the metal that proves that it comes from North America versus, say, Senegal.
Sure. You have the
Yeah.
evidence
So
that
that's what I'm
proves that
saying. They
you have
test.
the evidence that proves that the gold that was in South America came from Africa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Said,
Okay.
you
It
said you're
matches
talking
up
about precious
perfectly.
metals
Okay.
now.
Could I get that study?
Let me find it.
about pigment in skin or different precious metals?
Can the
What are we
lady
Also,
and her
just
We're
to,
talking about
we're not
metals
Tbones?
at
even
the
talking
moment.
about pigment and skin right now, Renee. This is why
We're
when you
talking about
interject
metals
and
at
you
the
don't
moment.
listen, you just wait to be able to respond.
the
You
original
sound like you're
indigenous
lost.
people of mankind that would be
You're
identified
like
as
Hansel
black
and
today
Gretel
because of the
wandering in the
enslavement
forest
game
right
back
now, and
then.
you're still talking because you just
And
can't get
that's
yourself to
what
stop
the point,
talking.
right?
It's
Am
like
I in
your
the
vocal
wrong
cords have
debate?
to. It's like your vocal cords have to
Manny, was
vibrate.
that the debate? That the original people would be considered black in
And what's
America
his
under the
proof? And
slave
what's his
structure that we
proof
have
for it,
today?
Renee? And what's his proof for it, Renee? He just gave an
Well,
archaeological proof
I
for this
don't.
being the case based on the fact
I
of them
really.
finding gold-tipped spears that were located in the area. So when I ask about the anatomic levels of these gold-tipped spears to show that the gold came from Africa, it would be able to influence his position.
You
But you're
waste
so
your
lost
damn
that you
breath,
don't even
Mikey.
understand. What the
No, she
fuck?
don't even. She don't even know. Don't even answer her ass no more.
Just look at
She
the
just talking.
You know
migration. I
what?
mean,
You
to
know
figure
what,
that
Queen?
out.
I'm gonna take your
The
advice.
adaptation of the Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens started fucking
Like
making
she just
babies.
saying
I
shit,
mean, one
man.
thing,
Queen ain't never scared me wrong, so I'm gonna just I'm gonna just stick to
Like
that.
let Manny get the damn sword. Renee, you don't know what the
to me,
fuck
the
you
Homo
talking about.
sapiens didn't fuck the Neanderthals out of existence, and they're originally from
Yeah,
Africa.
no, yeah, we just
Okay,
saying
thank
shit
you,
to say
girl.
shit.
Bye, girl. Yeah, we just talking at this
You're talking
point.
right. We're
I
talking
love
about
the English
God,
language
man. What
too,
about the
Renee.
precious
I'm a
metals?
big fan. I'm a big
Hey
fan of the English
Bex,
language too. I love
Bex,
saying shit.
1 second. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
please.
yo. Bex, I sent $5 for Renee. I don't know how much that is, but
Oh,
she gotta go.
Renee, it's
Bye
like
You
bye.
gotta
I'll
go.
be back for
You gotta go.
five,
You gotta
two,
go.
Well, yeah, she got to
one.
get up out of here.
It's like at least 10 minutes. I don't know.
Can we continue the conversation now? Y'all go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. There just seems to be counter evidence to a lot of the things that Dr. Imhotep includes in his theories. Like for example, like
Okay.
you made the claim about the land bridge. I can give you a study from Nature.com, University of Colorado, that shows that there was a significant human settlement based on radiocarbon dating that was closer to 30,000 years ago, as opposed to 15,000 years, which is 15,000 years before the land bridge theory. Right. So this would like
Right.
debunk if it's necessitated on the argument of the land bridge theory, right? The Beringian land bridge, as to how individuals came over to the Americas, which is where you're kind of using to say that the migration of Africans resulted in them coming here first. If I can debunk the
Hmm.
land bridge theory, then it seems that everything else just logically falls apart from it. And this is the critiques that have been given to Dr. Imhotep historically.
May
I'm
I
sorry,
respond
guys.
to that, Mikey,
Real quick
without
before
anybody cutting
I'm
me
sorry.
off? May I respond to that?
Real.
He
Okay, go ahead.
I feel like you're miscategorizing my argument. My argument is not that the original migrants to the Americas came over the land bridge. My argument is that it would have been impossible for the people who we call the Inuit today to actually migrate over the land bridge at the time, because at the time there would have been nothing but icebergs. The land bridge wouldn't have existed. The land bridge came along with global warming, which came with the industrialization from human beings and putting certain pollutants, I guess, into the atmosphere, which made the earth hotter. So that's when the land bridge would have evolved. I'm saying African people have existed on this planet for over 400,000 years. And during that time, they didn't come over to the Americas over the land bridge. They came on currents like the Canary Current that literally flows from Africa to the basin in South America and Mexico.
Wait, but how would the land bridge be able to come from the industrial age when the industrial age wasn't until the 1800s?
That's exactly my point. That's why the land bridge theory doesn't make any sense. How would the land bridge have existed? It doesn't make sense.
So then how did the migration happen? Now we're getting caught up here.
That's what I'm saying. Whose migration? That's
Hold
the
on, real
my
quick
that,
before you,
I'm not caught up. I know
real quick
exactly what
before,
you're saying. Whose migration are we talking about?
hold on, real
Your
quick
claim is
before y'all
that, yeah.
continue. What happened to the debate? Did it finish?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, hold
Indica
on.
Indico
And
did.
so are we
conceded.
just waiting
Indica
for?
conceded, T-Bone.
Yeah, he
So
conceded
He
how
to
does
you,
that
conceded.
Indigo.
Oh,
work?
so we don't need a
Excuse me.
scorecard then?
I don't know. How does that
He
work?
I
conceded
won.
No.
because Manny wasn't getting over
I
the
won. He
AI. He ain't want to.
conceded.
He was being
So,
disingenuous, though. You ain't win, honey.
No.
Hold on,
Okay. Well,
hold
hold
on,
on, real
I
quick.
please.
Hold on.
Can
I
I
Hold
was the
speak
on,
to the
reason
please.
point?
AI.
Hold on,
Everyone
real
mute.
quick, please. Hold on, real quick,
How
please,
does that
because
See,
work
this
for
is
this
what
the
I be
is
talking
points?
about. Bias.
Guys,
Fuck.
that's why I'm trying to get a wrap on this, but everybody keeps talking. Holy shit! Real quick, I'm asking for the purpose for Indica's purpose here. Did you want for that to count within this debate because it was accepted?
so
He
Indica
challenged me. How
conceded.
could it
You,
not count?
T-Bone, can you check DMs, please, T-Bone?
He challenged me. How could it not count? He challenged me, then
Right,
conceded.
yeah.
How could it
No.
not?
It can
The
no, it
points
counts. So
automatically
T-Bone,
go to
I need
Manny.
T-Bone's gonna check DMs. Just pause everybody for a moment, please. Do 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 do
But if
do
just so
do.
I'm clear, if a concession happens, the points are automatically given to the individual that was conceded to, or does judging still come into play?
Uh, I
I just want to know for future reference.
I believe the
How can there be judges if he left? If he concedes, how could there be judges?
officer. Can you come up here and explain? I'm really not in any part of the judging. That I'm completely out of the
No,
judging
yeah,
part.
I'm just
So
curious as to I'm
I'm
just curious if we know how that works, if it's auto
You
points
would
or if
think,
it's
I'm gonna send
okay, this
officer
is
an
just
Just
invite
real
like
to
any
quick,
see if
other.
he'll come
we
up for a
This is
second.
just
we
like
need
any
to
other
have a
sport, right?
back end
If
conversation on this real
Yeah.
quick.
Yes,
So
please.
y'all go ahead and talk. Can niggas hit the Discord right quick?
Yeah,
Cause
we'll
I'm
be right
good.
back.
can
Well,
I
I'll be here.
can
I'm
I say
here. If
something real
I think
quick
there
anybody,
should
though?
still be
just yell
judging.
back really loud if you guys need me, please. I have the volume up.
I know my point
If
doesn't
it just
matter,
like in
but I
any
feel
other,
like there
just
should
like in any,
still be
just
judging
let me,
in
can I say
convers.
something real quick? Can I
I
say
was
something
already
real quick?
talking. I'm not going to stop talking for you.
No, I was already
I
talking,
know
but
my
I
two
stopped
cents
talking because
doesn't
Beck started
matter.
talking.
I know my two
That's
cents doesn't matter, but
oh
I think that
Lord.
there should still be judging in situations like this. That is what I would say.
Okay,
But I ain't got nothing to
if
do with the decision making in the back end,
Nothing
so
to
that's
judge.
fine.
Indica barely
if
said
about
shit. He looked
if
like a
about
Well,
goes the
Round barely
Yeah,
distance,
said
Val,
anything. What are
because
if
we
the
about
point
talking
goes the
needed to
about?
distance
barely
and
say
there's a
shit.
if about
Right.
goes the distance
There's
and there's a
nothing to
debate on
say.
whether or not if the bout goes the distance and there needs to be a debate on whether or not who won the debate, then I absolutely think that judges should have something to do with it. But if somebody challenges somebody and then concedes, you lose by default. Like you
Nah,
can't just
fuck all
challenge somebody
that.
then concede. That's
Yeah,
Nah,
autumn.
you
fuck
That's
beat
all
like
me
getting
that.
knocked
so
out in the
bad.
ring.
Nah,
That's
fuck
like
all
getting
that.
knocked out in the ring, and
There was
then
a
they say, "Oh, we're
conversation
going
to
to take it to
judge.
the judges."
Fuck
No,
all
there are
that.
no judges.
Nope.
You got knocked out.
Nope.
That's
We
There
don't
was a
need
definitely a
judges. We
conversation to
saw
knockout
who
for
judge,
won.
me.
and I think it should
That was
I think
definitely a
it should
knockout.
be
You
judged
conceded, sir.
because
You
there are things
conceded.
that are in that rubric that you did not follow, and so it absolutely should still be judged. You got me fucked up. Absolutely not.
Especially when he
If
conceded
you
Why
because
would
you
I
refused to
concede,
continue?
answer a
Manny, why
Wait,
Right,
question.
should
you're
I
being
judge,
even
straight
hold
were
on?
you
disingenuous, and
here?
that's
Were
the
you
Wait,
only
here for
answer
the
reason
me
why.
this. Why
convo?
should I continue after I
Me?
hear an AI voice giving an answer to somebody? This is goofy.
Wait,
Is
but
he
You
doing
anytime
wouldn't
I
even
look
I
agree
up
that it
didn't.
was
anything on my
AI,
phone,
bro.
anytime I look up anything on my phone
Sorry, it's not
automatically gives
AI.
me a
It's a voice
synopsis of the.
microphone on the internet.
Anytime I
That's
look
not the
up
source
anything on my,
itself, though, Manny. You have to agree to
I
that. That
gave him
wasn't
my
the source
source.
itself.
I
And then
gave
when
him
he
my source.
asked
Did I
you,
not?
you
Did I
read, you
not give
had
him
the
my
AI read
source?
out the overview without giving the source. That's why he said, you know what, fuck
I
it, I'm
did give him my
done.
source. I
Okay.
did. I said the World History the World History was the
That's
World
not a
History Museum.
source. You have to
That
give
is
the
the
title of
source.
the article. You
Okay,
have to
well,
give the author of the article. You have to give the date the article was written.
Okay,
Like
let
you
me go
have to
look
give
up
other
what I had so I can
information.
give you the source again.
That's
Let
Too
me
like
go
late
look
asking
up
the
what I had
now.
so I
Bible,
can
like,
give you the
what's the
source
title?
again. What do you
Manny,
mean it's
There's
too
no
late now?
point. There's no
my
point
source
because
is
if it is so
Google, and
late,
I typed in
there's
are black
there's
people indigenous to Alaska, and it said no. So I win, right? What Google said.
What did I look up? Google is
Same
not a
thing you did.
source.
If it was your actual source, you wouldn't have to figure out where you looked it
It
up
was the
at.
World History. It was the World Historical
yes,
You reading
Museum. That was
AI
my source. I thought I said
overviews.
that.
You didn't
I
give
didn't
the.
read
He
the
asked
AI
you what's the
overview. I
article,
gave
and then
you
you
the.
said I just gave it
No,
to you. He said, "What did you? What it just read to me?"
well,
You
that
said a
makes
it
sense
was
voice.
an
because
What
article from
kind
the
of
World
voice?
History because my phone automatically does that. When I look up anything, it gives me a synopsis of what they found,
Because
right?
the
But the
voice is
But
a
the
fucking
synopsis is
source
not
is
a
AI,
a
Manny.
it's
It's
source.
an
AI.
AI. That's why.
exactly. I agree with you. The synopsis is not the source. That's why I went to the actual article so I could read it to you, and I did. I mean,
Maybe
it's
you
not
should
that
move
hard.
here
It
into
wasn't
the
even a 20-minute debate. You can go
I'm
look.
so sorry. I'm so sorry, Manny. There's something way more important I gotta say. Hello, October. What's going on, October?
Get ate up. Get ate up.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to listen. I ain't trying to get put on a grill. Okay, I'm good. I know
But
exactly what
yeah, Khalid, I can't say it, yeah, but you didn't provide the source. That's why he said fuck it. But even
Whoa, whoa,
without that,
whoa.
back to what we were talking about, did you find that source that me and Mikey was looking for about that gold?
Right.
Wait, gold only being found in
And yeah,
most
the
of the
Yeah,
goat
it's
was
it's
world?
pointing to
Okay,
Africa.
yeah, it's the point about the
to
anatomic
give you
levels stating that we can
What?
undeniably say that the gold had to have came from
The
Africa,
gold
but that
tip
means that it has to
spears.
have a
Yeah.
specific, yeah, it means that it has
okay,
to have a
one thing
specific
at a time, one
anatomic
thing at a
level
time, because it's a
to
five v
prove that it
one at this
does.
point. One thing at a time, because it's a
This
five
isn't
v
a
one at this
debate, bro.
point. The
This isn't
source
a
Yeah,
that
we
I
were
debate.
was
This is
talking
the
using,
to each
after
other. We weren't even
critique.
talking to you. Yeah, we was
it's
Yeah,
talking
this
to
always a
each
also
debate with
other.
me.
also
Um,
Manny, this is not a debate
the
against you.
source
This
was
is
the
an
Natural
after
History Museum.
critique.
It's called
Manny.
when and how did the source is the Natural History Museum. It's called when and how did modern humans Homo sapiens spread out of Africa. You can find it at www.nhm Natural History Museum.ac.uk.
Okay.
You
You want
realize
me to put
This
it
that
in
is
the
this
chat?
is not a debate,
just to be
right?
clear.
Do
Yeah,
you want me
this
to
is
put the
not.
source in the chat?
That's fine, bro. You can do whatever you want with it, right?
Okay, here you
This
go.
is not a. This is not a debate. This is an aftermath critique that we are giving. This
Mhm.
is not a
Yeah,
debate.
and your bias is playing a whole lot into the critique.
It's
I
not
personally
What
bias,
feel,
it's
but
your
that's okay.
reaction
Bias,
to
bro.
it.
I
It's your
don't
reaction to
know
it, Manny,
you.
because I got critiqued.
I just put the
Remember, they
I
were
just
telling
put
me
the
I shouldn't
source.
concede, I should have went in on this and this and this. And what did I
Yeah.
Yeah,
do?
you should have. You
It's
should have. It would have been
okay.
a more interesting
Yeah,
debate.
Yeah, but I
I
didn't
think
want
you
to
should
waste
have.
my
It would have been
fucking
a more
time
interesting
because
debate.
Interesting.
you were being
Um,
so ignorant about the fact that you're speaking to an AI in your phone. I'm not going to waste
I'm
my
not
time
speaking to an AI in
anymore.
my phone. I'm actually on my phone with you
You're
right now. I
talking
was
to a voice in your
looking at
phone.
another device.
Sorry.
Yes, the voice read the article that I read to you right after the voice read it because I said, "Could you hear it?" And Bill was like, "No, could you reread that?" So I
We
read
still on
it
the
for you.
merry-go-round. We've
The
been there. We
article
heard
is
it. We can move on.
the article
This is
is
so
when and
dumb.
how did modern humans, Homo sapiens, spread out of Africa?
I'm not.
National History Museum.
I'm not gonna hold you. If every time you debate and there's a critique afterwards, you're just gonna keep arguing the same point. It's just like we're
No,
not
they
trying
said
to
I didn't
debate
give the
you.
source. I'm giving you the source.
We don't need you to. The debate's over. The source is not needed anymore. Like that's
They
the
just
point.
said I didn't give the source, so I'm
You
giving it.
didn't during the debate.
Yes, I did. I said
In
Natural
the
History
time
Museum doing
period,
debate.
right? But that's not a source.
That is
You
my
would have to
source.
give the
It's
title
literally
of the article. No. If you go to college and your professor asks you for a source and you said the NIH, your professor would fail you. You would have to name the title of the article. That's how sourcing works. That's how it works. That's how citing your
no.
source works.
Look, the
Okay.
source is the
Okay.
person who wrote the article was the National History Museum. If you want to know the name of the article, I can
The
actually give you that
National
too. That's
History
not a
Museum
problem.
wrote the
Natural
article.
Wait, what
History
did you
Museum.
say again? Yeah, please just say it one more
National.
time.
All right.
The source is the Natural History Museum. If you want to know the name of the article, I can give it to you.
Yes, I said yes.
When and how did modern humans, Homo sapiens, spread out of Africa and around the world? That's the name of the source. The author is Dr. I don't know if he's a doctor, but the author is James Ashworth.
Okay.
It literally has a picture of Cheddar Man at the top of the page. And as we all know, Cheddar Man was a black man.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I didn't say all of that during the debate, but I did say the Natural History Museum.
Yeah, I was gonna say we agreed that part of the okay, first in the chat, Lynn, just come back up eventually. I think you have a brain injury. I can't even engage with that. Secondly, during the debates, we didn't want to do Source Mageddon. So I do want to say to Manny's credit, we did try not to we didn't want to bog it down with that.
Well. To be fair, right? We said that the fact checking wouldn't be happening
That
judges in real time, but if it's an opponent, right, and they're just asking for evidence for the claim that's being made against them, then that is like natural to debate, right? You are going to carry the burden of proof if you make a positive claim, especially an empirical one.
Yeah, but Manny, this article by James Ashworth from the Natural History Museum, it does not talk about the gold properties as you discussed. It doesn't mention gold at all.
No, I didn't say anything about the gold properties. That was something that Mikey brought up later, and I was trying to look that up. But I'm talking about what
Oh,
happened when
okay.
in the debate with
About
Indica,
the
or
indigenous African people as indigenous.
right. Yeah.
yes,
But even this
yes,
study doesn't talk about that. It only talks about migration. Okay.
and
It even
that was the basis of
debunks.
my argument.
Yes, but it
Migration
debunks
was
your
the basis of
argument
my
about.
argument.
But it debunks your argument about indigeneity. That's what's crazy. Did you read it?
Yes, I read it. It does not debunk my argument about indigeneity. Actually, it bolsters
Yes,
my
it does.
argument because we're talking about.
It actually talks about.
Can I-
It actually talks about people sharing DNA because of interbreeding. That's what it says. Okay, that's not my words. It's from your article. It talks about
If we're
genetics
talking
and
over 300,
fossils, and it
if we're
talks about
okay,
some
if we're
archaeology. Okay, hold on. I'm almost done. Right? I'm just skimming this. Right? Me skimming this. I'm telling you that it's talking about African populations having high genetic diversity, non-African populations and where they came from, right? Africa, Middle East, they bring fossils from Middle East and Asia, Europe, right? They're talking about the
No, not
migration
right.
happening much later from Asia. So they're talking about modern humans left Africa 60 to 70,000 years ago in small groups spread across Asia and Europe, and much later their descendants migrated into the Americas from Asia, not directly from Africa. So did you read this?
So you just made my point for me.
How? That doesn't
Be
say
the
anything about
yes, their
You
indigeneity.
you
descendants.
just said
Yes,
hold
that's
on,
their
hold on. Let me
descendants,
respond. Let me
bruh.
respond. That was my point. I said their
Bruh.
ancestors came from a certain area, and
That's
she just
not
made the point for me.
not indigeneity, bro.
If there's nobody else,
Indigeneity means that the African people, the people of Africa, originated from said land. And your claim of
so are you
indigeneity was
saying?
that your hold on. Your claim of
Wait, every time I
indigeneity
start
was
talking, y'all cut me off.
okay, bro. What you want to ask?
So are you saying that other people just popped up in other parts of the world and then
No,
all of a sudden
bro.
they
That's why
merged?
you
Hold
should
on,
have
hold on. Let
listened
me
rather than talking,
hold on. I
bro.
didn't even finish. I didn't even finish. Because if you're gonna say that Asian populations are not descendants of Africans or indigenous populations are
That's
not
not what
descendants
I
of Africans, then you would
said.
have to show I didn't
That's
say
not
you
what I
said that.
said,
I
Manny.
didn't
That's not
say
what I'm
you said that. I
saying.
was trying to respond
So
to
if you say
OJ
if
before you
this is
cut me
what you're
off.
saying, oh my
I
god,
was
bro, we're
trying to
saying the
respond
same
to
thing.
OJ before
What
you cut
Queen
me
is
off.
saying, what OJ is saying is exactly what I'm saying. So just listen, bro. When you say ancestors, this is not indigeneity, right? When you say that the African peoples are indigenous to Alaska, which was the claim in the debate, and you
Yes,
say
they
that
were the
it was
first
the
people there.
ancestors, you said it was the ancestors of Asians, right? People Africans that had migrated to Asia and then their ancestors eventually migrated over to the Americas, right? You're not
That's
claiming
what
that
happened.
Africans are the individuals that are indigenous to the land of America or Alaska. That doesn't logically follow.
Um, It does logically follow
Okay,
because
bro.
we are still called African Americans to this day, even though I've never been to Africa a day in my life. So if my ancestors are African, then it logically goes that their ancestors were Africans, which means Africans would have been the first people there. Simply because you haven't been to a place does not mean that your ancestry does not come
Oh,
from
bro,
that
do you
place.
know?
Can we
Okay,
agree on that?
what is ethnogenesis? Maybe we need to go
It's
there.
simply
What is
no. Let me finish.
ethnogenesis?
No, answer
No,
my
answer
question
my
first.
question. Answer my
No,
question. What
answer
is
my question
ethnogen?
first.
Your question will be
Answer my
answered by
question
the under.
first.
Your question will be
Answer my
answered by
question.
the bruh. Your question will
This is
be
what I be
answered by the
talking about with
understanding
bias,
of what a
man. Like y'all
ethno.
be
Listen, bro. Like it's
y'all be
not
letting
biased when
people
I'm asking
railroad the
you. You have a
conversation.
fundamental misunderstanding. So with your question that you're asking me, it'll
I
be
don't have a
answered at the same
fundamental
time. It
misunderstanding.
will. You do because you don't know
No,
what
I don't.
ethnogenesis is. Okay, great. What is ethnogenesis? It'll answer your question as well as giving you understanding to my position. What is ethnogenesis?
The part the it's how people become different. It's kind of like what I said earlier about genetic mutation in the Eve gene. Like people can go to certain like for example, African can move to Siberia or whatever. Say they migrate to Siberia and they've been there
Mm-hmm.
long enough that their body literally starts to mutate to the climate. It's how
Mm-hmm.
people become these different phenotypical or what we call races today. But we that still doesn't take out the fact
Ethnicities,
that their
not races.
ancestry,
Ethnicities. It's
ethnicities, whatever, it
ethnogenesis.
still
It's in the
doesn't
root of the
take
word.
away
No, it's
from
not
it
whatever.
still
That's a necessary thing.
it still
So if they
doesn't take
become
away
something
from the
different,
fact
if they
it
become a
still does
different
not take away from the
ethnicity,
fact
then
that their
therefore you cannot
ancestry
say.
is African. It still does not take away from the fact that their
Got better.
ancestry
Listen,
is
bro.
African, no
I
matter
got
which
better
way you
luck.
try to
I
But
got
slice it.
here,
listen.
but
That's fine.
here's
That's
the
fine. I
question. Hold
got
on,
better
Mikey, real
luck
quick. But
whispering
let me,
sweet nothings into a raging tornado. You go off, buddy. It's cool.
because this is why,
It
and
still does
because
not change
conceded,
the fact
because
that their ancestry is African. It
right. But
doesn't.
the thing is that was not your claim. You were talking about
That
indigenous
is
to
my
Alaska.
claim.
No, you said indigenous to Alaska was black, right? And I'm
I said the
telling
first
you,
people to Alaska were
how are you going to
Africans.
complain
Yes,
about cutting people off? And I'm not. I sat here on mute the whole time.
because you're making a claim that I didn't make. I'm saying
No,
the
that
first
was
people
your
to
claim,
Africa were
Manny.
descend. I mean, the first people to Alaska were
Your
descendants of
claim was
Africans.
black
Yes,
people were there first.
they were
Okay,
still dark skinned people at the time.
okay, and we've already debunked that dark skin does not mean black. But also, I'm telling you that your article
What?
that you cited is debunking what you said. The genetic evidence that is shown in this article shows that indigenous Americans are closest to Siberian or East Asian groups. They don't even talk
Yes,
about
and
African genetics
it
in
has
your
been
article.
proven it has been proven that Siberian and East Asian groups have African ancestry.
But your article doesn't talk about that. So did you read it before you
I could give you
presented it?
more, or I could
But
give you
this one
more
does
articles,
not
but
make
he
your
conceded.
claim. Yes,
I
but
can
you
give
made
you
all
more
that big
articles,
to
but
do
he
about your
conceded.
article. You made this big to do. We already debunked Dr. Emotep. Now we just debunked NHM.
You didn't
Now you want
debunk
to give
Dr.
something
Imhotep.
else. Yes, the fuck I did.
No, you
Quickly.
didn't.
In the first
You
30
haven't even
seconds of
read
me
his
coming
book.
up here.
You haven't even read his book. How
How
could
you
you
gonna
debunk it
tell
if you don't
me?
even know what his arguments are?
How you gonna tell
Dr.
me? I
Emotep,
asked you and you said yes.
Dr. Emotep has been debunked multiple times throughout different anthropological and
Okay,
archaeological findings. And this is what
so
I
what
was
about
bringing up
Dr.
to you.
Renoko Rashidi? What about Dr. James Smalls? What about
Okay, you
Dr.
can,
Kabakavane?
This is all.
What
This is what's
about
called gish. Hey, Manny, let me teach you something. This is called gish galloping. Right?
no?
This
This
is
is
where you
called
bring
y'all
up.
just
This
don't
is where
like
you
me,
bring
so you
up.
don't like
Okay,
me be
what's?
right.
Oh my God, bro! Stop being an elementary school kid. I don't know you. I don't know Indico. I don't know either of
Okay,
you. So there's no bias here. I
there's
literally
definitely
don't know
bias
you.
here.
I don't.
Your bias
How?
is
If
what
I
you've been
don't
taught
know
your
you
whole
from.
life.
If I don't know you from Adam, how do I have a bias?
Can we
I'll
just
explain
can
it if you
we
let me
So
can
talk.
split?
Manny,
I'll
Can
explain
we
it
Manny,
if you
by
let me
just
saying
talk for
that,
a
you're
second.
saying your
Your
bias is
bias
you
is what you've
understand
been taught
more.
your whole. Your bias, no, your bias is
oh,
what you've been taught your whole life, and I'm presenting you with some information that you may not have heard
Oh
before.
my
So
God,
naturally,
bro.
but let's
unless you go
split.
read the information yourself, then you're going to have a natural bias because what you've been taught your whole life is one
Okay,
thing.
so
The
just to be clear,
information I'm presenting is something different.
I disagree with you, therefore I have a bias. But anybody that does disagree with you, they have a bias, and you mean to tell us you don't have confirmation bias right now?
I'm not saying you don't have. I'm not saying you have a bias against me personally. I'm saying you have a bias against the information that I'm presenting because you don't. You've never heard this before, and I understand
So
that.
again,
So if
anybody that doesn't agree with Manny has a bias against the information. But if you agree with
no,
Manny, that means you don't have a bias. And Manny's telling us that everybody else has a bias, but he's not operating under confirmation bias.
And in
Just to
I
your
be clear
first,
about
you
that.
did say because y'all don't
I
like me
operate under
first.
a
You
bias.
did say that. Before that
It
man
is
said he
because you
didn't know
don't
you.
like
You
me. It is
but
because you
before
don't like
but
me.
he
That's
does
why.
not know you. He does not know you. So how can you say
I
that?
don't know
How
you.
can you say that?
Okay,
I'm
because
like
it's
Bobby
because
Hill,
it's
bro. I'm like Bobby Hill on King of the Hill. I don't know you. That's my purse, bro. Like I have no idea who you are. What are you
okay.
talking
This is
about?
what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Your personal bias may not be against me, Mikey. But what I'm trying to tell you is you have a bias with what you've been taught your whole life. It's just that simple. The national, I mean, the not the national narrative. The narrative is
How do you
that a
know what
certain
he
thing
got taught
happened in a
though?
certain way because this is what we were all taught in America.
But you don't know
All of us
what
were
he was
taught the same
taught. You
thing.
don't know his education. You don't know what he has learned or how.
And the
All
Correct?
of us were
conversation
taught
is
these
centered
things.
around what you said and the articles that you provided. That I feel like it is. I feel like the conversation has been centered around the information that you are giving and not who you are as a person or anything that people learned in school. I'm talking directly about the article. I feel like Mikey's talking about the article. Queen V came up here to talk about something you said. So how is this a bias when these are your words and these are the sources that you chose to provide? If these were not the sources that you were the most
He's
confident
not
in,
talking
why
about my
did you
sources.
provide them? Yes, we are.
Oh
He's
my
not
God, bro.
debating my sources.
What?
Can I
I
also really
literally came up
quickly,
here.
really
I'm so sorry,
quick?
real quick,
Can
just
I
real quick,
also
Queen. I'm
really
so
quick?
sorry.
Sorry,
I
go ahead,
came up
Mikey.
here.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. I came up here. I debunked Dr. Imhotep as well as
No, you didn't.
OJ, as well as OJ did. You're saying that we didn't. That's fine. Then I directly addressed the National History Museum article, but after OJ did, and I explained to you the fact that ethnogenesis is not a claim of indigeneity when it says specifically in your own source that the individuals were descendants and changed and were different because they originated because they went from Africa where they originated over to Asia. They experienced ethnogenesis over there and then traveled to America, which is why individuals that we understand are the Inuit or indigenous people that were within Alaska in the early Americas look different than the individuals originally migrated out of Africa. And that's why I asked you about ethnogenesis. I've been doing nothing but attacking your sources. You don't like it. You claim I don't know you, or you claim that I don't like you. I don't know you. And if you would have just accepted the criticism properly, I would have immediately went over to the problems that I had with Indigo. And I would have shown you that I wasn't biased. You haven't been able to do that because you think it's a debate and the debate's been over because you got conceded to. Race for this individual's mental capacity.
Because that's exactly what it was. Because you
Can I
didn't want to
respond now?
concede to the
Can
fucking
I? Can
AI.
I?
Because you
Can
tried
I?
to
May I
dance
respond
around
now?
the fact that that was AI, Manny. You cannot sit up here and have a fucking legitimate debate out of intelligence and then fucking sit up here and not say like, yeah, that was an AI overview that you just heard. You could have just said
The guy,
that.
The guy who
Can
read
I
that, I
also
mean, the
point
guy who
out,
wrote that
like,
article is not AI.
I'm not even trying to like get into this conversation. I'm gonna mute my mic after this. I just want to point this out. Um, white people can have albinism. Black people with albinism do not have blue eyes. They usually have red eyes, red tinted eyes. Um, albinism is not the Eve gene. Us being like black women being able to create any race is not albinism. Albinism is a disorder. It's not the Eve gene. It's not
Thank
the
you. I was
same
about to
thing.
get there too. Thank you so
Let's I just want to point that out because I
much.
hate when people do that. White people can have albinism, and usually white people with albinism have red rimmed eyes and bright like bright ice blue eyes, like the fucking the ice walkers from fucking what's that shit called? Game of Thrones, dead ass, same hair color and all. Like, so what we're not going to do is confuse the Eve gene and albinism as if they're the same thing because they're not. That's all I
I
wanted to
never
And
say.
then
said the Eve gene and
even with
Albert.
your, oh,
Can I
go
Yes, you
ahead.
respond
did.
to any of this? Damn,
Did
it's
you
like
just
a
hear
Yes, you
me
five.
say?
did.
Did
Can I
you just hear
respond
me
to
say
any
go
of it?
ahead? Did you just hear me correct myself and
Okay,
say,
thank
oh,
you.
go ahead?
I'm not saying albinism and
Don't be
Eve gene are the
hollering.
same thing. What I'm saying is that with the Eve gene, black people can produce all shapes, sizes, and colors. That's what I'm saying. Albinism is a genetic disorder. I agree with you on that, but I'm still saying that at the end of the day, two dark-skinned black people can get together and have a light-skinned baby. Two light-skinned black people can get together and have a dark-skinned baby because of the Eve gene. Albinism is a genetic disorder. No issue with that debate. But to say that black people don't have all shades is like being completely disingenuous. I don't even know
Is
where
that
that
what I
came
just
from.
said?
First off,
Is that what I
first
just
off,
said?
secondly,
Did I
secondly, when
deny
we're
the
talking about
existence of the Eve gene?
oh good lord, why is it every
Did
time I
I
start
deny
talking
the
somebody
You
cut
did
me
existence of the
not.
off?
Eve
You
gene?
did not. You just
Oh,
corrected
okay. I just wanted to
albinism.
be clear. Oh, okay. I just
Yes.
wanted to be
Okay,
clear.
okay.
The
So
fuck?
I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going.
About
With
something
the
that she
wall of the
didn't
word,
say.
y'all keep saying I
She
said
didn't.
stuff didn't say.
No, but she's not attacking that the Eve gene doesn't exist. She was just saying, correcting you on albinism and how it does not have it correlate to the Eve gene. So if you're not going to talk about
Okay,
that, then you're talking to the wind.
okay. Um, what was my second point? Because good lord, you just threw me off. Oh yeah, the wall of the warriors. I wanted to get to that because in the wall of the warriors, you see multiple different colors. So they could have depicted themselves as any color that they wanted to, but they chose certain colors on purpose. I think, and it's pretty fucking obvious that they chose black skin for a reason because when you look at the buffalo or whatever that they were painting, they made them brown. You know what I'm saying? When you look at other groups of or tribes that they were fighting in these depictions on these wall paintings, they made them red. So why would they make themselves or brown or red if that's how they look?
Manny,
No, they made
We
themselves
which
still,
black.
but
one are you
we
talking
still have
They
about?
that.
Hey,
literally made
Queen. Hey,
good
Queen.
You
god
just
Hey,
damn every
Queen.
fucking
Queen. Out
time
of
I start
curiosity.
talking, bro.
Yeah, we know. Hey,
Every
twin. Can I
time.
ask you a question?
You
Can I ask
can't
you a
Yes.
get my
question, twin?
argument because you
So,
won't even let me
did we or
finish.
did we not about 30 minutes ago prove that dark skin
Whatever,
does
I
not
won my
equal
debate.
blackness?
Correct.
You can be
Correct.
mad.
Okay,
You can
we
be
Correct. And
did,
we're
mad.
right?
back
We
on the
debunked that
paintings
already.
again.
And we're
Correct. As
going
if we
back on
don't
the
Dark
still have those
skin,
paintings.
variations of skin tone and we do not
dark
consider those
skin,
people to be black.
Right.
Though this
So
dark
variation in
skin.
skin tone for these paintings that have no phenotype. You said they were stick figures. The colors that they chose to paint these stick figures does not change anything in the argument because we still have those varying skin tones to this day, and we do not consider every dark skinned person to be black. So even in the article that you presented
mm,
showing that all humans came from Africa, therefore Africans are indigenous everywhere, Europe, Asia, Australia, Americas, everywhere, then that would make the word indigenous meaningless. So what
I
mhm.
that
agree.
was what Indica asked you. So what did you mean when you said indigenous just because of
I
ancestry,
said
which makes
the
no
first people there.
sense?
The first people there would be the indigenous people, correct? The first people to populate the landmass would be the indigenous
Would be
people, right?
considered to be indigenous, correct, by definition.
Exactly. Exactly. So according to what
And
I
if all
said, the
people were
first people to
black,
that
right, that
landmass,
means black people are indigenous to all lands by your thought
yeah,
process
I
here.
said that black people are the indigenous people of the world.
And you do
Do
understand that
you
the
want to debate
concession
again?
was
I
based
mean,
off of the fact that you wouldn't even let go of the fact that you had that AI overview read it instead of giving the name of the article, and then you tried to lie about the AI, and nobody have time for that type of disingenuous behavior.
I'm not lying about an AI. I didn't
When
look it
he
up through
asked you
AI.
what
I
was the
literally
voice, you
looked it
said
up
a
through the,
voice from the internet in the
yes,
phone.
it's a voice from
Like
the
you could have
internet.
just said, like, yes, my phone read out the article, but here's the name of the article so he can go and look it up. But you wouldn't get past
I
the fact that
did
the
say
AI
that.
read it out. No, you didn't.
I did say that because
No,
yes, I
you
did
didn't.
because I had to turn up my
What
phone
the
so y'all
fuck?
could hear it, and
No,
No.
Bell said
no,
Get
we
the
you
fuck
didn't
out
turned
hear
of
it
it, and
here.
up,
then
and
I
then we
Get
read
the
it
went
fuck
on
out of
this
here.
myself.
whole
Get
little
the fuck out of
spiel,
here.
right, about
Can you
your
stop
She
being
talking to
said
a
she
so
lady
didn't hear
rude?
the
who
whole
Like, real
thing,
believes
so
quick.
I
shift on
said
the
Real
internet
quick.
okay.
who is an
Real
AI.
quick. Wait, real quick, Indica.
She
I'm not
didn't
gonna
hear the
hold
whole
you.
thing, so I said,
I'm not
okay,
gonna
I'll
hold
read it
you.
myself,
Hey,
and I
Jesse,
did.
don't
And
you
then
want to
they
The
point
asked me
issue
what
out?
the
isn't
source
hearing the
was, and
whole
I gave
thing.
it.
The issue is the lady
Indica.
speaking.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Jesse, are you and Lynn's gonna have a debate?
The lady read the
Is
same
that
thing
gonna
I
happen?
read.
I'm not. I'm not going to debate because, well, there's two reasons. One, it's not even my point to make. Two, people are just going to watch it back. I'd rather people just watch it back because she's not making the sense that she thinks she is.
Okay,
But Manny,
can somebody come up here and have it? No, please don't. Please
The
just
yeah,
AI
don't.
read the
no, I
Please.
same
want to
thing
talk. I
I
want to
Please,
talk to
read.
Manny
I
Jesse.
about
don't.
one more thing. What's up, Manny? Um,
Please.
What's up?
my
I
thing
tried,
about
y'all. I just want to point out I tried. Okay?
you
That's
did.
it.
I'm sorry, but Queen, I have to do this. You know I have to. Um, so
No, you
Manny,
won't. You're choosing to
that
torture the
claim
people on
about
the panel and the
indigeneity
cheap
being
people in the comments. You're
I
choosing
promise.
this,
I
and
won't.
it's
I
so
promise. I
rude.
promise. I promise. I won't. But that claim about indigeneity being useless to say, do you think that there's any political motivation for someone to make sure that that term is watered down or devalued instead of engaging with it in a historical aspect?
Absolutely, white supremacy, because they don't want to admit that black people were the first people on these lands, and that the ones that they made their treaties with weren't the people who actually. Well, I won't say own the land, because I don't believe that people can own land, like in a sense of this is mine, like the universe just provides. But the people that they made these treaties with that we hold today, especially today, are not the people who they should have made the treaties with in the first place, because they were not the first people there. They were not the first people to
Right.
like stake a
Okay.
claim or drop a flag or something like that. So yeah, I think indigenous is watered down, but not in the way that most people would think. Because when we talking about indigenous people, especially if you look into ancient ancestry, when pictures first started getting taken, almost I mean, damn near 99.9% of the people that they were taking pictures of
I
were
don't
dark
want you
skinned people
stop.
with
I don't want
afros.
you to make. I don't want you to make new claims because the new claims you're making are not going to be. It's not germane to the point. I'm still concerned and confused as to why someone would want to obfuscate who gets paid for these things and then pay other people. Does that
White
make sense?
supremacy.
Okay, cool. So yes. So you're saying it's more likely they would pay a different group of people instead of black people, or what you're saying are indigenous to the planet people, because of white supremacy, but it's not more likely that they would lie to you about a source that takes away indigeneity as a form of white supremacy. Do you see
I
how
think we see it in
that's
America. I think we see it in America. The Chickasaw tribes is way older in America than the Cherokee was, but they made concessions to the Cherokee instead of the Chickasaw. Why would they do that? Because the Chickasaw people were dark skinned people. You know, according to white supremacy, we can't give Africans or indigenous people any type of credit for anything. So yeah, I absolutely.
okay? But watering down the term doesn't solve the problem, and then it doesn't explain chattel slavery. It doesn't explain.
I never made a claim about chattel slavery, but
No,
I
but
would say
but what you're saying right now implies a result. Right, what you're claiming right now about the tribes would have an implication as far as chattel slavery, and it also includes
okay, we
slaves.
can get into that. We can get
Well,
into
no,
that.
we don't have to wait. I'm not
Just
trying to shift just to
wait,
get
wait.
in.
Let me. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just that your logic doesn't follow, because if your logic was to follow, then the reservations would be populated by enslaved people because they're the original indigenous people, but they weren't. The claim here is
Not
they're not all
okay.
enslaved. Do you see where the
No, no. I was gonna say not all slaves were indigenous to the Americas. There were people who came over here on boats. I absolutely concede to that. But there were also a large number of people who were enslaved, who were indigenous to the Americans and were here before white people showed up. Um, Good example, like I just gave you, the Chickasaw people, the Seminole tribes, the Gullah Geechees, they were fighting against the Americans for, well, the Gullah Geechees not so much because they were escaped slaves, but they were escaping back to the tribes that they came from in the first place. This has been proven many times over. So, like, yeah, they was coming over here enslaving people in America who never came from Africa hundreds of thousands of years before white people showed up. I'm not gonna say they never came from Africa, but they had already been here and they were enslaved in America and reclassified as Negroes. This has been proven through Walter Pleckard and the Red Records multiple times.
okay? All right. Okay.
I mean, we can do this all night.
Just not. Well, I mean, here's the problem. We can, but the conclusions that you're drawing are let's say they're logical, but they're missing any resourcing. I mean, the sourcing that
I
you're
can give you sources. What do
Stop.
you want sources on?
But listen, the sources that you're saying are collated from conclusions drawn by people that are doctors, correct? Now those doctors and
Doctors,
archaeologists, sure, but listen,
archaeologists, yeah,
no, but
historians,
right,
yeah.
those archaeologists and historians that you're picking are one, people that are outliers, two, people that are relying on information that is, like Indica kind of pointed out earlier, is like not going to be, it's not going to be accurate all the time. And three, a lot of the conclusions that they're drawing are based on their own models. And so the issue with doing that is that the consensus is so overwhelmingly not for the people that you're listening to, that you're having selection bias. So while I may have bias because of my
Okay.
previous learnings, you're selecting things that are against the grain. When you do that, you can still get the wrong answer. So I'm not sure that
I
I'm not
find
sure
things
that
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 go against
works.
the grain 9 times out of no, I hear what you're saying, but I find sometimes not 9 times out of 10 that would be incorrect. But I find that sometimes things that are against the grain are against the grain because it doesn't go along with the white narrative. You know what I'm saying? We write history all the damn time, and we just sit here and act like that's not the case when actually it is. So if we want to have these conversations, you have to have a well-rounded idea of all of it, not just the people that you consider to be outliers. Because I don't just consider the people who are saying they're outliers, I mean, people who are considered to be outliers to be the absolute truth. I can find white people who are saying the same thing. I could find people who what was her name? Dr. Ruth something. I can't even remember, but she's indigenous to Mexico, or or Central America, and even she said that her ancestors were dark-skinned Africans, and they were the first people to migrate to these lands. So yeah,
But maybe
I
you're
would
doing
say,
that
hold
through
on,
right
let
now.
me land here. Let me hear. Let
Yeah,
me
but you're
land here.
doing
I would
okay.
say that I would say a whole lot of the narratives that are pushed to be mainstream today are literally white supremacy. We see that going on in Palestine right now, where those white folks are claiming that that's their ancient land when we know damn well it's not. So like, yeah, it happens all the time, and it's because of white supremacy, not because I'm wrong.
Hold on. Okay, but okay. And Queen, I promise. I promise. My issue is you're
I
under.
should take
I
Wednesdays
guess the
from you.
problem I'm having
That's
is
what
that
I'm
then
gonna
the
say.
paragraph.
I should take Wednesdays from you.
Nah, I think I get all 7 days
I'm
now,
gonna
but
talk to Ari.
that's not important
I'm
right
gonna
now.
talk to Ari.
Um,
Yep, I'm telling
go
Ari on
ahead.
you.
That's fine. Chill.
I am.
I'll. Anyway, the issue that I have is like identifying white supremacy as saying that the minority view must be true. Then, if that logic follows, then every single time that someone says something ridiculous or that is against the grain, that has to be validated because you found one person was kind of telling the truth. The other thing too is these people are making claims that can't necessarily be validated. I could tell you anything about my genetics, literally anything, and that's not.
Who's the greatest geneticist to ever live?
I mean, is it
Who's the father of genetics? Yeah, it
God,
does.
no?
It does.
You
obviously,
know what? It could be me.
the
Now
creator
what?
of the
What if
universe.
I claim? Yeah, but by your logic, I
No,
claim
his
it's
name is
me.
Cavella Sforza.
Wait,
His name is
hold
Cavella
on,
Sforza. He's
Manny.
literally Italian geneticist.
That's fine, but Manny, by your logic, me claiming that I did it because I'm going against the grain and making an outstanding claim that I can't prove, that means you have to believe me now. By the logic that you just
No, it
And
presented.
doesn't.
and it also depends on who you ask because people would think that it would be Gregor Mendel. And if you were to Google it, that would who would come up. So
Have you
what
ever
did you
heard of
base
Cavella
that off
Sforza?
of? But why would you deem them the
Who
moniker
literally
of
wrote the
father
book?
of
Who
genetics?
literally wrote the books on genetics? He was named the father of genetics. He literally wrote the book on it.
Who named him that?
I don't know, whoever his peers were at the time, I guess.
And I think that that's what Jesse's referring to, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse, is that it depends on who you ask. You've created this idea that that is who it is to you, but who gets to make that representation and deem someone the father of genetics? Because if it is subjective, so if you were to look it up and it gave a different answer, would you be willing to accept that answer?
Sure. But I would think your peer groups would be the one who make that determination, right? People who are experts on the subject, and then they peer review your studies and find out whether you're right or wrong. Would you
What
agree with that or no?
the people is saying is Gregor Mendel.
Okay, that's fine. But would you agree that your peer group is the one who makes those determinations?
Well, that's literally what peer review. is for. But you
Exactly.
you made
So
the claim of the father of genetics, and I'm telling you that if
yeah,
there was a
Cabela Sorza.
disagreement on that, what would you say in opposition to the fact that they're saying it's Gregor Mendel?
I would say that's a matter of opinion.
It's looking like more than 10%, so it can't be true.
Hmm. Once upon a time, the world said black people were subhuman. Is that true? Like that doesn't make sense.
Does the world talk?
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
world as in like Earth? I haven't talked to Earth.
I want you to
Okay, now
repeat
you just
the
being a
name
dick on
of the
purpose.
person. That's how you was asking about the AI. They said, can you name that geneticist again?
Cavella Swartza. It's spelled weird. It's hold on, let me get the exact spelling for you because hold on, back up.
Is it spelled weird or just
Italian
spelled
geneticist
correct?
Cavella Swartza. It's spelled Cabela Sforza. Italian geneticist. Luigi Luca Cavella Sforza, 1922 to 2018, was the pioneering Italian population geneticist who mapped human evolution and migration by combining genetics, archaeology, and linguistics. A Stanford professor, he mapped human diversity, arguing against biological race, and led the Human Genome Diversity Project. And the source on that is Stanford Medicine.
Can I get
Y'all
a
want to keep going?
clarification, Manny, about why it matters who's the best geneticist? Like, how does that?
They represent two different
Because they if can I
scales
answer
of
the question before you can
science,
I answer the
though.
question for him before can I answer the question for him before you go? The reason why it matters is because at the time they would have considered Swartza to be what was the word that was used earlier?
Father of genetics.
Yeah, but there was a word that what was the exact word that was used? An outlier, I guess, because he was saying things about black skin and African genetics and who was the first people on the planet when it was unpopular to say these things. And because it was unpopular to say these things, they also considered him to be an outlier. But he's been proven correct over time,
I mean, but Queen, am I correct? Either
especially when it comes to black people and our
yeah,
contributions to history. Like
I,
they like to rewrite the fucking history when
right.
it
But
comes to
Manny,
us.
I
So
don't know that I would take the advice of specifically Italians. Sorry, if any Italians in here. Italians specifically,
what?
considering their view on reasons why they should colonize Africa. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I understand where some of the things that he
I mean,
proved.
yeah, but you're taking it somewhere else now.
No, but
Being an
but
academic,
Manny, that's
being an
okay.
academic and being a racist are two totally different things.
Okay, I understand. No, but I understand that part. But that's my issue where my issue with the other speakers that you're talking about. So the one person you believe in, sure, we can call him the father of genetic queen. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if that was the thing. But if we're really
That
going
was
to
what was
analyze
said.
sources that are outliers, there are rhetorical points that you're making that brutalize indigeneity, and that serves white supremacy for an even better reason. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it
No, I
serves
think
them
it's
to
I
delete
think under
indigeneity.
exactly. Yeah, I actually agree with that. And I think that that's the reason why they won't admit that black people were the ones who were indigenous.
Okay, I came up here to talk about the genetics thing. Can I talk about the genetics thing real quick? Okay, perfect. Greg, I just want to say real quick, Gregor came first, so to be the father of something, you would have to come first. And timeline wise, Gregor did come first. You're talking about two different things. Do you agree, yes or no, that animals have genetics?
Yes.
Perfect. So what you're talking about specifically, that this Italian man that I'm not even going to attempt to say his last name, he was talking about population genetics. This is tracking your genetics back to like your group of people versus Gregor
Mm-hmm.
just being a foundationalist of genetics in the first place, which genetics are animals, humans, everything.
You said what
Isn't
I'm getting ready
genetics
to say,
tracking
niece.
isn't genetics tracking your DNA to a certain group of people?
No,
That's the point of genetics,
that
right?
is literally not the point of genetics. You do
Then what's
you
the
do you
point?
agree?
Okay, do you agree that that pregnant women go to get genetic testing to make sure that their children do not have any ailments, have any disabilities, or anything that does not make them functional for birth? Yes or no?
Is that I don't think that's genetics.
That
Like
is quite
you can do an
literally called
ultrasound.
Literally,
genetic
that is
Wait.
literally
testing.
called
Just
genetic
let me answer.
testing.
Just let me answer before you cut me off. You can do an ultrasound to see if a baby is malformed in certain type of ways that
No,
has nothing to
That's
do.
genetic
not
Hold on,
true.
let
testing
me
is what
Hold on,
she's
let me
let me
referring
answer.
answer.
Good
to.
Lord, why? If y'all
Okay,
not scared of my answer, then why you keep cutting me off? Just like
no, no,
let me
no.
put my foot in
I'm
my
trying to
mouth.
have her
Answering
not do
what
that.
she
I'm
said.
trying to have her not do that because I want to follow this line with you
I'm
because I want to make
trying
you
to answer
understand.
to what she said. You won't let me finish.
Go
This is
ahead.
what I'm talking about. Like if you can't ask me a
Just go
question and
ahead.
then
Just go
not let
ahead.
me
She's
answer
muted.
it.
Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay, not all the time do you have to look at genetics to see. Now you can look at genetics to see if somebody is predisposed to something, say like sickle cell. You know what I'm saying? Something
Mm-hmm.
like that. If it runs in your bloodline, then yeah, you can use genetic testing to do that. But say like um
Mm-hmm.
mm,
Okay, let me
I
stop
don't
this
want to
real
say
quick. I just
Down
want to explain this
syndrome
to
because
you.
that could be
I just want to explain something to you. You're confusing genealogy with genetics because genealogy is specifically what you're talking about, which is tracing your genes back to see who your ancestors are. But genetics are the foundation of what you are, why someone may have, like you just said, sickle cell, why someone may have Down syndrome. Like it's your genes. It's what makes you as a person, what makes a Rottweiler a Rottweiler. They have Rottweiler genetics, and that comes with certain things. But you're talking about specifically about the study of genealogy.
okay. Can I answer
So
to that without being cut off?
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Specifically with sickle cell, the reason why people will have sickle cell is because of African genetics. Sickle cell was developed as a counteractor to malaria. You know what I'm saying? So there are people in the Americas who have sickle cell. There are people in every country on the planet who have sickle cell, which proves that they have African genetics. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when we're having this conversation, if we're going to say that genetics and genealogy are not the same thing, what do you test to get the genetics in the first place?
Wait,
Your
wait, wait.
genealogy,
I
right?
didn't say. Okay, you're confusing something. Genealogy is, yes, it is correct based on genetics, but not all
Right.
genetics are genealogy. Do you understand that?
Yes. What happened? Where'd she go? Okay, another W for Manny.
Yeah, Manny, you won that one also.
Who
I'm not
dropped
saying I
me?
want
I
anything
didn't
because
even
she
do
wasn't
anything.
debating,
I didn't
but
get no warning, nothing. So why was I dropped?
No, I got dropped too, actually. I don't think it didn't say by somebody. I got a gray thing at the top and I didn't read what it said.
That was so weird. Three of us just got dropped. That was weird. Cause I came up ready to swing. I was like,
I'm
bitch, you
here.
got
Sorry,
me.
guys. I'm here. I'm
I'm not
paying
a mod.
attention.
I
I
had nothing
can't
to do
see
with
who's
that.
dropping who, but if you're a mod in here and you're dropping, knock it off. It's you
Nah,
don't want
Bex,
to
it was you. No
pass that.
shade, it was you. No shade.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so back to what we're talking about. So do you agree that all science is science?
No.
Wait, what do you mean all science is not science? Can you explain that to me?
Some people come to a conclusion beforehand and then they just use whatever they look up to back up the conclusion that they've already come to. I wouldn't consider that to be science. I would consider that to be racism.
All right, two things. You did that earlier, which is the confirmation bias that Jesse was talking about. The
I
second
gave
thing,
sources.
but you had a belief and then you sourced that belief and that confirmed your belief. That's
No,
confirmation
this
bias
was not
without
my
looking at
original
other
belief.
things.
This was not my original belief.
Oh
I
my god,
look. I
thank
came
you.
from. I came up in the same educational system as most of us on this panel. So these were not my
Mhm.
original beliefs. This is something that I learned over time by looking up things myself. So no, I didn't confirm my own bias. I don't know what's going on right now. I didn't confirm my own bias in this situation. It was something that I learned that made me look at things differently.
Okay.
And then I found other doctors who came to the same conclusions, but these conclusions are not mainstream because they don't back up white supremacy.
Okay. I guess. So let's go down another road of things that are science. So do you agree that environmental science and like biology are both sciences? Because I need to get specific clearly.
Environmental science, yes. Biology, yes. Well, biology, that's another one of those iffy ones because they used to say that black people were dumb because of the shape. Yeah, that's still biology. They used to say that black people were dumber because of the shape of their skulls, or
That's
we were more subservient.
phrenology. That's not biology, that's phrenology.
The way
It's
your
a fake
biology is literally
science.
your body,
It's
right?
not the way your
Okay,
skull is
but
shaped.
once upon a time, it was considered to be biology. They would literally
No, it's
study the shape of
phrenology.
people's
It
Okay,
had its
wait,
skulls.
but
own
hold
name.
on. You saying that you disagree with some foundational points or some points in biology does not take away what biology is. It is still the study of blank, and then it is a science, correct? Whether the science is
Yes,
based on
I
something.
would say biology is a
Okay.
science, but I would say that biology can be biased.
Okay. So do you I'm not even going to debate that right now. So do you believe that they're both sciences, right? But they don't aren't the
Mm-hmm.
same exact science. They're both based on the same thing, which is like the I forgot what it's called, the scientific damn it, what is it called? That word is blanking on me right now. But they're both based on like scientific equations, right? Which is the basis. But they're different types of science because they're looking at two different things. With genetics, someone is just simply looking at the genetics that make up of who you are. Like for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with my genetics, right? I'm short, like as hell. Everyone in my family is tall, right? I'm short. I probably have a gene that makes me short or something. I have a gene that makes my hair brown. I have a gene that makes my eyes brown. But you can
Mm-hmm.
also go to genealogy, and look back that I have brown eyes because my dad has hazel eyes. My mom has brown eyes. Brown eyes are genetically dominant. Brown hair. My dad has dirty blonde hair. My mom has brown hair. Brown hair is genetically dominant. So that's genealogy. But genetics is simply just looking at what do I have, and then genealogy is looking at what did my ancestors have that made it a probability as to what I have. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that, but I
Okay.
also understand that certain genes. Would you agree with me on this? Certain genes can lay dormant in a family for very long times, like over generations. So just because your mom or your dad may have a certain color hair, doesn't mean that like you don't have an ancestor somewhere along. I don't know who has the echo. But that doesn't mean that you don't have an ancestor somewhere along your bloodline that had red hair, and that red hair may pop up in you. So like it's yeah, but it's not as simple as people try to make it seem. Genes can lay dormant for generations, literally.
Sorry, I think I'm the one with the echo. Um, I mean, I don't disagree that certain genes can lay dormant. Like, for example, there can be two people who have like the gene for what's it called, for sickle cell, but neither one of them have sickle cell. But because they both carry the gene, their child can have sickle cell. So I agree
I
with
agree.
that, but I don't know how far back you're talking because that comes like genetically almost impossible or very improbable.
Just because something is improbable doesn't mean it's impossible, first off. But yeah, I agree, to a certain extent. But I'm talking about going back generations. It could be five, six, seven generations. Like you said, you're short and everybody in your family is tall. It could also go the other way around where everybody in your family is short, and because you had some fucking Viking ancestor somewhere, then you come out 6'7". You know what I mean? It varies. Genes can lay dormant, so it's not an exact science. And sometimes I think that when it's not an exact science, they can insert racism in there in points where they're just trying to push a narrative. And I think that's exactly what's been going on with when we look at the argument I was making earlier about the first indigenous people to Alaska being dark skinned people. Yeah, their hair may have been straight, you know what I'm saying, or what we consider curly like Indian people today, and not Native Americans, but like people from India. But even those people from India still have African ancestry, and we're trying to act like it's not the same thing. That's my problem. Right.
10 generations because it's such a small percentage. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just came up here to make sure that you understand the functional difference between genealogy and genetics. That was all, because
I do.
that's
I
something
do.
that I
But
understand. So I just wanted to make sure you understand, because I debate in good faith, which means that I want my
yeah,
person that I'm debating to have a foundational understanding that is not based on something that is incorrect.
yeah, I understand. I do. I absolutely do understand. But just because you have a small amount of genetics from a certain person in your ancestry doesn't mean that those genetics can't pop up in your life. Like you said, it's improbable, but improbable does not mean impossible, especially when we're talking about genetics.
I'm not saying I disagree, and I never said that it was impossible. It's I said it's nearly impossible. It's very improbable, which means that, like, so when we're science, a lot of the times you have to go based off what is most likely, because then you have genetic outliers, right? Like when people talk about the conversations of women who have high levels of testosterone, or people who are intersex, like, we don't base our science off of those people, because those are genetic outliers and are typically improbable when we're talking about like a regular birth. So I'm not saying that it's completely impossible. It's just not something that I would like base my science on, because there will always be an outlier.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just need to clarify because certain people are going to be like, "Well, this can't be." No, that's not true. Improbable and possible are not the same thing. But yeah, I agree with what you just said. Absolutely.
All right, well, I'm tired and I have an appointment at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I hope y'all have a good night. And thank you for the coins, lady. I appreciate it. I don't know if you're still watching. So, good night, y'all.
And you too. Good night.
Damn.
Just to further bolster my argument, I'm considered what they would call brown skin, maybe with a red tint. But my sister, who has the same parents, same mother, same father, is light skinned with freckles. Like genetics is not an exact science. But yeah, I agree with what she said. There are probabilities, but improbable doesn't mean impossible.
I think that's why your Olmec point, because you said the Olmec, like even the paintings are good examples, but they're not what you're hinging your whole argument on. If I'm gonna,
No, it's not what I'm hinging my own
yeah,
whole argument on.
I
They
like how
they
you said
literally
that.
would
It was
make
good.
they literally would make statues out of what's that? It's not brass. What's the one that amber? They literally make statues out of amber and tint the amber even darker to depict what they look like. I can show you some of these statues if you would like. Like it's not that hard. It's just I think, in my personal opinion, that with no, not basalt. I don't. No, not basalt. Yeah, amber. Yeah, that's the brown liquid that like the bugs got caught in and shit. And they right amber. Is it amber? Yeah, it's amber. I'm overthinking it now. But they would use these certain substances to depict what they look like, and like we can look up these statues and stuff. They're hidden in the basement of the Smithsonian. So I don't know. I kind of think it goes back to the argument that I was making that a whole lot of the stuff that we believe to be true, especially talking about the indigenous people of the planet, was rewritten by white supremacy. Because if you look at perfect example, if you look at the people of Tasmania today, they don't look anything like the indigenous people who lived there initially. You could look at the Tainos. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them were really, really dark skinned with afros. You know what I'm saying? But if you look at the people who claim to be of Taino ancestry today, they
Wait,
don't look anything like their ancestors.
where are you getting the afros? But this is where I'm like confused because that's why I'm saying the
You
primary
can look up
source
the
of this
last
isn't.
Tasmanians. They literally had hair that reached for the
No,
sky.
no. When it comes to Tainos, for instance, because like the Spaniards describe them, but I don't necessarily think it's. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't.
Tainos with dark skinned people with afros. The originals.
I okay, but my question isn't that. Where did you hear that? Where did you hear that they're described as having afros?
It's not they're described as having afros. I've seen pictures.
You can't. I'm sorry. The Tainos that you're talking about in the generations removed would have been found in 1490. You're telling me that you have a picture from 1490?
No, not from 1490, but some original bloodlines still existed to very, very recently.
It is there is a almost 0% chance that they are not at least 30% something else. That's what
No,
I'm
and I
right.
agree with you on that. That's why genetics is
Right,
such a weird thing, because you
but
can
it's
still
not
see
weird
the
because Manny.
representation of their ancestry, even if they are 30% something else.
Yeah,
You can
but
still see the representation of their
right, but
ancestry in their
Manny,
phenotype.
the Afro is not coming from necessarily just the Tainos. This is what Queen's point was
No, I'm
before.
not saying it's coming from Tainos. I'm saying it's coming from their indigenous ancestry. It would have been
The
African at some.
indigenous, no, Manny. That's where
It
we're
would have
that's
been
where we're at.
African at some point in
No,
time.
not at some point in time.
Polynesians too.
But Manny, Tainos is a really good example of a blending because of chattel slavery. Like
Yes,
enslaved
I
people
agree. The
came to
Tainos were
So for
blending.
instance, Puerto Rico, for instance, has that ancestry because of imported human beings. Enslaved human
I
beings. That yeah. So
I
then
agree.
it's not that the Taino genes are that they had afros and they gave it to people that are coming from enslaved. That do you understand? Do you see what's happening here? It's not like it's double afro gene. It's Taino look a certain way. They're described a certain way. They're even depicted a certain way. Enslaved people have to escape their conditions. They have to, they're actually placed together in living conditions, right, because of enslavement, and also bred and all the other terrible shit that slave masters do. But they do what they do, right? But for you to say then that they are people with afros and are therefore black deletes the indigenous part that serves white supremacy to a larger and worse end than to
No, I
suggest
think
that all of people that you're basically saying everyone's black. That's what's happening. That serves
I
white
think you're
supremacy more to
miscategorizing my
delete
argument.
Tainos.
First off, I want to make very clear that I think the whole idea of being black is a social construct, just like being white is a social construct. We're all some shade of brown, if you ask me. But Tainos is a good example. You know what I'm saying? Just it's the same example as
But
the
but you,
Aborigines in Australia. Hold on, just I'll let you finish. It's the same example as the Aborigines of Australia or Polynesian people. You know what I mean? They've been separated from the continent. Hold
but
on,
Manny,
hold
you're
on,
running.
hold
You're
on.
running from your
Hold,
point. You have to prove. I
I'm
need you to
not
prove
running
to
from
me.
my point.
You
I'm
are because
proving
you
my
need to prove
point.
to me right now where you find the original bloodline of the Tainos that are found during before Columbian exchange as having afros. That's how you would have to prove it.
African migrants.
African migrants. You're telling me that
Yes.
African migrants are the original Tainos before 1492.
Yes. Are you telling me
You
that
have evidence
Tainos
for
just
that?
popped up and are
That's
you
perfect.
telling me
So,
that Tainos Yes, are you telling me that
okay,
Tainos just popped up separately from the rest of the human project? Like from
no,
the rest of
no
Homo
one,
sapiens sapiens,
no
they
one
just popped up
claimed that. But
individually on
this
their
is.
own?
I want you to hear
Okay,
the.
so
I
so you
want you to
have
hear
wait,
the.
no. So
Okay,
listen to what you're saying. If you're
you're
saying
not following
you're
the
not
logic.
saying that they popped up, if you're saying that you're not saying that they popped up separately from everybody else, then logically, if the first people on the planet, if the first Homo sapiens sapiens were Africans and came from the cradle of Africa, then logically their ancestors would have been
But this
migrated
is
Africans.
sure. This is an example of it being logical and still being incorrect. You ready? I
No,
did
that's
my
not
20.
okay, go ahead.
Wait for the example. I'm Latino. I did my 23 and
Hmm.
me. Am I black?
There's a such thing as Afro Latino. I don't know.
No. Am I black? But you just
There's a
based on
such
your
thing as
genetics. You
Afro
said
Latinos who
genetics
would be
because
considered
you said
black.
that it can't be phenotype. It's based on the genetics. So am I black? I have indigenous. I have indigenous
There are
bloodline that you're now
I
saying doesn't
look, I'm
exist.
trying to answer your question. There are Afro Latinos that would be
I
considered
didn't
black.
ask
I don't
if
know if
there
you
are.
personally.
I didn't ask if there are. I'm asking you what the
I've
likelihood.
never seen you, Jesse. How would I know?
You should be able to know because of the genetics. You said it's not phenotypic when Queen was asking. That's why.
No, I
That's
said it is
where
phenotypical.
Bean mentioned it. But this is the thing. You didn't say that. You said it's phenotypic, but you also can't prove it when it comes to the Taino. Taino is just one of the examples. They may be bronze skinned. They may have dark hair, but their hair was very straight. Their hair is described in
There
all
are
the genetics.
Africans. There are Africans who have very straight hair, sir.
I no, I understand that, but there are other things that you're not describing that then suggest all of us are black. Do you understand how that logic
Originally,
doesn't follow?
yes. Originally,
Okay.
yes.
So then I'm black, Manny. Is that true? So
If
originally
that's how you
I'm black.
feel,
So okay. So Queen, no, don't. Damn it. So am I black? Am
if
I
that's how
black?
you feel, I mean, I can't tell you whether or
Okay,
not you
cool.
black.
Okay.
Wait, did
All
I
right.
just come into this? Really? Did I just
Yeah, I
come
mean
back
that's
to
where the
this?
logic. Because I thought we were closer because Bean shared the thing, but it's not. It didn't get closer. It got worse. I think.
I
I
can't tell
don't
you whether or
know.
not you're black. Like there are Dominicans who are darker than me that say I'm not black. I can't tell them they black
It's
because
a
they say
social
if they say they
conditioning.
not black,
It's different.
it's
That's a
not.
social
It's
conditioning
not
thing.
different. It's
It
not
is.
different. It's the
You know
same
Jesse,
why?
thing.
You know why
If you're
it's
saying
different?
Jesse, turn your
Tainos,
camera
if you're
on.
saying Tainos are a mix,
Jesse, turn your
then
camera
Dominicans
on.
will also be a mix, correct?
Jesse, turn your camera on.
You present as a white
You're
man.
telling me, you are telling me, you're telling
He
me
presents as a white
that
man.
that man would walk down the street and a cop would stop and frisk him in New York?
I
I
mean,
said he
maybe.
presents
Look
as a
how
white man.
suspicious he looks. He
Maybe
looks
not
Okay,
a cop,
Bex.
but maybe
I told
super
ICE.
you, stop
suspicious.
encouraging the bullshit,
Maybe
and you're
not
not
just a regular
listening.
cop, but ICE
That
might.
nah, I mean, I think he looks like a hoodlum.
Go to bed. Go the fuck to bed. Go the fuck to
No,
bed.
but for real, like
Maybe
Manny,
not just a regular
that's
cop, but ICE
problematic.
might.
Yeah, that's true. Manny's not wrong. Manny, you're
Yes,
not wrong right now
ICE.
at all.
I'm talking about a police officer. I'm talking about
Yeah,
12.
police
I'm
officers
talking
arrest
about stop
Latinos.
and frisk in Alaska
Police
and
officers stop and
in
Officers
frisk
New
coming
York.
for
Latinos
that
just like they
ass,
do.
you know?
Yes, like yes,
Officers
police
coming
stop
for
and
that
frisk.
ass.
All right,
Yes, police
this is the
stop and
conversation we're
frisk.
having.
Police
This is the
stop and frisk
conversation we're
brown
having.
people and people of color as much as they do
Is
black
he
folks.
black? The question was, is he
No,
black?
he doesn't look phenotypically black
But
to
if
me.
I have the genetics,
Wonderful.
why can't I make the claim?
You can
Show,
make the
show me how
claim.
that's a problem. Why not? Wait,
You can make the
you
claim.
okay? Thank
Hear
you.
me out, Jesse. Hear me
So
out,
if
Jesse.
somebody's
This is the
answer,
thing.
so if
Hold
somebody's
on. Let me answer.
23 and
Let me
me,
talk to
no,
him
if
real quick,
somebody's
Queen.
23 and me says that they're 3%
No,
Nigerian, they can claim blackness.
if they want,
You are such an unserious person. You can give him
I'm
my
not being
points too,
unserious. If your
T-Bones.
genetics
I'm
say you're
never
black, you're
debating this man. I will not debate him. This conversation, I'm good. You
um.
can give him my
As I was
points. Move
saying,
him up. Move him up.
there,
Because
yeah,
absolutely the
definitely,
fuck
because
not.
y'all ain't ready.
No.
There are
No.
people who have one
No,
black
because you're
parent and one white
unserious,
parent.
disingenuous. That's
No,
why.
I'm not being unserious and
You're
disingenuous.
disingenuous
There are
and
people.
unserious.
There are
And you
people
don't
right
read
now who
books.
have one. There are people right now who have one black parent and one white parent, right? Actually, it's a set of twins. They're on TikTok. One of the girls look completely white, and the other girl look completely black. You know what I'm
I
saying? So,
did.
like, when we talking about genetics, it's not an exact science. Like, sometimes mutations happen and especially when we talking about genetics. Like, come on, man, stop playing. There are children who look nothing like their parents,
Y'all
but have
run, move him
biologically
up in
been
the
proven.
comments.
Dude, I do.
Run him
There are
up.
children who
I
Move
look
have a
him
nothing
up.
friend
like their
who's got.
parents.
I've got a friend whose kids are biracial, and like one of them looks just like the dad, but blonde hair, blue eyes, like lighter than me.
Hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't
Because of the
understand
Eve
why this is
gene.
so hard. I don't
Nobody's
understand why this
disagreeing
is so
about
hard
the
for
Eve
them to
gene.
comprehend.
Nobody's disagreeing with the Eve
We're not
gene.
talking about the Eve
But
gene right now. We're talking about just genetics. This
the
also
redhead
happens in white
girl,
people.
those twins that you're talking about, the redhead girl is not black. That is a white woman.
Now you're just lying to be lying. But
No,
okay.
she's a white woman.
You don't know
She
them
does
people.
not
You
walk.
lying.
She does not walk through society the same way that her twin sister does.
But she has the same exact genetics as her twin sister because they're
She's
twins.
race is
One just
not
presents differently than the
genetics.
other. So
Race is phenotypical
wait,
presentation. Race is not
wait.
genetics. It's a social
Race is a
construct.
social construct that I don't even agree with. But you're gonna
Exactly.
tell
So what
me,
the fuck are we talking about?
that if she has a whole black parent, that she's not black simply
She
because
is
she
a
looks a certain
white
way.
woman.
Get the fuck out of her.
That
That's
is a
racism.
white woman.
That's racism from a black
That's a
person.
white
That's crazy.
woman.
You can't tell somebody how black they are.
That's a white
You don't get to
woman. I
qualify blackness.
absolutely
You
If you
just
can.
have a
did.
black
I
Wait,
parent, you're black.
you
absolutely
just
can.
did.
If you
I
have a black
absolutely
parent, if
can.
you have a black parent and you want to tell the
No,
world I'm black, you are
absolutely not.
absolutely okay in doing
That's
that.
not how race works. That's not how race works. Is logic
But
If
black?
you,
you have a black parent,
Is logic black?
if you have a black
Is
parent,
logic black?
I think he has a black dad or something like that. You talking about the rapper?
Is
He's
there
mixed,
another
ain't he?
logic?
Yeah, there's lots of
Is he
logics.
black?
He's mixed, ain't he?
Is he black?
Yeah, he has a black parent.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're unserious. Move him up, Bex.
He got a black
Bex,
parent.
hear
He's
me.
black.
Bex, hear me.
If he want to
Hear me.
look, if he got a black
Well,
parent
This
and he
is the
want to
way
claim
that
his
debates are
blackness,
going
who am
to
I to
be.
disqualify him?
I'm going down the
That's
rabbit hole
just
of
The
true.
blackest
rubric is
parents. Hold on.
crazy.
That's
He's
just true. If
biracial.
he has a
No, he
black
is
parent and he wants to
biracial.
He is.
identify
He's
as
biracial,
black,
but he's not
okay.
a
So
he's
if he
not a
wants to
black man.
identify as black, who the fuck am I to tell him he's not?
No,
You're
that's
being
not how
unserious
race
right now.
works.
And then you turn
That's
around and say
not
that
how
race is a
race
social
works.
construct. It's a
Race
social
is a
construct
social
that you
construct
co-sign to.
based
It's a
on
social.
phenotypical. Yes, I have to. I have no fucking choice. I have no fucking choice. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain't got no fucking choice in this world. You ain You
Mm,
ain't got no
I
fucking choice
disagree.
in this world.
I
You are
disagree.
a black man, Manny.
I
It
think
don't
that's
matter what part of
victimhood.
the world you walk
Yeah, I
on.
am, and I'm proud of
It's
it.
it's victimhood to say that anywhere I go in the world I'd be black.
No, that's not what I
Jesse,
mean.
shut
I
up.
mean in your head. I mean in your own head. In your own head, you have this thing about your own personal blackness, right? Cool. The same way that Logic could have the same thing in his head that says, "I have
Logic
a
is
black
not
parent. I am
black.
black." You trying to?
That's not how that works.
If
Race is
you
a
have a
social
black parent
construct.
and you want to
Race
claim
is
your
a
blackness, I
social
am not going to
construct
stand against
based
you.
on phenotypical presentation. Gomez de Zerara based his entire concept of race on the phenotypical presentation of people in Africa, right? That's why North Africans are considered white. That's how it works, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Race is based on phenotypical presentation, not just skin color. So no, and definitely not fucking genetics. No, no. But
How
again,
can you say
with
that
my
and then at the
points
same time
vexed
say that
because
race
of
is a social
disingenuity,
construct?
disingenuousness
It
with
doesn't
respect
make
to these
sense. The two
debates,
don't
I'm
correlate.
okay.
The two don't correlate. You can't say that race is only based on phenotype and then say it's a social construct at the same time. Like it don't even make sense. If you have a
Okay.
black parent, if
Who
you
is
have a
Gomez
black
de
parent and you
Zarada?
want to, if you have a
Who is
black
Gomez
parent
de
and you want to connect,
Zarada?
let me talk. You
Who
keep
is
cutting me
Gomez?
off.
Who is Gomez
Why are
de
you so
Zarada?
scared? Why are you so scared of what I have to say that you got to cut me off every time I start
Who
talking? You just made
is
your point. Let me make mine.
Gomez
That's how a
de
dialogue goes, correct? If
Zarada?
you want to take the debate, just take the debate.
I'm not debating
We
you. I
can do
already said
this.
that. Who is Gomez de
Okay, then
Zarada?
then stop talking. Then stop talking. You don't
No.
get to ask me any
Who
more
is
questions if you
Gomez
don't
de
want to debate.
Zarada?
You don't
Who
get
is
to ask me any
Gomez
more
de
questions if you
Zarada?
don't want to debate.
Who is Gomez de Zarada?
I'm here for
Somebody that's
all the
been on
smoke.
live for a long time.
Who is Gomez de Zarada? De Zarada?
Some dude. He's some
Bleach,
dude.
go to bed. Don't make me. Don't go to bed.
That to
No,
him.
you go
Well,
to bed.
Don't
no,
wait.
I
Hold
just
on.
I have a
You go
question.
to bed
First
because
of all,
you
you
first
don't
Wait a
need to
off you
minute.
speak to
being
me like
rude.
that.
Who is
No,
First
that's
off you
Gomez de
being
Zarada?
rude, and
she's not
secondly
being rude.
she's being
You're
highly
joking
disrespectful.
with
She's
him.
not.
Yes,
She's
she
No,
is.
no,
Did
Yes,
I
she is.
I
disrespect
have
you?
a
Yes, she is.
question.
She called me a
Bleach,
bitch
did
the
I
other
just
night. She
disrespect
called me a
you?
bitch tonight.
You
Every
are a
time I start
bitch.
talking, she
You are
starts
a
talking
bitch.
over me.
She's just
Bleach,
a
did I
See, there we go
disrespect
again.
you?
But if I call her a bitch, then I'm a misogynist,
When
right?
I told you
But
to
if
go
I
to bed,
start
make
calling
sure you
her a
put
bitch
that
and
in
talk
front of
about
me.
her big ass forehead, then I'm a
No,
misogynist,
no.
correct? You know what I'm saying? Like
I
we
got a
gotta
big
have the
ass
same level of
forehead. You want
respect
me to
for
show
each
it?
other. If you,
Lord, what is
yeah,
that?
it's huge.
You
It's
want me to
fucking
show
huge.
it?
That
You could
motherfucker,
project. You could
goddamn.
project a movie on this
If
bitch.
but
You
if we're
absolutely
gonna
could. You
if
could
we're gonna
project a
have a
movie on this bitch.
conversation
Y'all
with
see
each
this? I
other,
got a big
if
ass
we're going
forehead.
to have a
Besides
conversation
the
with each
point.
other, then I'm
So
gonna
like
need you to be
when we have a
if we're gonna have a
conversation, when we have
conversation
a
with each other, then I need you
conversation,
to be
we
civil.
have a
Just because
conversation.
you can
Bleach.
talk
Let's
louder
be
than me,
clear. Let's
just
be
because
clear.
you can talk
Bleach.
louder than me
When
doesn't
I
make you
told
right.
you, I'm not even
Just
talking
because you
loud.
can
I'm a
talk louder than me
bastard.
doesn't make you
I'm
right.
not
Could we?
talking
But
loud.
hold on. I was just talking about the
Bleach. Did you feel
phenotypical.
disrespected?
I have a
Did I
question
disrespect you?
regarding the
Bullshit.
phenotypical. Would you do
Yes,
the same
Bleach.
thing? I mean, if you're going to claim race, wouldn't you say the same thing about a trans person? We would go
Here
by
we
No.
what they
go.
Who?
God
phenotypically
bless.
look like.
No. That's not how
Who?
that
Why not?
works.
Oh,
Why is
okay.
No,
it
because
50% for
gender
black
is
people? It's
not
not for
based on
trans people.
phenotypical presentation. Not
Yes, it
based
is.
solely on phenotypical
Sure it is.
presentation. The way, no, it's not.
Gender is based on
God.
phenotypical
Yeah.
It
presentation.
can't be. Hold
It
on. It can't
is.
be phenotypic, and it
It
requires a
is.
social construct. This is
I mean,
what's
if you're gonna
crazy,
make that
Manny.
argument about race, then
It
we can
is a
make the
social
same
Wait a
argument
construct.
about
You
minute.
gender.
Wait
can't
a
do.
minute.
But
Wait
They're
a
you
both
can't.
minute.
social
Gender
You
is
can't
constructs.
based
do
on. Wait.
both.
Wait, Jesse. Pause. Wait,
They're both
Jesse.
social
If we gonna
constructs.
make that argument about race, then we
Gender
have to
is
make the
based
same
on
argument about
phenotypical
gender. It's how you
presentation.
present, right?
They're both
It's how you
Gender
social
is
present,
based on
right?
constructs.
phenotypical. Okay. 1 second.
It's how you present, right? There's not people who walking through this world
Yeah.
right now who were born men
Yes.
but look like women.
Exactly.
Yeah, there
That's
are.
it.
So
So
it's
then
based on
that
how
would
you
disprove. That
phenotypically present.
disproves your claim about phenotypic. That
Are
disproves
there
your
not
claim. That
women?
doesn't support you.
That wasn't
It's
my
actually
claim. I was
wrong.
being facetious with her. That wasn't my claim. That was her claim.
Yeah.
Follow
Well,
Right.
up.
That was
Keep
her.
just
so
keep
That
keep
was
up,
her
comments,
claim.
Jesse.
Wawa
That was
actually
her
has the
claim, not
answer.
mine.
I'm
If
saying
you
if
read the
that's her
comments,
claim,
Wawa has the answer. People are misconstruing. This happened with the religion debate earlier. Definitions are very important. We're misusing social constructs.
oh,
We're
you mean when Liv
misapplying
was
it in
lying
multiple
about the religious
places.
debate? Yeah.
And it was the same thing when we talked about
That
religion.
wasn't my
Same
claim. That
thing.
was her claim, Jesse.
No,
That
but
wasn't my
that's
claim. I was being facetious when I said that.
yeah. Okay.
Keep up, bro.
I wasn't.
No, it's not about. Hold on, Manny.
That's
No,
why
see
Bleach
now,
came up and said what he
now,
said because I
okay,
was being
now
facetious when I
you're gonna
said it.
disrespect me as if you didn't just tell me I'm fucking black, bro. You're gonna tell me
No, I
that
said keep
I'm the
up.
one who's wrong here.
You
I need
said
to
I
keep
made a
up.
claim that I didn't
I'm
make.
the one that
That's
needs
what I'm
to keep
telling
the
you.
fuck
Keep
up. Are
up.
we for real right now?
Yeah.
Let's
Not black
clarify.
people.
Let's clarify how up we are.
Do you have black
said,
ancestry?
based on having 2.7% ancestry on my 23andMe, I can now be black if I claim it. I need to keep up.
If you want to be.
And then Bleach's ass came in here from bingo, hopping in to talk about trans people. He just had his pudding cup. Bleach, go to bed. Warm up some water and go to bed. God bless, Manny. People were trying to be, even trying to be polite. It wasn't worth it.
Is come up with some new material. Come up with some new material.
That wasn't even cool.
I would come up with new material, but
any good new material.
What do you want me to say to you? You're just old. What do you want me to say? Your knees crack. What do you want me to say? You cough weird. You put tissues in your sleeves because it's drafty. What else do you want?
So can I ask a question real quick?
My sleeves.
Can I ask a question real quick? Can I ask a question?
Dude,
I just want to see if I just want to see if y'all stay consistent with this. Is
you don't
Mariah
even
Carey
look-
black?
You're a quarter
Is
of
Mariah
the
Carey
man I
black?
am.
Is Mariah Carey black? Yes or no? I just want to see if y'all stay consistent.
Yes.
To me, I don't think she phenotypically presents as black at all.
So Mariah Carey's not black now.
No,
Okay.
not racially. No.
I just wanted to see.
She's ethnically whatever her parents
Fuck
are.
out of here,
She's
bro.
not racially
What?
black. Neither's Logic.
It
Neither is
doesn't
Cameron Boyce
matter.
in my
It doesn't matter
eyes.
what I think she is.
Wow.
This is the crazy part, Manny. It doesn't make sense because you're telling me that it's based on phenotype. First of all, we did the gender phenotype. Crazy.
No, she said
Secondly,
it's based on phenotype,
yeah,
not me.
But hold on, because you're not. I don't know why, but you're not engaging in the conversation about race constructs in different places. For instance, when you brought up the Taino, Latin American race constructs are based very closely to what is described by Gomez de Zurara. Completely a different. That is a different flavor of racism as opposed to the United States that makes their own. I mean, I would argue much worse or at least different scale version in the United States. They're actually two completely different constructs. They are social constructs, but they have phenotypes that have to deal with it. And then Bleach tried to throw in the trans thing, and now we're in the middle of a quagmire. Like I don't think that there's a way to actually resolve this.
It's not really a quagmire. What I'm trying to say is that if your race is based on your genetics, she's saying it's based on your phenotype. That's the difference that's the difference in the conversation that we're having. And the only way that would be relevant is if you sign on to the social construct of
you don't
because
get
you
to
look
opt
this
out
way.
of it.
Hold on.
But to sign on to the social
I don't get
construct
that.
of race.
Hold on.
You might not choose to sign on to the concept
Let me
of race.
finish.
But
Good
as my
fucking-
sister said, the
Look,
concept of race
we can't
signs
have a
onto you,
conversation if you won't never let me fucking finish a
babe.
sentence.
The concept of race signs onto you, babe.
You
And
don't
you love to bring up your race and being black whenever you want to talk to
I
white
love
people
being
about
black.
the way that
Hell
you
yeah.
feel about them.
I love being
That
black.
shit is
I ain't got no
weird.
problem with my blackness.
That shit is weird.
But what I'm saying is, no,
shit
the
is
part
weird.
that's
So is
weird
Bleach
is
black?
the part that's weird is you're trying
Is
to tell
Bleach a black
logic.
man?
Fuck
Is
no.
Bleach a black man? Why
No.
is
But he's
Bleach-
never claimed to be.
Didn't you have like Bleach? Didn't you have like 3% sub-Saharan African or some shit on your 23andMe? Am I tripping?
Absolutely not.
It's not you. Who is that?
Not me.
It's one of y'all.
Wrong
it's
again.
No
I
shade.
have
It's one of y'all
sentence.
ops.
I have
that
negative-
said
Can I
that.
finish the
I'm
sentence?
just
Can I
so
finish the sentence?
confused.
Please. Can I
It's
finish the
just-
sentence? I would
why is
appreciate it.
Bleach
Where are the
not black?
mods?
Mine says
Why
What
is
the
Bleach
fuck?
not
Where are the
black?
mods?
Why is
So now
Bleach not
Mariah
black?
Carey's not black.
No. Why is Bleach
Logic
not
ain't black.
I'm
Is Alicia Keys
99.8%
black? Like I just want to know how far your paper bag test goes. Is Alicia Keys
Exactly,
black?
Wawa. I don't
Is
do
Alicia
paper
Keys
bag
black? How far
testing.
does
That's not how I
That's what you're
determine
doing right now.
blackness.
That's what
No,
you're
it's
doing.
not. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
is. You
No,
saying
it's
they
not.
don't look black enough
Mariah
to you,
Carey
so they're
doesn't
not
have
black.
Afrocentric features. Alicia Keys has Afrocentric features. I don't give a fuck about your skin tone. I don't care.
What are Afrocentric features? You do know there's
do you
like
mean, what are
54
Afrocentric
fucking countries
features?
over there, don't you? And they don't all look the same. You do understand that, right?
We all have very
Africa's a
similar
huge place
features.
and they don't all
I
look the
got you
same.
there.
You
We all
do
have
get
very
that, don't
similar
you?
If that
features.
holds, if you held that true,
Do you get that?
Hold on. If you held that to be true as logic, you wouldn't have pointed at statues and their phenotypes in art as being a reason why you believe that those people were black. The same thing about the Taino.
They painted
you actually
themselves
don't hold
as
that
black.
position. Hold on. You don't.
I do hold that position.
No,
They
you
painted
can't-
themselves
no,
as black.
No, Manny, listen to the whole logic. You can't possibly validate that argument because that, as a social construct, depicting themselves, those are the only materials they can make art out of. Now what? They didn't do it because they were darker or because they thought it made them look darker.
But that's
It's all
not
that.
true that that's the only material
That's
that they
not
can
true?
make art out of. That's
You're
not
gonna
true
tell me-
because
you're
they
gonna tell me
absolutely
resin?
had paints. They absolutely
Perfect.
had different color paints in the same painting,
Perfect.
which proves that that's not the only materials that they can make art.
I'm gonna go
I mean,
ahead.
art
I'm gonna
fucking
go ahead and
supplies out
ask
of.
you. Good. Then I'm gonna ask you the same
If
thing.
they have different colors in the
asked you
same
for.
painting, then how is
I
that the
get
only
it.
thing
You
that
got
they
to
can
do
make
this whole
art out
thing.
of?
I
It
get.
doesn't
I
make
get
sense.
that you. I get that you want to do the whole thing. How do you
No,
know
I
that
get
the
that you're not
tone-
that smart.
How do you know that the tone? Yeah, the cute shit doesn't fly, man. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to. You're talking to a
I'm
historian
talking to
now.
you.
You want to get laid out? You get laid out? Or
Oh,
you want
really?
to do it
Oh,
for points?
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
You want to do it for
really?
points? Let's go.
I mean, we can go. I said I want all the smoke.
Hell
Perfect.
yeah.
Let's
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 do it.
let's do this. It's going to take
I'm
2
so sorry. Are
seconds.
we having a challenge happening right
Yeah.
now?
Yes,
Give me
Yes.
please.
give me
Yeah.
Somebody
two
else about to take an
seconds
L
to get
tonight. Let's
Y'all,
That's
everything
go.
perfect.
prepared. Give me two
Jesse,
seconds to get everything prepared.
Jesse, look at me.
Yeah.
Look at
I'm
me.
not going
Look
to
at
say
me.
I'm black. I promise.
Jesse. No, no, no. That's not what I was gonna say. Jesse, look at
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Jesse. Eye contact. Okay, sidebar. Sidebar. Eat this bitch like a steak. Like the best, most expensive
Mariah Carey
Wagyu
is a
steak
light
Yeah,
you've
you gonna
skinned
ever
choke
female.
on
had in
it.
your life.
You gonna choke
The
on it. I
best
promise you.
FYI.
Wagyu steak you've ever had in your life. That bitch was gonna sit there
You gonna
so
choke
easy
on
that
it.
I need you to
Ain't no
eat it like
tenderism
a
over here,
meal.
baby. He gonna
It
choke.
came with a baked potato and a glass of red wine.
I'm
Okay?
Yeah,
back.
you seen what
I
happened to
need
your
you to
last boy who
munch.
challenged me?
It's
You
Okay,
seen
been
what
hold
it's
happened
on.
to
been
your
Let's
last
taken.
boy
get
who
Yes.
challenged me?
everybody
We have
in
another
Let's
here.
go.
challenge,
Yes.
folks.
Let's
Everybody
go.
stop.
Let's
We
go.
got a
Yes.
challenge. I need to know what the debate topic is.
I'm biased as
Uh,
fuck.
He's
Jesse can
debating that
handle it.
race is based on phenotype. I'm debating the
I
race is based on
never.
genetics.
Can I go ahead and put my premise down instead of you trying to summarize the thing I didn't say? Thank you, sir. So what I was going to go ahead and say is my premise is to disprove Manny's point about historical art and that they used amber to show that they were darker and that the art therefore proves that they were black. That's essentially that's the only claim I'm making is that what
That's
you.
not even a debate because I don't think that's true.
So that okay, cool. So this started and ended with a concession. W. Jesse.
No, there's no concession.
Game
There's
set
no
match.
concession here. There's not even a debate. How you
Wes.
gonna make my argument?
Game
How you
set
gonna make
match.
my
Watch the
argument then
argument
turn around and
change.
say that's your prisoners? Because I said originally,
W.
I just
Jesse.
said this like two. I just said this like 2 seconds ago that they had
Watch the
multiple
argument
things that they
change.
could have used to make. They had multiple things that they could have used to make their art, but they chose amber on purpose. So if I
I
agree
need
with
you.
that, then how could you?
But this is the problem. You're claiming that it's on purpose. I'm telling you it's not based on race, and you're going to prove it, and you haven't proven it yet. And now you've
No,
Okay.
you have to
conceded, so
prove it.
it's
You're
too
the
late.
one making the.
So you
You're
can
the
go
one
back to
making the
it.
argument. You have to prove it. I don't have
This
to.
didn't materialize.
I'm not going to disprove my own
Wait
argument.
just a
That
second.
makes
Wait
no
just a second.
sense.
I need to know, is a debate happening? Yes or no?
No, we're good. Thank you. No.
Okay, cool
He's
beans.
making my argument,
All
then trying
right.
to make me
Yeah,
debate
yeah.
the
Listen,
opposite of what
y'all
I
can
You
said.
just
still
moved.
listen, guys. Just a second. Y'all know
T-Bone,
y'all can still hold on just a second, man. Because just for a second, y'all know y'all can still debate on the platform without having to accept Thunder and Lightning debates, right? You can now if you want to put big bucks on it, you can. Like if it gets to that
he
point. But
he's
go ahead,
trying to
man.
make me. He's trying to make me disprove my own
Nah,
argument. I'm
T-Bone,
not going to
this shit is
disprove
so
my
I'm
own
going to
disingenuous.
argument.
disprove
That's
it
I'm not
for
crazy.
gonna hold you.
you. I'm
This
going
shit
to
is
disprove it
so
for you. You don't
disingenuous. And
understand.
every debate that this man
So
has, he
you're going
says
to
Right,
that
that's
he
why I'm saying hold on,
so
hold on, hold on, hold on just a second. If you're willing to disprove his argument and y'all are willing to put points on this, then we could do a little lightning.
I just need to be clear before we start this. Is he
Okay.
what
saying
I
that he's
told,
going to prove that they
you
have
weren't here
nothing?
before. I told you to move him up.
Why every time I start
Take my
talking, she
points
start
away.
fucking talking,
Clear
bruh?
me out. I'm so dead ass because if this is the
God
type of
damn.
people I got to debate with, this man is disingenuous as fuck. And the rubric
No,
would
you
call
just
for
can't
him
win a
to be
debate.
disqualified
You just don't want the
completely.
smoke. You
He
just
was
don't want the
asked if
smoke.
he used AI
This
to answer a question. He had
Okay.
used AI. We heard the AI voice, and he said, no, it's just a
Okay.
voice on my phone that talks.
Okay,
Are we
I
kidding me?
understand.
it was
Yes,
reading
I
the same
understand.
article that
Yes,
I
I
read.
understand. Guys, listen. If he's doing a terrible job in debating, that's gonna reflect in the points, and he's gonna lose.
That's valid.
What are we talking about?
That's valid.
Jesse, are you willing to
But
accept it or
listen,
no?
He already said it's not a. We're not going to be. He said he doesn't want to engage in a debate. So we'll keep discussing it. But I
That's
don't
not
think
what
we
I
need
said.
points.
That is not what I said. He being disingenuous. I said he's trying to make me disprove my own argument. So if we're going to have this debate, Jesse, what you would have to do is prove that ancient Mesoamerican civilizations had nothing else to work with. That's what you would have to prove, that they had to make these statues out of what they made these statues out of because they had nothing else to work with. And I'm going to disprove you by showing you pictures and
Yeah.
cave paintings of people. Hold on. I'm going to show you pictures and cave paintings from these areas of people being different colors and depicting themselves in different ways.
Okay.
Is that what we going to do, Jesse?
The thing that you have to do still is tell us the
Is that what you want to
fucking.
do, Jesse?
You go ahead and go. Why don't you listen to what I'm about to ask you?
I'm not
Which
about to give you ammunition
Yeah,
before we
no,
get
no,
to the
because it's not an
debate. Is that what
ammunition.
you want to do?
Jesse,
It's a
it's time for you to
no.
go back
It's
to
a
the
one
audience,
easy
Jesse.
question. What's the name of
It's
the
a pudding
painting you referencing? Let's go ahead.
9 p.m.
What's
I
the name
told
of
you
the
earlier, it's
painting?
the Wall of the Warriors.
Perfect. Wall of the Warriors. Let's go ahead and take a look. Takes 2 seconds. What the fuck are we doing this for? Wall of the Warriors. Gonna tell me it has a race assigned to it. Goddamn. The Wall of the Warriors. Where is this in Mesoamerica? I can't wait. God
Yes.
bless. I can't fucking wait. Hey, Bleach, are you okay over there? How's it going? Those checks still rolling in, or did the government stop them?
You mean my all my investments? You talking about
Well, no,
you would love to have, Jesse, because
I'm really up
just
right now.
so
It's
much worth
unbelievable how
more
up I
than
am.
you
I
are.
love this. I love
And
them.
every level of life.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Queen V,
Very
I
positive.
might have to challenge you to a debate. I might have to challenge you.
Ooh.
Whom?
Debate on what,
Yo,
T-Bone?
there.
Can black people be racist?
Oh
That's
shit.
conservative time. We're gonna get
Absolutely.
it done. We're gonna figure that out.
I already
Yeah, I
know.
can show you
This
the
guy
percentage.
said.
I can
This
show you the
man
percentage of hate
said
crimes they create.
the temple of the Wall of the
So
Warriors.
yes,
There's a temple of the warriors in Chichen Itza. There is no, at the Wall of the Warriors. Where are we at?
Chichen Itza is actually called Chicken and Pizza by the locals.
Yeah, you're doing so much better than all of us. Yeah. Anyway, they wouldn't call it that
Well,
because it's ch in it. When you
I've
see
been
it
to
references the
I've been
pedophile.
to Chichen Itza 3 times, you moron. Have
Yeah.
you?
Okay. So
Have
what's
you?
what's Chandler Pizza mean?
Have you been
What's
to
Chan-
Chichen Itza, sir? Have you?
Yes, a bunch of times. Yes.
I
Hold
got
on,
you.
y'all. Hold on.
Anyway,
Okay,
so Manny, this is the Wall of the Warriors in Mesoamerica.
It's behind me. It's behind me. You can just look at it yourself.
Manny, this is absolutely incredible. So you're saying that you know that the artist is depicting a different race here?
You can't see it. What color are some of the people? What color are the other people?
That's awesome.
You can't see it.
Do people wear different
Look,
colors?
look, it's right
Okay.
there.
Are you
Yes.
ready to
okay.
actually?
Hold on. Let me pause before you
Some
respond,
people are
Jesse.
depicted as black.
Before,
Some
hold
people are
on.
depicted as brown.
Hold on, real quick. Before we continue, I'm just gonna say that this isn't gonna be a lightning or thunder debate. If y'all change your minds, just come back. Y'all continue to converse about this. Go ahead.
Awesome.
I
Yeah. So
want all the smoke. Look, it's
Manny,
right
do
there.
they? Yeah, you're. I think. I mean, I give the same diagnosis to you that I gave to Linz earlier. I think there's something missing here. When the
It's right
Patriots
in front of
play
your
against
face, sir.
yeah, whatever. When the Jets play the Patriots, do they wear the same color jersey?
You should have said the Giants. They wear the same colors.
It doesn't. It wouldn't even matter, but because in either case, he's, Manny, do they wear different color jerseys? Yes or no?
They're different teams.
They're different teams. Is there a possibility, because you don't have the artist here, is there a possibility that they're representing different groups of people?
Of course, I don't have the fucking artist. How could I have the artist?
So your claim can't be founded. That's what we've been trying to tell you. It's not
Look,
grounded in anything.
Look, you can see it.
It's not
You
grounded
can
in
see
anything.
it.
It's not even
No,
big
no,
difference.
hold on.
You said there's
Y'all
afros. Where are the
motherfuckers is
afros,
so.
bro? What are we talking about? This
I
is
didn't say there
also,
was afros in the paintings.
this is not the
I
Wall
never
of
said
the
there was
Warriors.
afros in the paintings.
What are we talking about?
This is the Wall of the Warriors.
Bro, I have Wall of the Warriors
First off,
on my
I
screen.
never
in
said that.
Mesoamerica.
I never.
Let me show you my search
You just
bar.
said it was a whole
Here.
temple. You think there's only one wall?
Look, the Wall of the Warriors, Mesoamerica.
You just said it was a whole temple. You think it was just one
Yes.
wall?
Hold on. I need to know specifically what country you're talking about. Where is this Wall of the Warriors?
I don't know specifically what country.
Okay,
it's in
perfect. So the Wall of
Mesoamerica.
the Warriors that you have here is nowhere in my top 10. By the way, this is a work laptop. I work for literally in history. It would be in my top 5. It's nowhere here in Mesoamerica.
Believe me, bro.
That you're
Just
missing.
believe me, bro.
The other
I'm
thing that
showing you.
you're-
I'm
not
showing
just
it to you
trusting
right
bro.
now.
I'm not even doing trust
I'm
me, bro,
showing
because
it to you right
Mesoamerican
now.
art- here's the problem. Mesoamerican art that you're describing.
Keep
Okay.
scrolling.
What do you want me to do, Manny? It's not up here. What do you want me to do?
Find the picture with multiple people in it.
Manny, I hate to break this to you, but the Wall of the Warriors in Spanish, especially, is
I'm
common
literally
in every
showing it
single
to you.
country, even if they're not Aztec or Inca, because all of the people like drawing warriors on walls. What the fuck you want me to do, Manny? What do you want me to do? Look at what we're looking at here. We're talking about Mayan Aztec
What was
calendar.
my?
I got
Just,
glyphs
oh,
over
good
here.
lord.
You want me to look up more?
This why I be saying y'all have biases because
It's not
this why I be
biased.
saying
I'm
y'all have biases.
honorable.
Yes, it is.
Where's
Can I
the-
fucking finish a
It's an academic
sentence?
source. You
Can I
fucking idiot.
finish a sentence?
Yes, I
Please.
need to know. I need a country from where this is from now. This
Can
is
I
way
finish
overdue.
a sentence?
No,
Who the
I'm
fuck
gonna
do you
keep
think
interrupting
I'm
you.
proving it to
No,
you right now. The
I'm
Wall of the
literally. I'm not
Warriors.
gonna stop talking until you show me
Well,
where.
then you lose the debate.
Where's?
Well, then you
I
lose the
can't-
debate.
Good thing there's no
What
points on
he's
it.
doing,
I
what
don't
he's
give a
doing
fuck.
is the
Tell
same
me-
thing that Liv does.
Tell me where. I don't care. Bleak. Tell me where this painting, the one on your
keep
screen, is
talking.
from.
You have no
I need it
fucking
right
place.
now, please. Thank you.
right now.
Because the shields don't match you. First of all, Mesoamerican shields don't look like that. You see the bottom right? That shield is round. And if that's not a shield and that's some other weapon, that to me, this entire thing is way older than what you're discussing as far as genealogy. It wouldn't match your claim. That's why I'm telling you as a historian, I need to know
Black
where.
people are way older than white people like to admit.
That's awesome. I need you to tell me where this painting's from. And I'm not shutting the fuck up till you tell me where.
The Wall of the Warriors, I told you.
Where? What country is this painting stored in?
Where's the Temple of the Warriors, Jesse?
In Chichen Itza, but I have Chichen Itza up right now, and
Chichen Itza what?
Not a single one of these.
What country is that, Jesse?
It's in
what
Mexico,
country is that,
you
Jesse?
fucking idiot, you fucking goofball.
Okay, so if Chichen Itza is in Mexico, and I'm telling you that this is the Wall of the Warriors from the Temple of the Warriors, then you know what fucking
please, you've
country
been to Chichen Itza. Have you seen this in Chichen Itza? Here, let me show you my fucking screen about the Wall of the Warriors in Chichen Itza. You tell me when to stop where it shows your fucking painting versus the one like this. This is Latin American. We know damn well this is the type of fresco that they've painted. Pre-Columbian.
Zoom in on it.
I would
Zoom in on it.
hold on. I will tell you this.
This is pre-Columbian art.
Hold on. The world's oldest known paint art carved in Sulawesi, Indonesia. If you look at those pictures, it's clearly that they are painted in different shades. Some are darker than others.
As you see here. As you see here.
So you can prove that it's race. It's not based on anything else like foreigners or hunters versus gatherers or any type of...
Yeah, there would be something a white man would say.
High priests aren't painted in a different color in Chichen Itza bleach, Mr.
There would be something that a white man would say.
Like what
maybe the high priests were
Didn't
black.
you say
Did
Jesse,
you ever think that?
Wait a minute.
Did you ever think that the high priests were black?
Didn't you
Did
say
you ever
Jesse
think that
was
the high
Latino?
priest may have been black? Did you ever think
Didn't
that?
you say Jesse was
or maybe
Latino?
the high priest was
Didn't
just
you
dark
say Jesse
skinned
brown?
men. That's why they.
But now he's a white man because he disagrees with you?
Has anybody ever considered? This is why I say it's based in
actual
racism.
dress, you
this is why I
fucking
say it's
moron.
based in racism.
This is why you're not any
historian. Has anybody ever considered for a second that the reason that they depicted themselves as black is because they were fucking black?
You are so dumb.
Anybody ever consider that? Maybe they were just being literal and showing this is what I look like.
Hey, Manny. Hey,
they
Manny.
gotta say, see,
Manny.
This is why it's racist.
Can we get back to the point?
This is why it's racist, and I'll tell you why.
Can we get back to
because of the simple fact? It's racist because of the simple fact that the people who are painting and depicting themselves couldn't. No, it's racist because of the fact that people who are painting and depicting themselves.
The Egyptians.
You're trying to tell me that the people. You're trying to hold on, no, Bleach. I need to make
this
this point real quick. It's gonna be short. They're trying to literally tell me right now that the people who are painting and depicting themselves don't know what color they should be.
Okay, you're right.
The people who are painting and depicting themselves don't know what color they should be. That's what you're saying?
So
Fuck out of here. Why it gotta be
if you
because
look
they're
at-
high priests or some
Manny,
shit? Maybe they're just black.
Manny, I don't know if this helps you, but ancient Egypt, they clearly did this.
All the time.
Ancient Egypt,
Maybe because
clearly did this. The skin tones they changed to.
Okay, can we go back to
before
we please hold on. Before we go to Egypt, wait, can we not go back to Egypt because we're in Mesoamerica where his claim is made? Can we not switch civilization because you're wrong? Because the priests, by the way, other people with certain roles were painted different colors. For instance, jade. The color jade has a very specific tie to the land. Jade is used usually for priests. You would know that, especially if you know the Taino.
Or maybe it's just because they were black.
Oh, so
maybe it's
jade
just
now
because
means
they were black.
So jade now means
no,
black.
I didn't say jade.
So
means
then your
black.
painting's wrong.
I said maybe they painted themselves black because they were fucking black.
Yeah, you're saying maybe. You need to prove that.
Why is the simplest answer? Why is not the simplest answer not the most logical in this situation? Maybe they depicted themselves as black because they were fucking black. Maybe they depicted themselves as brown because they were fucking brown. Maybe. I'm just saying.
Sure. So maybe if you could prove to me where the painting is from, I would entertain that. But you don't.
I told you where the painting was from. That's how you found what you found.
Manny. The social construct of race invented? When was the racial?
The idea of race did not exist in the conscience of the world until the white man put it in the conscience of the world.
So how the fuck were these people black? Thank you for coming to my
John
TED
Henry
Talk.
Clark.
Wonderful.
Dr. John Henry Clark. The concept of race or racism did not exist in the consciousness of the world. The
You think
conscious
it's
of
Thank you for
conscious
coming to my
John
place.
Henry
the
Clark?
idea of race,
Conversation
the
over.
idea of race or racism did not exist in the conscience of the world until the white man put it into the conscience of the world.
What
Dr.
year?
John Henry
Yep.
Clark. Thank you for
Stop.
attending
When
my
was
TED
that?
talk.
You're wrong. Hey
When
Manny,
was
let's
that?
split the baby.
When was
Let me
that?
be more friendly. Let's talk about this.
Not
John
too late
Henry
for
Clark
that.
is not the
You like
founder.
unaliving babies as
John Henry Clark is not
racism?
the founder of that. First of all, secondly, let's make something really clear. One, you claim Mesoamerica. The painting that you depicted, my understanding is that what you showed is actually not Mesoamerican.
Trust me, bro.
Perfect. I need you to tell us now, because that's not Wall of the Warriors in Chichen Itza. Because in Chichen Itza, it's all frescoes. That is not a fresco in the same style as the ones in Chichen Itza. We know that it's not because of the shaping and the time period. They would not have drawn that. Basically, they were drawing canals and shit. What you just drew was like, we're talking like maybe means even pre Bayou Tapestry. So we're talking early thousands. Before then. So I need you right now to validate your source. If you can't validate the source, I'm okay entertaining that it could have been race, sure. But then how do you have differentiated colors for the animals? Is that something that they didn't differentiate? So the size of a caribou versus a deer, a bird versus an eagle, a hawk versus a crow. Do you see how what you're
You know
suggesting?
how
A lot of
I'll show you
artistic
again.
creativity.
I'll show you again.
Wait, go put the painting up again, because this painting to me does not look like. Here, I'm going to screenshot it and do an image reverse. Hey, if this is European,
Hold on, let me
I
move it
want you
over.
to
I
I want you to drop 2 or 3 places. That's what I would have liked.
Where's
If
the
we're doing a
buffalo?
rubric, if this is from Europe, I'm going to make fun of you for the rest of your life. I can't wait.
It's
Here
not
we
from
go.
Europe. Hold on, I gotta find the buffalo. Where is it? Because buffalo proves that it was America.
You
Because
making fun of
buffalo
Snow
only
White.
existed in America. Is there any way we can make this wider?
Wait, your
Like so you get
argument
the
is
left
that
and
this
right
is
sides?
from. Wait, I'm confused.
Is there any
This is
way I can
from
make this wider so I
South
get the
I
left
don't
and
know
right
how to
America?
make
side?
it. I don't know how to make it bigger. Like, what do you mean bigger? Like,
Not bigger, just wider. So like the left and
you
the
want the
right are shown.
the only
I
thing
did
I could
screenshot it.
do.
That's how I got it up here. But
The
I'm
only thing.
saying like
Okay,
I
hold
need.
on. This is
Okay,
wait.
okay. Let me see.
Uh, wait. Let me do this, and then I only know how. Well, fuck my life. Hold on. That's the only other option I have.
It's right here on the left side. It's a big ass fucking buffalo that they're hunting right here on the left side. If you know anything about animals,
I
buffalo
thought
only
they were
existed in the
fighting in
Americas.
this picture.
Some of
I
them are
thought the
fighting.
argument was that they're fighting, not that they're
Some of them
hunting.
are fighting. Some of them are fighting.
Why would they
Obviously, look,
depict a
some of the
hunt
black
and a
people even
fight in the same
some of the some.
picture?
I don't fucking know.
That doesn't make
It's about to be
sense.
a
Look, you
nightmare.
can see some. You can literally see
Go
some of
the
the black
fuck to
people right here
bed.
on the right side fighting each other. Look, they fighting each
Go
other.
the fuck to
Okay,
Can't
so
you
then
see
bed.
that
that?
wouldn't be racial, would it? Then it can't be racial, then would it? That doesn't
Why
make
not?
Like,
sense.
what the fuck are we
Why not?
talking
Why couldn't
about,
it be
bro?
racial?
Because then
Because
you would
race
have to be able to
exists.
ascribe social dynamics within the painting. Can you? Can you tell me who's on whose team in this painting?
No, I could just tell you how the people depicted
Okay,
themselves.
so then
That's my
how you
argument.
argue?
That's kind of easy. It was
Your
the Bloods and
argument is
it was
based
the
on
Bloods and the
nothing.
Crips.
Your argument's based on nothing as a Bleach. You're like, honestly, Bleach.
Are there
Just go take
different?
it.
Are there different people? Are there different humanoids depicted as differently in this picture? Yes or no?
Yes, but we don't know what the differentiation
Okay.
is. We can't tell gender.
Okay.
We
So
can't
that
tell
means
race. Some of
if
them
you
are
don't
half
know what the
human, half
different,
Pride.
not.
look, Jesse,
It
listen to
could be
what you're
so many
saying.
different
If you
things.
don't
This
know
is
what the
so
different,
fucking
if you
dumb.
don't know what the
This
differentiation
is so
is, then how are
stupid.
you going to tell me it couldn't be race? You can't tell
Because
me it
race
couldn't be
didn't
race. You
exist.
just
Because
wait.
race
Yeah,
didn't exist. We just
exactly.
admitted
So
to
why
that. What
wouldn't
the
they
fuck are we
depict
talking
themselves as
about?
they looked? Exactly. So why wouldn't they depict
What?
themselves as they
Every
looked?
single
Oh
comment,
my
right here,
god.
all kinds of some.
Now, if I can get the left side of this picture shown, it was a little bit better earlier. You can see
There's
the
not
buffalo's
that
head.
much extra in the picture.
The reason why I bring up the buffalo is because if you know anything about animals,
Oh my
buffalo
god.
only existed in North and South, I mean North America. So this
You
had to
are a
be
fucking idiot. This is from
North
southeastern
America?
Algeria. You're a
no, it's
fucking
not.
moron, dude.
Show me the left
Look,
side.
you here. Look at this. I just did a reverse image search. You're a fucking idiot. You really are unbelievable. Is Algeria
Let
in
me see it.
Mesoamerica? Is Algeria a Mesoamerica, guy? I
That
put
is
your
not the
image
same
right
picture
here.
that we're looking at. No, show it,
Dude,
Jesse.
it's
Show it,
literally the
Jesse. That's
same.
not the
Wait,
same
literally
picture
the
that we're
same.
looking at.
Exact same picture.
Look. It's the
That is
same
Go
not
up
picture
to
right
the
here.
the
picture.
same
Go up
picture.
to the
Look,
picture.
look.
Go back to
Holy shit,
look.
it's right
Okay,
here.
are these the same pictures, people? You're both looking at. Y'all can put us side
It's
by
the
side,
exact
right?
same picture.
Y'all can put us side by side, right?
Hold on, my
Oh,
phone's
all of a
dying.
sudden your internet is glitching. Yeah, now your phone's dying. Get the fuck out of here. It's not the same picture. The
Yo,
people are
it's
not
the
depicted
exact
in doing
same
the same things
picture.
in either
It's
picture.
the same.
Man, y'all so
You see
fucking
the thing with the
disingenuous.
horns
Y'all
in your
so fucking
picture?
disingenuous.
The
It is
thing with
not
the
the same
horns in your
picture.
picture is the same thing with the horns in Jesse's
We
picture.
didn't
And when
even get
Jesse
to
comes
see his
back,
picture.
when
All we
Jesse
got to see
comes
is a
back
cave
to
painting with the
disprove
same colors.
you,
That's
when
it. We
Jesse
did not
comes
get to
back
see
to
his picture.
disprove you, I'm gonna call you a bitch again. I just want you
Okay,
to
so
know,
when
and
he
not
don't
just a bitch.
disprove
I'm
me, are
gonna
you
call
gonna
you a
tell the
dumb
truth?
bitch.
When he
I'm gonna
don't
call you a
disprove me, are
dumb
you
bitch.
gonna tell the
I'm
truth?
gonna call you a
When
dumb
he don't
bitch. That's
disprove
what I'm
me,
gonna call
well,
you.
you
I'm gonna
ugly
make
bitch,
sure
so
I
that's
say it
okay.
all.
Well, you
I'm
ugly bitch,
ugly,
so
but
that's
I'm
okay.
about to have I have ring on my finger, so I ain't worried about it.
When his picture
My man
does
still eat
not
me from
line
the
up
back.
perfectly with mine, are
My
you
man
going to
still
tell
eat
the
me from the
truth?
back. You calling me ugly don't do shit for
Ooh.
me. I can't
Or
wait. I cannot wait for him to
when
disprove
his
you.
picture does not directly line up with
When
mine, are you going
his
to tell the truth?
picture disproves you, I'm gonna call you a dumb
All right,
bitch.
we'll see. My phone ain't dying, but all of a sudden his is when he brings up the picture. I think somebody lying here.
What does wait? Because your phone's not
You mean to
dying,
tell me
that
he don't
means
have a
my phone's
charger?
not dying.
You
That
mean to
means
tell me he
his
don't have a
phone is not
charger?
dying.
It's just really convenient that his
So
phone died
his
as soon
phone's
as.
not allowed to
Hey,
Let me
die.
bring the
okay.
picture up, Jesse. Bring it
Hey,
up.
dummy. Hey, dummy.
Bring it up.
This took two
Debbie,
seconds to go get. Look at this. Hey,
There's a way where you could put
hey,
us right
hey,
next to each other, right?
hey, my phone's finally charged. Hey, is this the same picture, Manny? Why don't we get yours up? Go ahead and get yours up. Now that you've been talking shit for 4 seconds. Hey, is that the same picture? Oh,
That is not
that's
from it.
weird.
you're a dumb bitch.
Oh, that's
You're a
Put
dumb
them
weird.
right next
This
to
bitch.
each
isn't from the
other.
walls.
Put them right
This
next
isn't
to
from
You're a
the
each
dumb
other.
wall of the
bitch.
Warriors.
Where does it say
That's
that?
so weird,
Show
bro.
me.
What a
Show
fucking
me.
idiot.
He
You're
said
so
put
Show
them
dumb.
right
me.
next to
Where does
each
it say that's
other.
the wall of the
Wait, put
Warriors,
them right.
Jesse? Show me where it says that's
Bex.
the wall of the Warriors.
Bex.
Here's the problem. You claimed
Show
it's
Bex.
me
the
where it
wall of the
says
No.
Warriors.
that's not
Bex.
the
This is
wall.
the painting.
That is the
Here's
wall of the Warriors. Where does it say
here's
it's from
here's
Nigeria?
here's
Scream.
actually
Somebody
where the
scream
image comes
Bex's
from. This is
name.
how I know you used
Jesse.
AI, by
Show
the
me.
way. Right here
Show
Jesse,
is
me.
call
actually a
Bex.
climate study. This here is the climate of the
Show me.
Holocene. The climate of the
We
Holocene. Yeah,
can't read that, Jesse.
you can't read
We can't read
generally,
that.
so
Just
you
trust me,
can't read
bro.
anyway. So go ahead and mute up so I can talk.
Show
So
me.
here's the
Show
problem.
me.
Here. So here's the problem.
Show me where it says it's from
What I
Nigeria because
did.
you're lying.
Oh yeah, you sure? Okay, you want that too? Here, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Perfect. So right here, all of the AI image matches. This is from Exact Match. Manny, sound this out. EXACT matches. You see that? The first thing that I did was I went to all because I'm an academic at heart, and it said, "Oh, this is one that's pulled out of Algeria." We can prove that because the exact matches are sourced in climate studies.
I can't read that,
Arizona's
You're
Jesse.
a
climate
You're
of the
moving too
tad
fast.
Halcyon.
Slow
Bex.
Bro,
down.
don't go talking over me now. So here's the problem.
No, you're moving too
The
fast. I'm
the
trying to read
issue,
it.
I'm not moving too fast. This is your source you brought that you said was Mesoamerica, where Algeria famously is not. In the fall of 2002, they did the climate of the Holocene. I remember this study because it has to do with all of the movement. It also has to do with global temperature. I
Where's
remember
it
the
showing
study
this
itself.
Algeria?
Where is it showing it's Algeria? So I have to go backwards because you're not paying attention. Perfect. In
I
all
am
the
paying
section
attention.
here.
I can't read
So I
it.
know you
You're
were.
moving too fast.
Well, you definitely can't read anyway, so it doesn't
This image
matter.
depicts
Right
ancient rock
here.
art from
From
the
Tassili.
Tectonic Plateau in
Yeah. Yep. And you know how we know it's from there?
Nigeria.
Because the links here link to the sources. You see how my cursor's over these links? And when I do that, I go to exact matches, which by the way are the sources where we can go get it. And one of the first sources it takes me to is the Holocene. The climate of the Holocene, by the way, is a study about climate change over time. I skimmed all of this while my phone was dead for a moment because I forgot to actually put on my charger. Anyway, you should be familiar with the name, timing, and significance of to human civilization for the climactic or Holocene optimum. Interestingly, you will notice the events labeled optimum correspond relatively to warm periods. That's 3000 to 2000 BC. So the time period doesn't meet your shit either. But the problem with what you've provided is that it's this picture here, the picture that you claimed it wasn't. And the problem with this picture here is that it's from, and the problem with Algeria is that it's not, drum roll please, in
Mesoamerica.
Mesoamerica. So I don't understand. This is
Okay.
why I'm trying to tell you. This doesn't make sense.
He's such a dumb bitch.
Okay. Now
He's
look at
such a
my
dumb dumb
prompt.
bitch. You're a dumb
The
bitch.
Wall of the
Manny,
Warriors,
you're
the
a
Wall
dumb
of the
bitch.
Warriors
Hey,
cave
Manny,
painting. Look at my
Manny,
prompt. Look at my
Manny,
prop. The Wall of the
Manny,
Warriors cave
Manny,
paintings. I go to images.
Manny, you're a dumb
I go
bitch.
to
Cave painting,
images,
perfect.
You're a
Okay,
and then
dumb
I
that's it.
start
bitch that
scrolling
can't
down.
read.
Then I
You're a
start
dumb
scrolling
bitch that
down.
can't
Look at what we
read.
see.
You're a
The
dumb
same
bitch
types
that
of
can't
paintings,
read.
right? Shut the
You're a
fuck
dumb
up.
bitch. They
Then
can't
it go
read.
down to the, we got the
You're a
same
dumb
cave
bitch. They
paintings
can't
that I was talking about, right? So I keep on scrolling because I'm looking for the ones that clearly depict the people of different races, and I
read.
come down to this one. Here we are. Wall of the Warriors, the same one I just showed you a minute ago, and you trying to
I
tell
need
me
to
that it
see. I
couldn't
need
come
to see
from the
the
Wall of the
title. I need to
Warriors.
see the title. Scroll in. Interesting old town with wall paintings, humans. Click on that Pinterest link so you can get where that specific painting is from. Because what you're reading is a Pinterest post, which means the title post is slide one.
What's
Slide
the
one is
Pinterest?
usually not matching with the image. That's a Pinterest thing. I only
Where's the
know that
image?
because
I mean, what do you want me to click on?
follow the link to Pinterest, I guess.
You know it because you
Which
like
link?
Pinterest, Jesse. Stop playing.
Which link?
Nah,
Hey,
Which
Shay
I
link?
need
Shay.
good
Please
ideas. You
don't
guys
I
know what
know,
I
don't.
I
do
know,
for a
I know. We're
living.
not trying to say Pinterest is a
You're a
source.
dumb bitch.
You're the one that provided the
You're
picture. How are you going
using
to tell me
Pinterest
I
as
Pinterest
a
showed
is
you
a
my
source?
prompt.
source.
Look.
Yeah,
Here
but
it is right here. The
Pinterest
Wall
is
of
your
the
source,
Warriors
guy.
cave painting. The Wall of the
Yeah, but
Warriors
you
cave
claimed it
painting.
was in
You
That's
said
not.
yourself.
Mesoamerica.
But
You
this
said
isn't
earlier.
Wall of
Yes,
the.
it
It was
is.
in
It is. He
You know
said
Mesoamerica.
why?
himself that it's in
You know why
Mesoamerica.
this isn't?
He said
You know
it.
Algeria.
He
why?
said.
Algeria is
He
not in
said.
Mesoamerica.
He said that the Wall of the Warriors
Algeria
temple is
is
in
in
some city
Europe.
in Mexico. So then
No,
I
the
click
Chichen
on
but it's
this.
painting
not.
that
It's
you
called the
showed
Temple of the
Is
Warriors. That's
Chichen
why
from
I
in?
said it
Is
doesn't make
Algeria.
Chichen
sense.
the temple? The Wall of the Warriors is
This
in the Temple
painting
of the
is not.
Warriors.
That's
The
fine.
Okay,
But
picture
that.
so
that
then
you
I
But
scroll
showed
listen,
down.
is
that's.
from
I'm at
Algeria.
images, right? I'm at
The
images. We have
picture
all the
that you
pictures from the
This is
walls
showed
of the
is from
embarrassing,
warriors.
bro. Just slow
We have
Algeria.
all
down,
the
Manny.
pictures from the walls
Jesse.
of the warriors. So I'm scrolling down, right? I'm looking at
Manny,
them.
these are not.
And as
Wait,
you can see in
stop.
these, they
Manny,
depicting
stop.
themselves as black. But I'm
Manny,
gonna keep going.
Manny, I'm
I'm gonna keep
asking
going.
you.
Hold on, let me go back.
I need
Those
you
are
to
Let me go
stop.
back.
great
I'm
No,
gonna
I
keep
need you to
going.
stop.
And
pictures.
then you keep scrolling down. You keep scrolling down,
Those
right?
are
I'm
Manny,
looking
you
great
some
don't.
you can see
pictures.
the
All right.
reds in these pictures. You can see the reds and the blacks in these pictures. You know what I'm saying? How they depict another one. How they
Those are
depicted
Manny.
just
themselves as black.
people.
Okay,
Those are not
hold on, Queen.
race. What
Hold
are you
Queen,
on, hold
doing?
on.
let's do this.
Hold
Manny,
on. They can depict the animals as red,
Manny,
but
I
then
need you to
and this man,
stop. Manny,
look at
I
this
need you
little
to
guy down
stop.
here in the corner. Hold on,
Manny,
I
I
need my
need you to stop.
camera to
I
zoom
need
in
you
on.
to
Nope,
stop
I'm
and
not gonna
listen.
stop because you're
You
lying.
need to.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
no,
stop because
because
you're lying.
you're
Now
not.
you can
No,
see
I'm
this
not.
little guy right here in the
So
corner.
it's
He's
more
red,
likely I'm
but the
lying
rest
than
of
the
these
internet.
guys are black. You see him? You see him? The rest of these
Manny,
guys are black, but the little dude over in the corner is
oh my
red.
God.
Again, they paint the buffalo as red. Where do you only find buffaloes? North America. Get the fuck out of here. You're
That's not
lying.
true
Then you
either,
go over
first
here.
of all.
Then you go over here and find more black people. Hold on. Let me turn the other
Okay.
phone back on.
Can
Then you
I
go over here.
please,
More black people.
Manny, can
If
I
they can use
please,
red, if they can use red and want to depict themselves as red, they could have. You see it clearly in the painting, but
Manny,
you go back over here and they black. So I'm gonna keep scrolling down, right? You keep
can
going
I have
down,
my
see
time
more.
now, please?
Where's the one that I no,
Are we,
no,
can
because
we
you
be
keep cutting
done?
me off
Okay,
when
so
I'm
you're gonna
talking
cope
and you're
now. So
lying.
instead of
You're
listening,
sitting
you're
here
gonna
fucking
cope.
lying.
Okay.
All of these
You're a fucking
walls, you
idiot,
see all
dude.
these colors? You see all these colors that they could have depicted
Different
themselves
places,
as, but they
Manny.
choose
They're all
not
from
to.
different
Now then we
places,
go over
Manny.
here to another painting. We go over here to
Manny,
another
those are
painting where they depict some of the people as red, some of the people as black. Again, this an old phone. That's not my new one. That's why I'm trying to
okay.
show you two
Can you
devices at
hear why
once.
you're wrong
Um
now?
no,
Can you
I'm
hear why
not.
you're
I'm not
wrong?
wrong. You're
Okay, cool.
lying. Over here, they
Okay.
even
So these
depict
are all
themselves
from the
as white.
same.
Over here, they even depict themselves as white. Why would they do that? You mean to
Okay.
tell me they
Can
didn't
we?
have
So
any
can you
other
tell me?
substances to use at the time? You
Okay. So
fucking
can
lying,
you?
bro. Stop playing.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
the most
Can I
logical
please?
conclusion,
So now you're not. Now we're not. Okay.
the
So now
most
we're not
logical
debating at all. You
conclusion
can't do it at all, huh?
the most logical. No, we can
Okay.
debate, but I'm not gonna let you just keep steamrolling me because every
You're
time I start
wrong.
talking, y'all start talking. I'm
You're
not wrong. You're
wrong.
lying. You're
You're
lying.
wrong.
You're
You ready to
lying.
know? Are you ready
You're
yet
lying.
to engage like an adult or what? You gonna do this teenage shit?
No, let me finish.
Why
Let
don't you
me
take that?
finish. Let me
You've been.
finish.
Trust me.
Let
You've
me
been finished.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. If they wanted to depict themselves as any other color than black, they could have. They chose not to, for the maybe the most logical reason, because they're fucking black. How you gonna say that the life started in Africa and most of the original and all the original people were black, but then turn around and when you look at the cave paintings and they depict themselves as black, say that they weren't black? That makes no sense. That's white supremacy, bro.
Done now with your temper tantrum?
Yeah, I am.
Perfect. Hey, so when you did your search and you put Wall of the Warriors, 5 things
Yes.
happened. One, all of those paintings are not from the same continent. You assume they're all from the same temple. They're not from the same wall. One of the pictures that you depicted is actually from France. It's one of the
Just
first
take the
paintings.
debate. Just take the debate.
Why can't
Let's
you
do
just
it.
why can't you
Dude, they
just
were
engage
even
now?
able to
No,
You're
depict
just take the
actually having
debate.
a really hard
Just take the
time.
they
debate
were
so I can
I'm
able
cook
to
not
your
doing
ass.
it.
depict
Take the debate.
aliens.
I don't want to have to do
Take
this
the debate.
because Manny, I don't want to
Y'all
embarrass you
keep
this
running from the
badly. This
smoke.
is
No, y'all
actually
keep running from
really
the smoke.
bad.
Why
Okay,
if you're gonna embarrass me, why you keep running from the smoke?
because I don't want you to drop
Jesse,
down to
do it.
D or F. I don't want you to
Jesse, do
actually
it.
drop all the way down. This is
Jesse,
actually
do
You're
it.
not gonna
embarrassing.
win.
Jesse,
You're
do
not
it.
going to
Okay,
win
Manny.
Jesse,
because
do
I
it.
have
Perfect.
more
Fuck with her.
evidence.
Got
Jesse,
you
do it.
already.
Okay.
Aren't you
Fuck with
S?
her.
Wait,
Do
aren't you
it.
S plus tier,
Do it.
Jesse?
Take this
You couldn't
debate.
drop him
That's
down
why
that low.
I don't want to drop him anymore. I don't want
Nah,
this to
you
be a
he
thing.
debating the S tier plus. I mean,
Jesse, do it.
listen, it is what it is. But how has those debates been going? By the way, that's what I
Nah, this
actually
is
came
I
up
won
we
here.
my
only had
They're
first
not
one.
one.
going.
We had one
Jesse,
today,
take
I
it.
won
and
my
it wasn't
first
even a
debate.
good one. Then Manny decided to do this, where he thinks scrolling through his phone means it's the exact same the same place. He thinks. Then
Jesse,
he shows me
take
a
the
depiction from
debate.
China versus a depiction from Europe versus a depiction from Mesoamerica and then Algeria. We aren't in a serious place, Manny. You're actually not equipped. This isn't even a debate at this point. You wouldn't even accept my premise before. It's actually like weird. Like I
Because
really
you
think you're
made my
missing something,
premise.
dude.
How I'm going to accept your premise when you made my premise? I'm the one who said that. Then you changed your argument. You
I
said
haven't
no,
changed
no, you
anything.
said yes, you
Yo,
did.
this
You
guy,
said
you're
they had
just
no other
yo.
materials. You said they had no other materials to depict
I
themselves with.
never
That's why they
claimed that. I
chose
said you
Amber.
couldn't
Yes,
prove
you
that they
did.
don't. I said you couldn't prove that they don't. You also
You
can't prove.
clearly proved that
Here's
they
I
don't
heard you
here's
when
the
they
say
have
best.
that.
different
Here's
colors
the
in the
best
painting
thing.
that
Here's
you're
the best
looking
thing
at.
ever.
If they
The
have
only
different
person
colors in
that
the painting that you're
agrees,
looking at, then clearly they had different materials to
but
use for the
Manny,
colors, correct?
but Manny, you don't want the debate because right now, where's this painting
I
from?
do want the debate. I'm the one
Perfect.
asking for it.
Where is this painting from?
I'm not gonna let y'all keep asking me questions
Where
if you
is the
don't want the
painting
smoke.
from? You made
I'm
claims
not gonna
about
let y'all keep
Mesoamerica.
asking me questions if you don't want the smoke. Y'all
Then
want to
perfect.
have
Then go.
dialogue
Then
Take the
instead of
perfect. For
just
the
debate.
debating
first
me.
time tonight, go on mute so we can have an intelligent conversation. The adults can
Debate
talk
me.
while you
Jesse,
sit there and pout like a pussy. Okay? You go
You're
ahead
not
and
the
go on
adult.
mute.
You're not the
please.
adult. You don't
Jesse,
even want to acknowledge
please.
that your premise is based on
Okay, Benny,
racism.
be quiet for
You
just
just
a
don't want to
second.
acknowledge that they was black.
Give me a second, Jess. Give me a second, bro. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you this debate. Watch,
I'm not
okay?
giving you shit. As
I'm gonna
disrespectful
get
as you
you.
done
I'm
been
gonna
in this
get.
This is
conversation. I'm not
embarrassing.
giving
Sorry,
you a
you
damn
pussy
thing,
ass
lady.
bitch. It's not my fault. You're dumb and can't
Your
read.
mama a pussy ass
Fuck is
bitch and
you
she sold
talking
it for
about,
free.
lady?
Fuck you talking about.
Sounds like you're
Damn.
projecting.
All right,
Sounds like
Bones.
you're
Nah.
I'm gonna holler
projecting.
at you. I
I'm
was
just
just
tired of
saying
you
that
being
You
we
need to
got a
know your
debate
disrespectful.
tonight
mother.
going
You
For
sound
real.
like you were
good.
raised
Not
by
For
your
real.
tonight.
Let's
mother. I think
go.
that sounds like
It's not
Let's
you
tonight.
sound
go.
like you
Y'all
were
keep
raised by your
saying y'all
dad.
want the smoke,
It's
but you be ducking the
obvious though.
smoke.
See,
Y'all be
take
ducking the
the
smoke.
fucking debate. Jesse,
Y'all be
take the
ducking the
fucking
smoke.
debate.
Okay.
Manny, you want to debate
Crazy.
me?
Take the fucking debate. If for
Debate you
anything,
about what?
if for nothing else,
It got to be
take the
something I
fucking
believe
debate.
in. What do you debate you about? What?
And there's plenty of topics we can debate on.
Yeah, there's things we don't that we disagree on. What you want to debate about? It's just funny that all these S tiers keep fucking ducking the smoke, but
Bro,
that's
you're
weird.
such a okay. You know what, T-Bone, give me the debate.
that's that's weird,
No,
man.
you're
That's
a
fucking
pussy.
weird. All right,
You're a
what's the
pussy. Now,
premise?
now, now I gotta drag you to
What's the
fucking
All right.
hell.
premise?
I
Hold
can't.
on.
I can't
What's the
win.
Are we
premise?
really gonna do
My
it?
premise
Okay,
is
hold
simple.
on.
What's the
Yeah.
premise?
Yeah. Just hold on.
Oh,
Give
who
me one
reported me
sec.
now?
Give me
Who
one
reported me now?
second.
Y'all mother man.
If it's
It's
gonna
her
be
over there
structured, you
laughing.
have to
That's the
let
one
me
who reported
structure
me.
it. Give me one second.
You girl over here reported me.
I am a grown ass woman, and I have no. I don't, bro. If I reported, which we're
That's
not
why
doing
you
this
was
right
looking
now.
like that when I said
I
who
don't.
reported me. You
I
look
You
don't
guilty
were
as
have to
hell.
let you
You
because
started
You've
you're a
been
laughing.
dumb
crying the whole
bitch.
time,
Y'all
Manny.
bogus
You've
as
been
wouldn't
fuck,
report
crying
me.
the
bro.
I
whole
think
Y'all
it's
time.
bogus
because
as
you're a
fuck.
dumb bitch.
She been
But
talking over me all
respectfully,
night, but then
why
she
would
been
I
talking over me
report
all
you over
night.
bleach?
She been talking
Bleach,
over me
I ain't
all
got no
night, but
beef
I'm
with you. This
disrespectful.
ain't no
Fuck out of
smoke,
her.
right,
Queen,
She
bleach?
didn't call me a bitch
This
multiple
is not
times, but
bleach.
I'm
This is not beef
disrespectful.
with you.
Queen,
I'm not
Queen,
saying that
Man,
I got
y'all
no
Queen,
sympathy.
misanders, I swear.
Queen. Do you
I'm
Y'all
think
just
it's
saying.
misanders. She didn't
possible?
call me a bitch
Miss
multiple
Sanders
times,
is
but I say one thing about her
crazy.
and she start
Stop.
reporting me.
Hold on, Manny.
For
Queen,
real. She
I'm
called me a
not
hold on.
bitch multiple
reporting
times, but
you.
then when I say
Yes,
something
yes.
about her, now she gonna report me.
I am not
That's
reporting you.
you did. Stop lying.
What
Yes,
the
you
Queen,
did.
fuck?
Queen,
Yes,
is
you
it
did.
possible? Hold on. Queen, is it possible
possible that you're doing it and you don't know it because of your low gray matter?
Absolutely.
Yes, Jesse, you're a man. You're a misandrist.
That
Soon
is
as
Absolutely,
I
for
said,
sure.
it's because I have low
who
grade
reported
matter.
me, did you see the look on her face? She
Okay,
started
so hold
smiling.
on. To start this off with, okay, I got to judge. I got to
Bogus as
judge.
look at her now. Guilty as fuck. Look at her.
Hmm.
Y'all, man,
You
bro.
gotta
Okay,
watch.
All right,
You
so
what's
gotta
the
hold
watch
on.
these
All
premise?
people
right,
with
so
low
wait,
grade
so
matter.
If I
wait, wait, wait,
wanted to
wait.
get rid of you,
Everybody
I'd
This
stop.
that
pay
bias
Everybody
I be
stop.
talking
$10
about.
million for you.
Everybody stop.
You
All
pussy
right,
ass
so
bitch.
with the
Sorry, guys.
lightning
Your
debate,
mama a
it's a
pussy ass bitch and she sold it for cheap.
Manny.
You heard what she
Yeah, you
said? No, her.
projecting.
She
It
Okay,
said it
sounds like you
guys,
gave
I'm
first.
the
gonna
credit,
drop
but
the
that ain't
whole
got nothing
fucking
to do with
panel if
me.
y'all don't stop.
She said it first, man. What the fuck?
I am trying to
This is
talk. T-Bone, come off mute, please. All right, so here's the deal. A lightning round debate is 28 minutes. You get 2 minutes for opening statement, 3 minutes for interrogation, a 15-minute back and forth open dialogue, and 2 minutes for closing statements. I want T-Bone to come off pause before we do this because I don't want the live to drop in the middle of it. T-Bone. T-Bone.
Wait, is the debate being done? Because I want to record this. Is this?
Yes. Well, if T-Bone comes off mute or off.
Okay. Wait, is the debate being done? Because I want to record this.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I'll call him.
Okay.
What's
What
the
is
premise of the
the?
debate?
Hold on. Well, yeah. What is the claim? I need a clear claim.
Really clear. Manny's operating. Manny's claims about everyone being black, I guess, in Mesoamerica especially, are based on information that is not accurate. He's just plain wrong. It's an easy premise, very easy debate.
Okay, so Manny's claim is that
My claim,
everybody has. What is your claim, Manny?
I never said that everybody in Mesoamerica was black.
Holy sweet God.
I said the original people to Mesoamerica were black.
Fine. Then we,
Well,
you know
if
what?
the
I'll change.
original
Let me
people-
change my claim. I'll change my claim to the art. That way he can just shut the fuck up already. Manny's art project here.
Were black.
Fine. Then we,
Well,
you know
if
what?
the
I'll change
original-
to the art. That way he can just shut the fuck up already. Is not Mesoamerican. Let's start there. How about that, Manny? Can you do that with me? That way we can figure out what the fuck you're reading and thinking over here. Does that seem like a good enough claim for you?
Do we get to include other archaeological finds?
If your archaeological finds are going to be from Mesoamerica, does that help?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. I would love to do that. I would love for you to prove to me via archaeological finds from Mesoamerica that all of those people, including the Taino, are black. I would love to do that. I would love from arriving.
Close. I'm good with that.
God bless. If this live ends, I will be so pleased. If this live